just want to say that I'm very happy that we found time to do this in the 10-year anniversary of the Revolution of Dignity. It is a monumental event for Ukraine that got overshadowed by the almost immediately subsequent annexation of Crimea and the beginning of the war in Donbass. So we're very happy that we can give it the attention I think it needs, and we're very lucky that leading this effort and putting this all together is our Yatsik postdoc in Ukraine Studies, Emma Mateo, who I'd like to introduce now to give the opening remarks. So thank you.
Hi, thank you so much everyone for joining us in person and online. For those of you who aren't aware, there was a big academic conference for Russian and East European studies, so a lot of us have already been conferencing this week, and I really thank our participants who've made the effort to read papers or share papers with us in what's like a busy end semester period. Today is also Volunteers Day in Ukraine, as Tamara reminded me this morning, which I believe is an initiative that started after the Euromaidan, right? So maybe we would all like to join Tamara in maybe making a donation to our favorite volunteer initiative, Tamara Volunteers Day. I looked up what was happening on this day 10 years ago on the Euromaidan, just in Kiev, and there was already plenty of things to keep track of. So on this day 10 years ago, Euromaidan was still going pretty strong. In Vasilkiv, outside of Kiev, protesters were blocking a police base because they were worried riot police were going to be deployed from there. The day started with around 2,000 or 3,000 protesters on the Euromaidan. It was a little bit quieter day because it was a weekday. Local businesses were handing out food during the course of the day. Activists also initiated their boycott of brands associated with the Party of Regions, the ruling party. They're anonymous. The hacking group launched a campaign on this day in support of the Euromaidan and the protests who'd been beaten. Protesters were picketing several buildings. It was reported that over 400 people had resorted to medical aid, had requested medical aid as a result of the beating of protesters at the end of November. And on this day, there were also Party of Regions supporters gathering outside of the Verkhovna Rada, Ukraine's parliament, and then later that evening, Titushki were arriving in Kiev. And it was also, I believe, the first day that Ambassador Nuland visited Euromaidan. So this is just one day in Kiev, and all of these things happened. And this kind of complexity that you can see just in a single day really highlights why we need to keep studying this, right? Like, so many things were happening. There's been some incredible research done and being done, but there's so much more to learn, particularly in light of the war happening, in the full-scale invasion that is ongoing as we speak. Most of us probably never expected to be researching the Euromaidan in the context of an all-out war, but these events show the need for us to keep pursuing this research. The subsequent 10 years between the onset of the Euromaidan and what we see happening today has seen significant transformations, as many of us know, and many have studied in Ukraine's politics, democracy, geopolitics, and culture, society, and identity. And these are both these have both contributed to some of the reasons why Russia launched its annexation and intervention in the Donbass and its full-scale invasion later, but also the reasons why Ukrainian society is so successfully continuing to resist this intervention and this aggression. So I'm looking forward to a really interesting day. We're hoping to bring some of these papers that are going to be presented today forward to a special issue, but we're also getting sneak peeks to a couple of books that are being worked on, forthcoming, particularly books by Olega Nikolayenko and Hanna Yostekova, who's joining us online. So I'd like to thank the Harriman's Ukrainian Studies program for supporting this event and for hosting us, and also the New York University's Jordan Center, who's also contributed to this event. I'd like to thank my co-organizer Anastasia Vlasenko for the help in organizing this, as well as Mark Andrichik for his support. Eileen, who is behind the scenes but has made a lot of this possible, our events coordinator, and all of you for coming and participating. So the format that we're going to take today is we're going to have the papers presented and discussed sequentially. So we'll have around about 25-30 minutes for each paper. We'll have the paper presented, then the assigned discussant will make comments, and then we'll open up the question and answer both in person and online. And hopefully this will enable us to dedicate a bit of time to each paper and go in depth with comments and discussion. I think that our chair for the first panel has been having some trouble connecting. Let me just see if he's sent a message. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Mark is with us yet, but I am keen for us to get started, because as with all academic events, it's always going to be a challenge keeping to time. And so maybe I will sit in for Mark whilst we await him joining us on Zoom. And we'll get started with the first paper. So this first panel of the day is looking particularly at protesters' motivations and tactics. So the actions and the relationships and the networks that are working on the ground in Ukraine. So we will begin with a paper by Olga Zelinska, who's based at SWPS University in Warsaw, Poland, on political parties, cross-field links, and Euromaidan and social movement mobilisation. If you'd like to share your screen and get started when you're ready, Olga.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are.
Fantastic. Let me share my screen. There should be a presentation somewhere. Okay, can you see it now? Okay, is it visible?
Yes, it is. You might want to make it in presentation mode that we can see it well.
Okay.
That's great.
Thank you. Thank you for this introduction. I guess I have to warn you from the very beginning that this research I'm about to present is at very, very preliminary stage. This is the idea I would like to explore further. You will see in just a moment that I have a very limited empirical base. However, I do believe that this question is an important theoretical issue which has to be investigated when we speak about political parties' role in social movement mobilization, and in particular when we talk about party cross-national links and the role they played in mobilization of social movement. I think this is important, and I would like to thank Dr. Mateo and Dr. Vlasenko for organizing this event and for providing the floor to discuss our ideas and to generate the ways how to proceed with them. So I will be very much looking forward to your comments and ideas at the end of this presentation. And I think Ukraine's case is exemplary in this way, because as we all know, political parties had been active participants of Euromaidan political social movement. On one hand, you had this party of regions, which was operating like a political machine throughout the party and which became target of protesters. On the other hand, you had this coalition of inconvenience, the term which Professor Onuch coined, of then opposition Batkivshina, Udar and Svoboda, who had their disagreements, but they also contributed resources to Euromaidan cause. They contributed human resources, material resources, they helped carrying out day-to-day protesting. As all actors of Euromaidan movement, political parties also employed their array of networks, including their international connections. And when it comes to the literature on transnational links of Euromaidan, we have quite a lot of studies focused on Euromaidan activist links with the broader Ukrainian diaspora, and I think some of today's participants contributed to this research. There is also research on international connections of Ukrainian NGOs and some analysis of links and interests of Ukraine's big businesses and the way these aided and held back Euromaidan mobilization. I in turn asked, what was the impact of political parties' transnational ties on Euromaidan mobilization? And I locate my research within the fields theoretical framework. There is this growing recognition in social movement studies literature that collective actors mobilize and operate within broader relational fields. And they should be studied along with other actors and interrelations with these actors within this field. So in Ukraine, activist groups, political parties, NGOs, church communities, independent media, on one hand, but also government and law enforcers, they all created this relational field, and their interactions define the dynamics inside this field. But fields do not operate in vacuum. Fields are connected with proximate fields within the broader environment, and this connection to proximate fields is the source of destabilizing shocks, which can set contentious episodes in motion, but it's also a source of solutions to deal with the crisis, of resources to weather the storm. I will demonstrate this logic with two illustrative examples. My first example is Batkivshina Udar and European People's Party link. This was established in 2008. Batkivshina became associate member of EPP, and Udar joined in 2013. And EPP provided this forum of socialization, of networking, essentially, of Ukrainian politicians with their European counterparts. And in December 2013, EPP delegation visits Kyiv Maidan. And Jacek Saryusz-Wolski, at that time vice president of EPP, talks at the Maidan stage, and he says that they came to Ukraine to express the solidarity with the people of Ukraine and support the Euromaidan movement and their sister parties. And at that time of protesting, Yanukovych didn't sign the association agreement, and this visit from high-level politicians and the message which they conveyed, which was a strong message of support for Ukrainian European aspirations. The European door remains open to Ukraine, it said. It was a powerful morale booster. It was the message that protesters in Kyiv wanted to hear. This established links between Ukrainian politicians and their European counterparts also facilitated the exchange of information about the movement. And Jose Ignacio Salafranca, for example, he was speaking about that EPP was preparing and proposing a European Parliament resolution to ensure that the voice of the people of Ukraine will be listened to. And in fact, December 15th resolution, it supported Ukrainian European aspirations, and it also condemned the repressions of which Ukrainian government introduced to peaceful protesters and to opposition parties. And then as events developed and Euromaidan in Kyiv faced first deaths, there was this demand of protesters for sanctions, for international sanctions to be imposed on individuals and their businesses for those politicians who were engaged in violating human rights. And when we look at European Parliament resolution from February, it had much harsher wording, and it was indeed calling for these targeted measures against those responsible for killing Ukrainian protesters. And the sanctions were eventually introduced. My second case relates to the link between Party of Regions and incumbent United Russia party. This link was established around 2003, and it became activated in 2009 when President Yanukovych was addressing, at that time just Yanukovych, he was addressing the Convention of United Russia. And in 2020, when Party of Regions created its Department for International Connections, it was chaired by that time by Leonid Kozhara. The first visit Party of Regions delegations made. The first foreign visit was to United Russia. And they agreed to establish working groups to work on electoral strategies, but also work on lawmaking. And this link, of course, this is the matter of speculation by this time, but I also doubt it's possible to get a very hard empirical evidence for this. But perhaps this link was the source of inspiration for Party of Regions MPs Vadim Kolesnichenko and Volodymyr Oleynik, who introduced the package of 11 dictatorial laws in January 2014, when incumbent Party of Regions was really running out of options to suppress the growing dissent. Among these 11 laws, there was a foreign agents law. And foreign agent legal concept was first introduced in Russia by United Russia Party in 2012 to suppress dissent in the country, and it was quite effective there. According to this law, a public organization was to be labeled a foreign agent if it received funds or property from foreign countries, and it participated in broadly defined political activity. It breached Ukrainian constitution, and it created legal basis for political repressions. In Ukraine, this measure backfired. As we all know, on January 19th witnessed the first violent clashes between protesters and police in Kyiv, with the majority of dictatorial laws, this law was repealed by parliament by the end of January 2014. As I warned you, this is a very preliminary analysis. I wanted to provide you with two illustrative cases to demonstrate how parties' transnational links played a role in Ukrainian mobilization. My first example was how the symbolic presence and the message of hope, really, how it boosted mobilization, how it spurred mobilization. In other case, and this second case is fascinating from researchers' point of view because it's, in essence, it's using transnational ties to suppress transnational ties. It was aimed to suppress mobilization, but it didn't work out this way. Only a few observations I can do at this point is that cross-field links operate in both directions. European party federations, EPP among them, are known to be these transmission belts, which channel EU norms and regulations to member states and were channeling to Eastern Partnership states. However, this case is also illustrative how EPP politicians became vocal advocates for Ukrainian needs and for Ukrainian interests inside European institutions. And my second observation, well, rather a question, is why sometimes these measures borrowed from proximate fields, they do not work out in the way they were supposed to work out, because foreign agents law is clearly a solution made for export. We have seen examples of introducing this law with different amount of success in other community of independent states, nations, and most recently in Georgia. In Ukraine, this measure backfired, and question is why. My preliminary answer is these borrowed solutions through the transnational links are standard solutions. They're not tailored to the needs of the recipient. That's it on my side. Thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your comments and ideas how to develop this further.
Thank you so much, Olga, and lovely keeping to just under 15 minutes, so we've got more time for discussion. So I can see Mark Basinger has now joined as the chair for this panel, so I'll let him keep me in line if I go over for more than 5 minutes, seeing as I'm going to be commenting on August paper. As August said, this paper is preliminary, but it's I think it's a really important and perhaps understudied topic. So I'm really excited to see where this paper goes. I feel like during the Orange Revolution, there was so much research after focusing on the kind of influence of foreign actors and foreign parties and kind of overseas actors that we moved away from this for like very good reasons during the Euromaidan, but it's still really valid to discuss the connections that some of these parties have with different international actors. I liked this theoretical framework you have. I don't know where to look because Olga's face is there, but the camera's here. I like the theoretical framework you had of the strategic action theory, which takes into account the variety of actors. And I thought that your justification for focusing on these three specific parties, Party of Regions and then Udar of Batkivshina, was concise and appropriate. And I like the kind of the multi-directional aspect of this influence that you brought out in the presentation. I didn't pick that up quite so much in the paper. As well as the question of like, why did these forms of kind of repression backfire? I think this argument about this borrowed solution maybe not being suitable is an interesting contribution to the repression literature, which I'm sure we'll expand in future versions. I think the next stage of the paper could focus a little bit more on unpacking the interactions between these different groups. So, for example, with the looking at the connection between these resolutions by the European Parliament and the foreign agent laws and the actual impact of on the protesters on the ground. For example, like what impact did the sanctions that the European Parliament brought in actually have on the movement? What was the symbolic importance of these EU resolutions and expressing the support for protesters in the broader movement? And then also with regards to the foreign agent law, do we have specific examples maybe of this being used to target protesters in the kind of period before it was repealed? Yeah, and I'd also like to see some discussion, which, you know, I'm sure you have in mind, of to what extent the European Parliament's resolutions in December and February were actually influenced or brought about by Udar or by Batkivshina. Like you say in the paper that they're sister parties, but I would find it really fascinating to see, you know, the mechanism of this in a little bit more detail if you could pull that out. But at the same time, looking at whether there were, you know, other groups proposing for or advocating for these resolutions that were kind of influential in the European Parliament's decisions. I understand it's difficult to do fresh interviews at this moment in time. I think elite interviews could be really helpful, but I was wondering if that's not possible, maybe looking at like social media posts that might show like visits or engagement with EU actors by some of these Ukrainian politicians. At the moment, it's not 100% clear what role the Ukrainian parties played in influencing these. So yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing more about that. And similarly with the Party of Regions and the United Russia Party, I'm wondering if there are examples of other forms of like engagement or exchange or influence. You know, the language of the foreign agent law very clearly is closely related to United Russia's laws that were brought about in the Russian Federation. But I'm wondering what was happening in the run-up to the bringing in of the dictatorship laws on 16th or 18th of January. I'm blanking, not enough caffeine yet this morning. You know, what was happening in the run-up to this? Was there interaction or visits between Russian and Ukrainian politicians? Any statements issued by Party of Regions politicians or Russian MPs? And I think one of the reasons why this paper is particularly interesting, and I'm really looking forward to seeing where you go with it, is because it has the potential to highlight Ukrainian actors' agency in the relations with Russia and the EU. So, you know, I'm sure many of us in this room have got frustrated with the Euromaidan being framed as this like clash or tug of war between Russia and the EU. So we do want to be careful in how we approach this so that we don't, you know, reinforce this narrative. But I think this paper is interesting because you're showing how Ukrainian actors on both kind of sides are in dialogue and maybe influencing these decisions or, you know, taking on board ideas and policies that come from these other places. And so I do wonder if in like later versions of the paper, you can engage a little bit more with acknowledging how this relates to the broader geopolitics at the time and acknowledge how Ukrainian parties' relationships and engagement with these geopolitical powers might influence the protests. But I'm happy to send you these notes, and I'm really looking forward to seeing where we go with this paper.
Probably we should open it up. We want to open it up for some discussion. My apologies for showing up late. I had internet problems. I couldn't connect in and struggled over the last half hour. But why don't we open it up for questions? We have until about 9:45, only about 5 minutes or so, 6 minutes. So anyone want to?
Yeah, I don't know. Thank you very much. Yeah, the camera's there, but we can see them there. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. Yeah, just as I was listening to you, I feel like you might distinguish just different ways in which this ties, this collaboration between political parties unfolded. Like financial, legal, or different domains somehow. Yeah, I don't know, you can break down your paper. Because when you talk about the European political party, use the phrase moral booster, and that's obvious what European politicians mostly did. They just tried to raise awareness of the Euromaidan in Western Europe and the European community, called for sanctions, while the United Russia adopted a more multi-pronged approach and placed more emphasis on providing financial and legal resources for actual action on the ground for the party regions. And if there is one area which you want to specifically zero in, because I've done some research on youth movements, so I just checked out, and I think that there hasn't been much research done on this, but the Союз молоді регіонів України, or how it was later called Молоді регіони, collaborated extensively with Молодая гвардия Единой России. And you might, as one area, explore, compare and contrast to what extent young people, youth activists, party activists in particular, try to form a united front, press for certain issues, either for or against the EU attitudes in Ukraine. Thank you. Should we? Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, it's a bit tricky moderating with online and in person.
Yeah, I think it's better for Emma to actually, if there are people in the room, if there are people who want to ask a question who are online, maybe you can just raise your hand. But if you're in the room, maybe Emma can call on you.
Did you have maybe if you go, Nastia, and then we'll
Yeah, I have a question. So basically, from the previous research, I know that collaboration between parties, especially international collaboration, leads to exchange or export of ideas regarding party structure, regarding party loyalty, basically party functioning. And I can totally see that happening between United Russia and Party of Regions, where they made an effort to structure Party of Regions and the United Russia. I'm not sure how successful they were. Party loyalty in Party of Regions, I think, was never there, but maybe I'm delusional here. But what about collaboration between the European People's Party, the Batькivщина, and Udar? Was there any export of ideas with regards to how European parties should be structured, and whether these things were ever implemented in any kind of form or shape in the Batькivщина and Udar?
Yeah. Do you want to respond or that?
Thank you for these comments and questions. I think I'll go in the order that I received them. Emma, thank you for bringing this up. I do think that this is the very reason to engage in this type of research, to give transnational connections some established scientific rhetoric, because there is so much speculation about external forces who organized the protests and things like that. And this type of research, it provides us with evidence, with theoretically grounded evidence about how these types of processes, transnational processes, take place. Olena, thank you for the comments. I will indeed look at your research. Maybe I overlooked something about young political party wings cooperation, and hopefully find some clues in there. And you're right about the need to distinguish various resources by types of resources which they received from their counterparts in these proximate fields. Regarding to Anastasia's question, there is some literature on the impact of European party federations on their Ukrainian sister parties, and it was challenging. To put it short, I think Natalia Timus, she ran a very comprehensive study in that regard by showing how EPP was trying to make Batkivshina this exemplary European party, but they didn't quite manage because Batkivshina had its own priorities in domestic politics. So there is some research on that. My primary interest was on the impact at this stage of Euromaidan mobilization. But you are right that maybe Batkivshina party agenda, Batkivshina was a clear leader in terms of promoting European integration. For example, it was mentioned in its electoral agenda in 2012 elections quite often. Maybe the influence started there.
Okay, any other questions that people want to pose? Then why don't we, oh, okay, was there another one?
I was saying nothing from the room, sorry.
Yeah, okay, so why don't we move on then to Tanya's paper on network resistance practices. So, Tanya?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to share my screen and make sure that you can see my slides. Perfect. Looks like you can. So I think this is a really good start, and I'm very pleased to be able to join this workshop virtually. I was also supposed to be attending ACES in person, but that unfortunately didn't happen due to a confluence of circumstances. So I'm delighted to be able to share at least some of my ongoing research that is very much in progress as part of this workshop, where I think the audience is arguably much more captive than the one at ACES. So what I want to focus on today is sort of draw some parallels, but also suggest that there have been some developments in how citizen resistance practices have developed since Euromaidan time and into the time of the full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine. And in particular, look at how that has been happening in network spaces. If any of you are familiar with the work I do, you know that I do a lot of work on social media and network resistance. But one of the themes that emerged for me over the years of my focus on Ukraine in particular has been that there is a closer and closer connection between what's happening online and what's happening offline. And I think the research that I'm going to talk about today will perhaps support that claim in some way or shape. So the kind of context in which I'm speaking today is the context, very well-known context of a long history of civic network building in Ukraine on a grassroots level, from the Revolution on the Granite, the Orange Revolution, through to the Euromaidan and Revolution of Dignity, other local and subnational protests, and also a history of evolving claims and agendas in all of these mobilization events. In particular, we can also look at citizen resistance and mobilization in Russia's war against Ukraine as a sort of Euromaidan legacy, where Ukrainian citizens in particular during the time of Euromaidan, but also in the years following, have really relied on the openness and power of horizontal networks, which, Emily Channel Justice in her book talks about, mobilizing away from or alongside centralized authority. So this is very much the kind of area of mobilization that I'm interested in. In my own research and in the research of other people who are interested in social media use by protesters, we note that it was quite interesting that while there were high levels of digital and social media use during Euromaidan, during the ensuing conflict-related mobilization, and in particular since February 2022, all actors and a majority of actors on the Ukrainian side involved in the protests and then later the war have been really proficient at digital media use, but also this has not been separate from their offline efforts. So this is also where I'm kind of putting the current research I'm talking about. The other context is, of course, this idea of warfare becoming more participatory, where opportunities for participating in modern conflicts are today greatly expanded, not least through the use of social media and other kinds of mediated tools. So why I say that, much of the mobilization that we're seeing in the network space today is perhaps a legacy of Euromaidan, is because although scholarship on the influence of these digitally mobilized publics in Ukraine has predominantly focused on more visible forms of political engagement, right? Euromaidan is a great example of this because it was a large, spectacular protest, very visible, both in material and digital form, but also it's part of a longer timeline of civic resistance, right? And even though Euromaidan was transformative for Ukrainian society, it actually built on a long history of grassroots micro-level organizing and mobilization. And it spurned, as Shapovalova and Berluk suggest, a new civic ethos of activism and participation based on the values of individual freedom, responsibility, and dignity. And in more recent scholarship on the use of digital media for civic activism in Ukraine, we note that there is a shift to more fluid, more informal, more horizontal, and more diverse forms of civic activism. For instance, Emma just mentioned that it is Volunteers' Day in Ukraine today. So volunteer organization and mobilization is a great example of this type of more fluid and more horizontal organizing and activism. And it underscores the power of personalized everyday political expressions and micro-level network practices, which is what I'm really interested in. How do these micro-level practices intervene in Ukrainian public life, and how do they contribute to resistance in the time of war? So a bit of operationalization of the kinds of sort of theoretical and conceptual issues that I'm engaging with. I'm looking at citizen resistance in particular through the lens of media practices. And I think that this is a very useful lens to understand how media, politics, and civic action intersect for citizens who are mobilizing to resist aggression during the time of war. And they use a very complex ecosystem of different digital tools and platforms, and not just digital. And they also have various levels of digital knowledge, right, which they use to generate knowledge about the war, share information, and support strategic visibility efforts. And I do stress that these efforts to make the war time experiences more visible are strategic. And they also use them to mobilize so-called effective publics, which I'll talk about in just a second. And all of this really aims to promote the agency of individuals and small communities and give visibility to arguably underrepresented Ukrainian voices, while decentering the dominant Western geopolitical grand narratives and, in the words of Sasha Dovzhik, the West's overall stale view of Ukraine. So these efforts are really important, even though they're on a kind of micro level. When I talk about media practices, right, we mostly use this term to say that this is how media uses arrange, combine, and more generally intersect with other social practices, and in particular in the context of mobilization. And Alice Mattoni and Emiliano Trere suggest this idea of activist media practices, which are, on the one hand, routinized and creative practices, which include interactions with media objects, and also interactions with other media subjects. And they say that specifically this is kind of a situation in where citizens take on the role of journalists and reporters, but they do it in a voluntary manner, and they do it in a horizontal and decentralized manner. This coincides for me with this ability of networked spaces to mobilize effective publics, which Zizi Papakarisi refers to groups of people, sometimes more organized, sometimes less, that come together around these network practices and point to the capacity of shared feelings and affect to resonate and be intensified through digital circulation and repetition. So she talks about the mobilizing power of affect and emotion in conjunction with media practices. And so for me, really, I think looking at this idea of effective media practices as strategically enacted, articulated, and circulated that shape how knowledge about the war that is very intimate, mundane, and also embodied, because these are the lived experiences of citizens, how these effective media practices help this knowledge circulate in global networks becomes really important, because it actually gives agency to people who have previously been subjected to, in the words of Johanna Kotisova, epistemic injustice. So there's been mistrust and suspicion in terms of listening to the voices of citizens affected by the war, because they're seen as, unreliable narrators. But actually, I might argue that it's actually the exact opposite, that their information and their knowledge, even though it is colored by affect and emotion, is actually valid, and it matters a great deal. Really, we can also talk about these communicative practices as also necessarily political, because they re-socialize the political and they elevate the political angle in those everyday experiences and explain why it's important to pay attention to some things and not others. They also push against platform algorithmic logic, which, as we know, prioritize some content and make other content less visible. So essentially, this can be seen as a form of resistance through personalized and reflective expressions of affect and personal embodied testimonies of war on social media. Here, I think the role of affect and emotion is particularly important because it normalizes emotionality in media practices, and not just the work of professional journalists, but also the work of sharing embodied knowledge by citizens, because it illuminates the war itself as a bodily experience and centers ordinary bodies as vessels of knowledge, in the words of Daria Cymbaluk. So I think, this set of observations that I've arrived at through extensive digital ethnography, and I'm building here on networks that I've already been nurturing and kind of watching from the time of Euromaidan, right? It speaks to a set of really specific practices, which we can refer to as effective media practices, where citizens interact with media not just because they're audiences, but because they're also producers of media messages, and they do so in a voluntary way. But they also develop very specific strategic aims, right? So they aim to show the wartime reality as a part of Ukrainians' daily existence, to share the embodied experiences of war and how they impact individuals and communities, reframe the key concerns of citizens in wartime, where people don't just talk about loss or displacement, but they also talk about gender equality, justice, labor issues, and articulate all of the various bodies of knowledge, and contextualize, of course, the Russian invasion and its brutality as part of Ukraine's continuous history of resisting Russian oppression, because, as Olesy Khromoichuk suggests, the human angle is found in all aspects of a war that has disturbed all aspects of life. So here I will just briefly take you, because this is very much a work in progress. I'm just starting to sort of systematize my observations. But there is an extensive repertoire of Ukrainians' wartime effective media practices. You will see that it ranges from framing and agenda setting to corrective communication, where they correct people's uses of particular terms in the war context, to personalizing historical and political context, where people talk about the legacies of Russian colonialism and conquest through the lens of their own personal family histories. And of course, a lot of other aims, such as assigning blame and responsibility, holding those responsible to account, witnessing in testimonies, crowdsourcing, crowdfunding, volunteer mobilization, and so on and so forth. And in all of this, we can see that there is a kind of deliberate attempt to make certain aspects of their lived experience strategically visible, especially those mundane and micro level experience, and also a certain push to validate being emotional, right? So Johanna Kotisova refers to this as having strategic rationality of emotional expression, and this is very much visible in Ukrainians' daily online practices. At the same time as being emotional, Ukrainians also seek to legitimize the power of outrage as a way of knowing through felt reflective awareness of injustice, and generally in humanizing impacts of war through affective juxtaposition. So these are just some examples from my ethnographic work, right? We can see specific attempts and push to provide historical context through personal storytelling, very good examples of corrective action where people give you two pictures and say, well, actually, the updated map of Ukraine following today's official annexation looks exactly the same because nothing has changed according to international law. There is a new set of practices in terms of infusing even things like crowdfunding and volunteer mobilization with emotional calls to action, but also framing and personal testimony. And this is my penultimate slide, where people explain in everyday words the kind of mundanity of their experiences of war and normalize it as part of sharing information about the war. And of course, the visible juxtaposition of the suffering and the kind of everyday routine experiences of people in particular. So in conclusion, these practices exist in a very complex environment where the realities of war and media coverage of the war mix with platform algorithms. And these citizen practices stemming from lived experiences are central to the practice of resistance. And therefore, they're important to foregrounding experience in the process of knowledge generation instead of claiming to eliminate it and actually embracing the particularity of individual emotional accounts. So my work is kind of in progress. So I very much look forward to hearing your comments and appreciate the attention and the time to present my research. Thank you.
Thank you. Great timing, perfect timing. So let's turn it over to Tamara then for some comments.
Yeah, thank you, Tanya, a lot for your paper presentation, and I also did your work when analyzing social media resistance and using hashtag that is connected with gender equality implementation and feminism and women's visibility. And I think that your paper, and as we could see from the presentation, it has very good theoretical background, and also you you use good comparison, proper comparison with other countries' examples. What I can add based on my part of scholarship that is connected with gender equality and non-discrimination issues, that this topic is very challenging to work during ongoing war, because when you criticize society and especially armed forces, it's always a bit challenging. But what is important that in Ukraine, I think after Euromaidan protest, we could see it very clearly, because it was called in general revolution of dignity, and this human dignity is becoming more and more like key value for also different vulnerable groups. We could see that it is possible with using especially different hashtags to make some changes. For example, LGBT community and LGBT issues are becoming more visible. LGBT military as a group of military, they are promoting a lot of registered partnership, and they use also this different social media networks, hashtags campaign to lobby not very easy topic as the registered partnership. We also see that even this hashtags campaign like Arm Ukraine Now, Shelter the Sky, Free the Leopards, as in Germany, to ask for Leopard tanks. So you see that I would say it would be interesting to add to your paper also this creativity, memes, and humor. That is very actively. Because topic, we see the topic of war is very serious, but what is interesting when I just returned from Southampton University annual conference of Baltic Eastern European studies, and we had several panels also on symbolism and humor, and that this ongoing war, humor and memes are very actively used, and they are becoming like transnational and even international community somehow, like we do have a lot of different symbols, and this in this serious topic still somehow it's possible to use creativity and humor. So I do think that I appreciate a lot your method, quasi-ethnographic observations of social media networks, and I think it will be interesting also to add some cases maybe not so typical for other countries, other contexts, with creativity and humor. Thank you.
Mark, you're on mute.
Yep, sorry. Let's open it up for questions then. If anyone has questions, Emma can control the ones in the room, and anyone else can.
I also have a question, but you go first.
I'll go first. Like culture, I'm a journalist, not an academic. I'm curious what you see before February 24, 2022 and after. What kind of increase and how dramatic can you quantify it is there in Ukrainians being pro-Ukrainian online?
Why don't we collect a few questions?
Yeah. Okay. Great. So yeah, thank you for this presentation. It's super interesting, and I really like the list of like repertoires and genres. I think it's great to see this systematized. I think all of us who are in the Ukrainian online media space like recognize immediately all of those things, but it's really cool to see it broken down. I was wondering to what extent you think any of these practices are kind of new or novel or maybe original to the Ukrainian case, kind of building on what Tamara said. And I also, there was a really interesting paper by Roman Horvik at ACES. I'm sure you would have been in the audience if you were there, Tanya, where he was talking about how the kind of algorithms and content policies of certain social media platforms can really constrain the content that Ukrainians are able to share online, and in some ways might be influencing the choices of the content they put out for the platforms they use, kind of implying people are maybe shifting towards Telegram because they're being shadow banned on Instagram, or things are being taken down on like Twitter and Facebook. So I was wondering if maybe this is something you reflect on, or maybe something to think about, whether the kind of the algorithms and content policies of these social media platforms and their kind of changing affordances over time, whether that's affecting maybe the preferences or the strategies of activists in their media practices. And we have another question from the room, but I don't think you can see this person.
No, I can't see that. That's okay. I'll add a question afterwards, but let's do the question from the room.
Okay.
So my question is about the what you're observing is, I think, possibly also influenced by bots, by external partners who have a specific message that they want to get out. How do you distinguish between real organic media and something that has maybe external state actors or other influencers?
Yeah, we have.
Okay. One more. Go ahead. Go ahead. One more. I don't need to ask the question. Go ahead.
Oh, I had a very quick question. Just, I mean, the paper is very rich, but just if you could maybe provide some additional context there, because I was also wondering why you chose Twitter and Instagram and not Telegram. And I don't know how you selected the users. I think it would be helpful, like who were the ones who were posting and whether there was any change over time, especially as women were playing and were staying. Did you were you able to draw any distinction of like who was posting, whether they were inside Ukraine or those who already left? Because it might also affect the effective media practices that they have, their distance to the war, to the front lines, and their exposure to violence. Thank you.
Yeah, my question was actually also about the geography of it. Whether it's concentrated in particular places, and I know that's hard to answer as an ethnographer, but nevertheless, probably important as to who is doing this, right? So let's turn it back over to Tanya then.
I'm going to try to answer all of these questions very quickly. First of all, thank you to everyone for their questions, and thank you especially to Tamara for her comments. I sent my paper really late, so I did not expect to get such detailed feedback, so I'm especially grateful. I think, Tamara, you're absolutely right that what you said, on the one hand, issues like gender equality and non-discrimination became even more important during the time of the full-scale invasion. But at the same time, we could also see that the debate around these issues, I think, became much more acceptable as part of the overall public debate. So at the same time, we saw, that there was more, I think, a more embracing of issues related to gender equality, and more spaces opened up for advocating for these issues, especially when we talk about cases like the LGBT members of the military and the issue of registered partnerships. What I was very interested in seeing is that Ukrainians on the whole, although there were some debates, and of course, people have different points of view, but on the whole, they were very adamant that these issues are actually part of the war debate, that they are part of the bigger space of knowledge about the war, and that including these issues, including the issues of gender equality, of equal rights when it comes to gender, and all kinds of relationships and how they're officially recorded, for instance, or that these issues actually were, through a grassroots effort, made part of the agenda. And I think that's very important. And to me, that's a very kind of gradual change. I know this change isn't, didn't happen overnight. But I think it was really interesting to see that on the whole, the grassroots community was quite adamant that it doesn't matter what certain people think, that on the whole, debating these issues should be part of our debates about the war and about how Ukraine continues to change, as a democratic state. So I'd say it's very interesting to see that, this kind of became part of the mainstream discussion online. And I would agree with you absolutely that talking more about creativity and humor is important. I think it would have to be another paper, because I already have so much data for this particular paper. But there's also quite a lot of attention that has been given to some of the more international dimensions of meme making. For instance, all of the work that NAFO is doing online has already become the subject of several papers. But there's definitely room for more. In terms of the second question about the before and after, I think for me the biggest change, even though obviously the full-scale invasion was not the start of the war, and there were people writing about their experiences of war and displacement on social media before, was just the increase in scale, but also I think the increase in how strategic this sharing was. And that also, in a way, responds to the question of Olena about why I chose Twitter and Instagram, is because unlike Telegram, which is really more about kind of sharing information in smaller groups or, posting information, Twitter and Instagram in particular are seen by many Ukrainians as sort of digital diplomacy tools, where they don't just speak to other Ukrainians, but they also speak to the global community, and especially those people who are in kind of themselves, opinion makers, so journalists, diplomats, civil society actors, international organizations. Twitter, there is a vast literature on Twitter as a tool for diplomacy, and I think that's why also many people are so upset that Twitter has also gone downhill in the past year, because it was so useful as a space for advocacy and public diplomacy. So for me, the biggest shift really has been this move to the communication of even very personal experiences of war becoming very strategic and aiming for greater visibility, because people see this as very important in contributing to the acts of resistance. Emma, in terms of what's new and what's novel, well, I think part of it is this increase in scale and increase in more strategic visibility efforts. I would say I was also really, it was interesting to me to see that there is now, and now I'm going to sound old, but there's this whole new generation of people who were very young during Euromaidan, who were maybe in middle school or like finishing high school, and they were watching what was happening during Euromaidan, but they weren't necessarily active participants, so they just maybe participated a little bit. But it's very interesting to see how they've kind of internalized some of those messages and political transformations, and they're now also using social media and not only obviously social media, but also, you know, other parts of public life, to kind of do this work of, you know, writing these long, very high quality threads about like Russian colonialism and its impact on Ukrainian culture, Ukrainian politics, Ukrainian history, Ukrainian geography, how they're sharing their very personal histories. And I think this is, again, to me, a qualitatively new kind of effort, because even people who were very active during Euromaidan, not all of them were digital natives. You know, people in their like late 30s now and 40s, we can't really say that they're digital natives. Where people who are now in their mid 20s, they are. And so they have a very different grasp of the power of social media, but also the challenges that come with social media algorithms. And so to answer the second part of your question, to me, the other interesting thing is that people are very conscious that the algorithms are there and that you need to push back against them, because the algorithms don't really care about emotional disclosure or about sharing trauma or grief. Algorithms care about either promoting stuff that is viral or about silencing stuff that is seen as sensitive content. And so really, to me, the other new thing here has been to see how people develop strategies for playing algorithms. So, you know, they're explicitly asking people to like post and respond to certain posts to hype up their visibility so that they stay on the agenda. They ask people to keep promoting certain hashtags, to sharing certain links, using images, so platform specific stuff. So it's a lot more algorithm savvy activity is the kind of the way I can sum it up. And then to the last question in terms of the influence of bots, in my work, ethnographic work, the networks I'm looking at and the accounts on Twitter and Instagram that I'm looking at are accounts, many of which were, not all of them, but many of them were active during the time of Euromaidan, and they stem from my previous research, so I know those are real people. And then as an ethnographer, once you immerse yourself in a particular field, it becomes very evident which accounts are real. Well, some of them you also know that they're real people because I have met them. And that's why it's also really useful to do interviews during Euromaidan and following Euromaidan, because then you know who the real people are. And it becomes very easy to spot kind of malign organized activity and to tell it apart from real people. I can't say maybe with 100% certainty, but I think, you know, 95%, I'm pretty sure I know exactly who I'm looking at. And yes, some of these people are abroad, some of these people are in Ukraine, but they usually talk about it. And so again, it's pretty easy to tell where they're based and how the war is affecting them. But I've also interviewed during Euromaidan, I interviewed both people who were there in Kyiv on the Independence Square and also people in the diaspora who also saw themselves as participants of the protest. And this really hasn't changed in terms of, you know, now the resistance also includes people geographically based in Ukraine, in different parts of Ukraine, outside of Ukraine, and they all have some sort of explanation for how they're contributing to the resistance effort. Okay, I did my best.
Yeah, you did fine. We should move on though, and we'll turn it over to Hannah.
Can we submit questions by email? I don't need the program.
program.
Yeah, I'll, sorry, we have a question from the room, but we'll sort it out, we'll get it to Tanya separately, so we can keep these going, thank you.
Hiya, thank you very much for inviting me, and it's lovely to see you, Emma, again. I'm a research associate at the University of Glasgow, and I am researching foreign fighters fighting for the Ukrainian side since 2014. Today I'm going to be talking about my book, though. So, it's like written in the introduction to this workshop, the Maidan Revolution is crucial for us to understand Ukraine today. And it was indeed unprecedented in its popular participation, diffusion, and impact on the course of Ukraine's future. So I'll present findings from my upcoming book, a study of social mobilization in Mariupol, from the view of protesters, perpetrators, witnesses on the Maidan and pro-Ukrainian side, and the anti-Maidan and Russian Spring side of the contention. So the book is titled Mariupol 2013-2022, Stories of Mobilization and Resistance. And these are stories of individuals who took to the streets and to the trenches in resistance to socio-political developments starting during the Maidan. The account is chronological, and the analytical framework utilizes stories, narratives and myths, and individual frames, beliefs, values, and perceptions to make sense of my respondents' motivations to engage in political actions. I used ethnographic immersion to learn about the environment as my respondents experienced it, to learn about the characteristics of the region and how that might have impacted their frames. So I will now focus on actually the anti-Maidan and Russian Spring, so the counter-revolutions and resistance movements that Maidan inspired in southeastern Ukraine. This is the least researched part of protest mobilization in Ukraine, yet it's crucial for studying and understanding the Russo-Ukrainian War that the protest period ultimately developed into. So primary data from winter to spring 2014 are almost impossible to come by now because of destroyed research site, people displaced and worse, and risking their personal security and legal repercussions they face when they talk about these things. So this was different when I did my research between 2018 and 22. In Donetsk and Luhansk regions, it was not controversial to express animosity toward the Ukraine national symbols, to express grievances with the post-Maidan government, given the application of correct research methods to gain trust. Locals admitted to conducting de facto illegal activities, like voting in an illegal referendum, mobilizing into anti-governmental paramilitary formations, or attacking, occupying governmental or security buildings. So ethnographic in eastern Ukraine is never going to be the same, not least given the social trauma of the invasion now facing. But we might find that our analysis of the anti-Maidan and Russian Spring period may have been or have been semantically and analytically incorrect because the movements were far from homogeneous in participation and ideologically in many ways less about Russia and more about Ukraine and the region and its social, political, historical contexts. So I will introduce one story, that's all I have time for, of mobilization. Mariupol is it was a city of 500,000, cosmopolitan, culturally diverse, former outpost of Ukrainian Cossacks, but also industrial powerhouse in a region divided among oligarchs who control business and political life. So the regime of работодатели, or job givers, created social dependencies on the working class and practically eliminated the middle class potential, so consequently creating paternalism on power with Donbass industrial cities. This was reflected in voting preferences and majority party of regions electorate in Mariupol. And Maidan movement was therefore organized by only a handful of individuals and publicly supported by 15 up to 60. But as my book shows, these individuals created mobilizing structures for territorial defense crucial for containing the insurgency and the war effort. So anti-Maidan. As soon as Maidan started, the media in Mariupol started reporting on Maidan disorder. As soon as Berkut first exerted violence against protesters, the narrative changed to Maidan radicals, Maidan nationalists. The Party of Regions immediately organized anti-Maidan and interpreted Maidan support as support for nationalist Bandera, creating a collective enemy from the radical Maidan faction, Pravi Sector. So the first meetings, popular meetings in Mariupol, were actually anti-fascist. The second mobilizing narrative was anti-EU, anti-Western, interpreting closer trade relations with the EU as detrimental to regional business linked with Russia that could see people out of jobs. Mariupol is the third largest industrial production that pays the salaries of your teachers and doctors, said Mariupol mayor. We should all decide for future of Ukraine, not just the Maidan. So it was not just Party of Regions, though. The anti-Maidan was inspired mobilization of autonomous groups. The largest such group in Mariupol was Valery's and his sportsmen. Valery was is a well-known Mariupol figure with his organization Iskrenost. He looked after, housed, and educated troubled youth, alcoholics, and drug addicts. When Valery mobilized, they mobilized with him, forming the Maidan protest called, what Maidan protesters called his own army. So Valery was a boxer, and he was indeed very intimidating. He mobilized not to save the Party of Regions. He mobilized. Actually, he was a former AD to oligarch Boyko, who used to own Mariupol factories before selling to Akhmetov. He was also an ideological communist who considered the EU culturally alien and close to trade instead of Russia economically damaging. He mobilized to support Berkut when violence started at the end of November, and Mariupol policemen were sent to Kiev to topple Maidan. Valery took the political action protest to Kiev radicalization, and he marched the streets, spoke at gatherings. Hundreds of Mariupol residents attended anti-Maidan meetings and marches, chanting Yanukovych, fascism will not pass, and so on. Popular attendance increased during the violent cycle at Kiev from 18 January. This is also when Valery repeatedly called on Mayor Hotlobey, unsuccessfully, to take security measures to ensure that violence doesn't erupt to prevent escalation in Mariupol. And then Yanukovych was toppled. All grievances and fears came together with the fall of Yanukovych. The dominant narrative was that Yanukovych was toppled in an illegal coup d'etat, and Ukrainian fascists were coming to do the same in the east. Mariupol protesters said that fascist hysteria began fueled by propaganda and the media. Reflection of the fears and frames were visible in the incident the day after Yanukovych fled. Violence that Valery warned against happened. During the anti-Maidan meeting, someone spread a rumor that Pravi Sector arrived in Mariupol. Maidan supporter Yevgeny, who was just walking down the street nearby, he wore a blue-yellow scarf, but he was taken by the anti-Maidan protesters from the street and dragged onto the stage to confess that he was a Kiev fascist. This had to be mitigated by Valery, who saw the anger of the masses, so he had Yevgeny escorted into a taxi. Hotlobey had failed to provide security, so Valery and his army and Maidan leaders made a non-aggression pact to control their own camps to prevent clashes. Valery said that people felt Yanukovych had betrayed them by fleeing into Russia. He said, the new government was established on blood. People need stability, someone to govern them. Who was governing? No one. Who took responsibility? No one. So people did it for themselves. As a result, we see more heterogeneity at anti-Maidan, as protesters starting to form self-defense groups to patrol streets, along with the police, and created a tent city on the central square to increase public presence, organizing themselves into an anti-fascist committee. The consequences of the mixture of an absence of governance and heightened emotions started to crystallize when Crimea became occupied. and incorporated into the Russian Federation. Crimea added an ideological boost to an already potent mixture. People began to dream of joining Crimea into the Russian world. Russia, Crimea, Donbass, they chanted, waving Russian and Soviet flags. Locals started calling for a referendum for the independence of the region and demanded that Putin sends troops to protect Russian speakers. The Russian Spring thus began. Valery explained that this hysteria and power vacuum enabled actors to appear who used grievances and fears to claim power for themselves, like a Mariupol businessman and owner of a boxing club, Dmitry Kuzmenko. Dmitry was known for criminal activities, actually. He, according to SBU, even issued killing orders, but he was also young, handsome, and a speaker who could say what the masses wanted to hear and act upon his words. As Valery said, people would follow anyone who represented power at this point. In the context of the occupation of Crimea, acting President Turchinov ordered Ukrainian troops to move to the southeast, including outskirts of Mariupol. On 27th of March, this anti-fascist committee gave Hotlubay an ultimatum to have the army removed and refused to change law and security officers to appointees by the post-Maidan government. When he didn't answer, protesters moved to occupy the city council building. Kuzmenko self-proclaimed himself people's leader. This is how insurgency in Mariupol began. What followed was Kuzmenko and his small group he established, spreading rumors about the presence of Pravi Sector among the army and National Guard in the city, and staged violence and attacks to make them appear true. Then they agitated the masses to demand law enforcement to arm them against fascists. When this did not work, the group accused them of collaborating with Pravi Sector and attacked National Guard's base. This was a common tactic replicated by rebels across the region in their objective to secure administrative and security buildings, namely weapon storages. And we see it by the first week of April. Then the dynamics change and protests turn into insurgency. Unfortunately, what the masses that supported anti-Maidan and the Russian Spring did not see or realize was that this was all part of a plan to destabilize eastern Ukraine and establish control of the region before the May presidential elections. The masses did not realize that Kuzmenko was paid by Donetsk rebels to scare masses into submission, that among protest leaders there were FSB agents who paid to agitate the masses, that among police officers were collaborators with Russian Razvedka, or among SBU officers, saboteurs who acted paid by the Russian Federation. But also, it wasn't just the actions of protesters. What we see in Mariupol is the actual inaction of people and the lack of pro-Ukraine resistance. And these were the factors combined with the security vacuum that led to occupation, violence, civilian casualties, and ultimately war. So just to conclude, the stories show that it's very important to analyze these stories through the lens of individual lenses, individual frames, because mobilization was so much about how people actually interpreted reality. It wasn't really as much about the truth and how events happened than interpretation and how people perceived the events. And narratives were used by masses and leaders, and they agitated them successfully because they resonated with the grievances and fears in locals. That combined with the power vacuum following the fall of Yanukovych enabled the rise of state and non-state actors to claim power and destabilize local governance, law and security structure even further. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So let's turn it over to Emma then for some comments.
Yeah, I promise I'm not discussing everyone's papers today. I just set my discussing duties early. Thank you so much, Hannah. So Hannah and I actually met in Ukraine while she was doing her fieldwork at the Centre of Urban History in Lviv, where Sophia is from. So it was really interesting for me to read the introductory chapter to this project, because I remember talking with Hannah about her fieldwork experiences and hearing all these stories. I know you focused really on the kind of anti-Maidan movement in your presentation, but the broader book looks at the local Maidan, the roles of key activists, and different moments in time and key events in Mariupol. And I'm really looking forward to reading this book. I think it has the potential to be a really valuable study. Research on mobilization in the Donbass is quite limited. Research on local events during the Euromaidan outside of Kiev is quite limited. This is something that Olga, our first presenter, looks at, and I work on. But I think these specific city studies have so much value to bring, especially in light of course, what has happened in Mariupol in 2022, which makes this even more poignant, and your research really valuable. I think you should be commended with the way in which your research engages with people on both sides. I think this is quite rare in academia, particularly in such contentious circumstances and quite difficult to achieve. And I wonder if in your broader book you engage with kind of the methodology literature on researching conflict-affected sites and the ethics on researching in these contentious contexts, because I think you, based on your field work and your experiences, you could maybe contribute to that. So if that's not something you do kind of later in the book, I would kind of encourage you to look into that, because I think you can contribute to a lot of these conversations. What do I want to say? So in the introduction, you talk about, and you mentioned in your presentation, how the study focuses on narratives based on interviews and ethnographic research, and it sounds like the stories of 4 people in particular will be quite important in guiding us through the book. And I think that sounds like a really interesting way to approach it and guide us through some quite complicated events to wrap our heads around. So I'm really looking forward to reading that. I think that could be a really good way to guide readers through, a really hectic period, for want of a better word, and what was going on in Mariupol. And I can see from the introduction that you're going to be touching on the role of very many different actors, even though you're led by these stories. So I'm really interested by some of the comments you made about the role of local business people and key figures, and how Russian actors and kind of malign influences were shaping and influencing the behavior of different groups as well. I did have a few kind of comments / questions. I think I'm not sure at what stage you are with this first kind of introduction you sent me. I think there is the potential to maybe bring in a little bit more engagement with the work of others working on this. Maybe that's something you have planned. But I think that would be great. And you might also want to look at the work of people who study civilian response to conflict onset in other contexts. Again, maybe this comes later. I've just seen the introductory chapter. I was particularly thinking of the work of Anastasia Shestelinina, who looks at what influences civilians' decisions to kind of mobilize and kind of go with one side or the other at the onset of conflict in Georgia. And I think this is also, you could maybe engage in this kind of broader literature on civil war without making the argument necessarily that what was happening in Mariupol and Ukraine was a civil war. You just kind of a point for your introduction, you refer to Mariupol as Donbass, and then you say that it's Priazovia, and then you kind of talk about it being Donbass again. And I think you could maybe unpack that a little bit more. I wasn't sure if you were arguing it was one or the other, it was kind of, or it was both. And then the last kind of couple comments, I was wondering to what extent you explore and include protest and activism in Mariupol pre-2013. So as Tanya mentioned, events such as the Orange Revolution and previous mass protests, did they have a presence in Mariupol? Right, I'm guessing it wasn't necessarily a big one, even kind of local movement. I wonder whether you bring in this kind of pre-existing context. Maybe that comes out in the stories of some of these activists if you talk about Mariushka. And I wonder if you want to spend a bit of time unpacking what studying Mariupol can teach us about protest and mobilization more broadly. So Mariupol is an incredibly important case in itself, but I think there could be like a broader, maybe methodological contribution in the way that you use narratives and ethnographic research to study protests in a specific locality, or maybe there's, you see a contribution in this to kind of broader social movement theory. But yeah, on the whole, like, thank you. I'm really glad you could join us, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the book make its way out into the world.
Okay, let's open it up then for questions. And again, Emma can control the questions in the room. And if anyone online has a question, just, virtually raise your hand. So.
Michael, Hannah, I think you introduced me to Swampy in Kiev in July of 2022.
Yep, that's correct.
It's good to see you. I was wondering if you could give us the 1 or 2 minute version of what happened in Mariupol between 2014 and 2022, which led to Mariupol becoming one of the centers of resistance to the Russian full-scale invasion.
Okay, let's collect a few more questions. And
Do we have any other questions from the room? I think you can go ahead and summarize 8 years in 2 minutes.
Yeah. I have. I'll just throw out a quick question. Could you talk a little bit more about the Russian connection and exactly what they were doing in Mariupol, to the extent that we know about it, and what was going on there during the period that you were talking about? Because you referred to it, but I just wanted to know a little bit more.
Yeah. Okay. If that's all the questions, I'll answer now. Thank you, Emma, very much for your comments.
Sorry, we do have one more question. Well, I mean, just very quickly, if you're comparing like 2014, 2022, or looking at the broader period, as you were talking, I was thinking about Renat Akhmetov. I think he was he did, if I recall it correctly, yeah, like after Donbass was partly occupied by the Russians, he relocated some of his business to Mariupol, and just before the full-scale invasion, he was seen on Ukrainian TV trying to claim that he is investing there. What was the impact of his increasing presence in Mariupol on civic activists there? I don't know if that's something that you explored or you followed.
Sorry, can you repeat the name of this person? Who was that?
Akhmetov. Yeah, Akhmetov.
Akhmetov, right? Okay. Okay. Very simple questions to answer in about 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Firstly, Emma, thank you very much for those comments. It's so appreciated. I'm gonna be sending the book out in about 2 weeks, so I'll try to address some of the issues that you mentioned. Thank you very much. Excellent comments. So what happened between 2014 and 2022? In terms of the Maidan mobilization, actually I argue in the book that what happened during this period actually led to creating mobilizing structures, creating territorial defense groups, and actually the infrastructure for the whole Mariupol sector. That became then crucial in 2022 because we have the same people mobilizing as soon as the war started, actually even before. Some were training volunteers, ordinary people, how to handle weapons already in February before the invasion started. So, and then we have the people who actually even stayed in Mariupol to help. So they created volunteer centers that organized ordinary people, volunteers, combatants, and actually aided the army. So that was kind of like one of the stories I bring out was this Marichka person, university professor, who actually was an accidental leader. So she self-mobilized because the students asked her because they wanted to have a Maidan in Mariupol. But then over the months, with the Russian Spring, she established an organization called Novi Mariupol, and she actually was the first one who organized ordinary people who wanted to aid the army when the army was basically like wearing slippers and old Soviet uniforms, and didn't really have any guns or equipment. So from an ordinary person, then in a matter of months, we have someone who organizes others to help the army, and actually she became a coordinator of the Ukrainian joint armed forces for the whole Mariupol sector. So this is one of the stories then of the pro-Maidan mobilization, and Marichka was actually at the heart of defense in February 2022. And we have these people actually started fighting or fought in any way they actually could, whether by helping others move out of Mariupol or get supplies in, or actually fighting. Some of them unfortunately lost their lives in Mariupol, in Azovstal. So this is kind of why I follow the fates of my my respondent into 2022. And actually Valery, which is I came across this by chance. So he stayed in Mariupol until about March 2022. Then he fled with his group, but when Russia assumed full control over Mariupol, he returned. So now he's kind of a social worker and organizes the Mariupol youth under occupation into patriotic movement, which my Maidan respondents call the equivalent of Hitler's youth. So Hitler's Jugend, sorry. So this is what Valery does at the moment, actually, in occupied Mariupol. So that's that story. In terms of Russian connection, I spent quite a lot of time on this because I've got some names that I can actually elaborate on because they were kind of released by the SBU. Some of the names have not been released. So there were some police commanders, police officers. Actually, SBU collaborated with the Russian services to one third of the SBU personnel in Mariupol were collaborators or double agents, and this is an information I have from another one of my respondents and heroes of the book, who was a veteran, Donbass war veteran, and also a major for the SBU. So I kind of could have that information triangulated. And we have then, for example, Russian citizens who got citizenship through marriage or like moving into Ukraine after the independence. And one person in particular who joined the police, he was actually a double agent, and he agitated the masses and was paid $5,000 a month by the Russian services to actually, yeah, I know, not bad, to actually agitate the masses and try to undermine Ukrainian control. Then we have people who self-mobilized, for example, by delivering this letter to Putin through the FSB on the border. So they traveled from Mariupol onto the Russian border to meet these people and got recruited there. And one of them then actually engaged in the terrorist attack on the 9th of May and takeover of the police building. So I kind of try to, on specific examples, I try to establish the extent of Russian influence that we can actually see and has been proven. And there was another question, Akhmetov, yeah, he's very controversial. I mean, in 2014, so let's say by mid-April, no one actually did anything to try to contain the insurgency until it was too late. When I spoke with a Mariupol commander who became like the second leader of occupied Mariupol for the Donetsk People's Republic, a Mariupol local, he told me that Akhmetov went there to visit them in the occupied building, and not Akhmetov himself, it was two of his representatives, and they said, we want to share the power over Mariupol. We want to have a share in the business. And this person, he said, just it was a vulgar word, but he just told them to get out and slam the door behind them. And that was kind of the end of Akhmetov for the period of time where he could have done something to stop the growing insurgency. I mean, in Mariupol, as this commander told me, it was never going to work, full-time occupation anyway, because there was not a political will from the Donetsk People's Republic or resources or weapons. So they just occupied like 3 buildings for 1 month, and that was the occupation of Mariupol over. So I think Akhmetov just underestimated the situation. And then when June turned into July, we see more Russian involvement because the insurgency was actually crumbling. It would have crumbled, obviously, without Russian influence and supplies. Then we see complete change of narrative. We see Mariupol, Akhmetov supporting, like switching even to Ukrainian language in the media, which was very bizarre to read newspapers in Ukrainian in Mariupol, and supporting the new government after the presidential elections of 24th of May. So that's when the narrative kind of changes with Akhmetov and he chooses Ukrainian side. And then he created a fund to support casualties of the war. But when it was kind of when he could have done something to prevent a lot of this happening, he didn't. So that's his involvement, at least. And so I don't think I have any more time. So I'll hopefully I've answered your questions, and thank you
Yeah,
very much.
unfortunately, we have to go on to the next paper, but really interesting presentation. Thank you so much. So let's turn it over then to Elena.
I guess it's a little bit strange because the slides are on one screen. I have to sit in another spot and then press the click, but hopefully it will work. Okay, just bear with me. I can try to share the screen. And hopefully all will go smoothly with the technology. Is the clicker working? That's it. Yes. Okay. Okay. So unexpectedly easy. Yes. Thank you. Well, thank you, Emma, and thank you, Anastasia, for organizing this event. And like Hannah, I also have been working upon a book project about women's participation in the Revolution of Dignity. So I'm going to first provide some broad kind of framework for my research project, and then if I have time or during the Q&A, I can dig into some details and discuss more some empirical findings. Over the past 2 decades, there has been a resurgence of authoritarianism around the globe. And a related global trend is the increasing frequency, scope, and the size of anti-government protests. There has been, as it has been documented in some book projects by Professor Mark Weisiger, that we have an extensive use of urban space in an attempt to organize and bring down autocrats. A number of urban revolutions happened around the globe, and women played a prominent role in contemporary revolutions and pro-democracy movements. The concept of revolution, broadly speaking, denotes a collective mobilization that attempts to quickly and forcibly overthrow an existing regime in order to transform political, economic, and symbolic relations. And there has been a great deal, I think, of debate in the literature on how to define the Euromaidan or the Revolution of Dignity. There is some, I think, disagreement among scholars, but if we think about contemporary revolutions, they indeed are quite different from what we used to study in the past, because they tend to be less violent. They tend to encompass a cross-cutting coalition
take place in urban spaces and primarily target the regime rather than a state. And I think that the Revolution of Dignity meets this criteria and can be treated as a case of a contemporary revolution. So the research questions that I pose in this project, why do women participate in the revolution? Which roles do women assume over the course of mass mobilization, and what are gender outcomes of revolutions? And these questions speak to different strands of research in contentious politics that focus on determinants of protest participation, modes of engagement in the revolution, and outcomes of mass mobilization. And despite significant advances in our knowledge on women's movements, women's engagement revolutions have been still underexplored in the literature. If I just go back to this first slide here, I put at the top some images from the previous episodes of contention in Ukraine, the student hunger strike of 1990 and the Orange Revolution of 2004. And, correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't seen a book about women's participation, for example, in the Orange Revolution, even despite the fact that if we look at the public opinion data, we can see that approximately the same share of women participated in the Orange Revolution and the Revolution of Dignity. And there is clearly some lacuna in the literature, and our understanding of state-society relations, according to feminist theory, is incomplete without a critical reflection on the experiences of different marginalized groups, including women. In my project, I try not just to make an empirical contribution, but also try to theoretically contribute to the literature by developing a typology of women's participation in revolution. So based upon women's motivations for engagement, modes of women's participation, and gender outcomes, the book distinguishes three models of participation: patriarchal, emancipatory, and hybrid. Reinforcing pre-existing patriarchal norms in society, the patriarchal model of women's participation assumes that motherhood is a key driver of women's activism. Women primarily perform the so-called support tasks during the revolution, and female revolutionaries retreat into the private sphere in the wake of mass mobilization. The emancipatory model, on the contrary, views feminism as a catalyst of women's activism, assumes women's access to formal positions of leadership within the movement, and anticipates considerable progress in gender equality in the post-revolutionary period. I think these are two very ideal types, but there is a possibility also to imagine that there is something in between those two extremes. And that's why I propose that there should be also a hybrid model of women's participation in revolution that encompasses, implies a variety of attenuations for women's engagement in the revolution, underscores the diversity of women's roles over the course of mass mobilization, and acknowledges various degrees of success in gender equality in different spheres, in different domains. And my book project suggests that a hybrid model might better capture the diversity of women's experiences during the 21st century revolution, using specifically the case of the revolution of dignity in Ukraine. And one of the advantages of focusing on the Revolution of Dignity in Ukraine is that there is a great deal, still a trove of underexplored data, qualitative and quantitative, on the topic. And in this project, I draw upon the survey data collected by the Democratic initiatives, the Kyiv International Institute of Sociology, the several oral history projects. One of them implemented by the Ukrainian Institute of National Remembrance, and another one by a team of researchers affiliated with the Center for Jewish Studies in the National University of Kyiv Mahala Academy, headed by Leonid Finberg. So just to give you some kind of sneak peek of the findings, I circulated the chapter on participants, key drivers of participation, but I just wanted to also, and I wanted to mention briefly just the social demographic characteristics of participants, although I think it has been thoroughly analyzed, and has been reported by several people, including some of the participants in this workshop. So I just wanted to mention very briefly one thing, a few maybe points, takeaways from the public opinion data, on-site surveys of participants in Kyiv-based protests. As you can see by looking at the statistics, the plurality of participants were actually middle-aged, even despite the fact that university students played a big role at the very beginning of the Euromaidan. Over time, we can see how individuals who are in the 30s or 40s made up the bulk of protesters. And interestingly, on average, female protesters had a higher level of education than male protesters, and over time, we can even see how toward the very end in February 2014, the share of men with higher education on Maidan has dropped dramatically, while among women it remained more or less similar. And at the beginning of protests, when they were peaceful, the majority of protesters, especially female protesters, were from the capital city of Kyiv, but then by the time that the protests turned more violent, approximately 2/3 of participants were coming out of town. And this very survey that was implemented at 3 different phases of mass mobilization also shows which motivations for participation prevailed about both men and women, and that there are a lot of similarities among them. So I just I wanted to shift the focus of attention specifically on women's motivations and insights from oral history projects. In this book, I'm not trying to tease out as much gender differences, like how women were different from men. Instead, I try to place more emphasis on illustrating and unpacking the diversity of women who participated in protests. Not surprisingly, EU integration, pro-European foreign policy was one of the motivations for women's involvement in the Euromaidan. But then, of course, police violence became even more critical catalyst for women's engagement in the revolution, and many women also cited civic duty and professional service as an incentive for their involvement, because they felt like the movement needed their professional skills, and that they can put them to use by volunteering in different domains within the protest movement. Very briefly, I just wanted to mention the fact that within Ukraine, there are a wide range of mixed gender networks. earlier, Tanya Lockhart has discussed, analyzed a great deal the role of social media in affording new opportunities for civic activism during the Euromaidan. I think one of the findings that emerges from some oral history interviews is that social media, Facebook at that time in particular, was critical in bringing into the square helping some people whose friends or family members were not in support of the Euromaidan. For them, his Facebook really provided a very important mobilizing structure. And a lot of interviews suggest, for example, that university students came to the Maidan in groups as classes, and churches in particular also played an important role and mobilized some women into, motivated some women to join. And of course, there were regional networks. A lot of sotnias were formed and named after a particular region. So that's how women and men also mobilized. So I just wanted to mention one thing: the impact of biographical availability on women's participation in the Euromaidan, because I think this kind of gender dimension often comes up when we think about women's involvement in protests or other types of high-risk activism. And the concept of biographical availability implies that individuals with some structural constraints might be less inclined to get involved in protests. And obviously parenthood, or more specifically motherhood, places a constraint on the ability of women to get involved in the revolution. And some participants in oral history projects defined themselves as internet fighters, pointed out how they were involved in the revolution, even though they were not physically present on Maidan. And they still were able to disseminate information, to engage in crowdsourcing initiatives while they were taking care of their little children. And as I read the interviews, I've noticed that there are different strategies of how women coped with parenthood. There were some women who relied very heavily on their parents. And in cases where they could have access to tuition-free childcare, they were able to participate in some events and some activities. In other cases, they just switched to online activism to remain active. And in some cases, they even brought women to brought children to the encampment or to participate in some activities. And this is one of the quotes from Automaidan activists who even took her children on some of the rides of car caravans to the private through the residential areas of government officials. So just to conclude, I wanted to note that in the book project, I seek to, and in this particular chapter, I seek to illustrate that women might be motivated to join a revolution for different reasons. It does not necessarily arise out of the maternal identity, and maybe not surprisingly for many scholars of Ukrainian politics, feminism was very rarely cited as a catalyst for women's initial engagement in the revolution, albeit when they joined over time, I think it's plausible to make a case that they developed some feminist consciousness as they encountered some sexism inside the encampment. Women joined a wide array of mixed gender networks, so it's very different from what we might have observed in some countries with more conservative values or where women only kind of networks were prevalent, and they adopted different approaches to remain active if they happen to have little children at the time of this protest events. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Elena. And let's turn it over to Tamara then for some comments.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Congratulations, Lena, with your new book. I think that it's very valuable for understanding women's roles in revolutions and protests. And due to the lack of time, because it's already coffee break, so I'll try to be very brief because topic is really very broad. And of course, through more like feminist gender perspective, this women's participation is analyzed in a more critical way. That Euromaidan space, as in general, the Ukrainian society was very patriarchal, sexist, that women were excluded from protest space, so this, I would say, critical perspective, you could see much more studies on critical perspective. And I think what is valuable in your book that you show this whole diversity and more agency and different forms of motivation, but both individual and so-called collective or group one, or like patriotic. And I think what is also interesting to understand how women that were very actively participating, how they use this knowledge, social networks and capital, the social capital later to for example, to participate in, and women on Maidan, we could see that they were participating both on non-military or more traditional female peaceful activities, but also in paramilitary activities. And this question, this issue is of course less researched, but women, they used this possibility later to join different volunteer battalions. Yes, and this I think it's also interesting to study how Euromaidan protests encourage women to this so-called more visible female leadership. Yes, and later, so I will be presenting my project, Invisible Battalion, how women managed to fight gender discrimination in a very problematic sphere as the security and defense sector and armed forces. So just to shorten time, congratulations. I agree with you absolutely that there is lack of scholarship on women in Orange Revolution and in previous protests. So this book is definitely valuable because we do have a lot of empirical materials and data to to demonstrate that this activism is a very grassroots. We do have a lot of visual imagery, and I think the role of the connection with Tanya Lopan also scholarship. It's very clear because different women's groups, they use this social media to criticize, to participate, and so thanks a lot for your book and looking forward to meet the information.
Okay, we really don't have too much time for questions and answers, but I think we should have some. So
we did tactically schedule a very long coffee break in the event, so we probably would run over. So,
yeah.
I think you have a question for Marco here.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Elena. Just a quick question. In your research, we've heard about men and women working, very actively on Maidan and also people online. But I wonder if in your book you cover the women's participation and in what way. Some of us recently wrote about this sort of pixel people, right? This critical mass that would go to Maidan and create this, which is a very important part of being active. Do you go into that at all in your book? Is that something that's been researched, by other scholars, or just something kind of new? The idea of people that would go to the Maidan to show that they're part of this critical mass, that people crediting them now as being very important in that process. Is there any kind of research on women's particular role in that?
I haven't heard about the pixel moment.
Yeah.
It's something new. I don't think it's the term that was used. I don't know. I haven't heard it in that particular context. I have another book chapter focusing on the different ways in which women participate in the Maidan. Of course, on the one hand, they were involved in very stereotypically feminine activities. What one would think of like provision of food and provision of aid, first aid, urgent medical care. But they also were involved in, crowdsourcing and in the public relations. There were a lot of women who were active in providing legal aid, and that's where, Alexander Matvichuk and the Center for Civil Liberties played a very important role with, playing, setting up a source of Euromaidan. Women were also involved, some of them in self-defense units. So there is a very wide range, and they adopted different strategies about the length of their physical presence on Maidan, because some of them just could not be physically present during the day because they still kept full-time jobs and they came only in the evening. For example, some of the interviews with Maidan activists mentioned how they could participate in those car caravans because sometimes they schedule them late in the evening on the weekends. And there were some women, for example, who tried to cook at home or even cook after at night. Like there were some students, for example, I read some interviews where some students were afraid to come to Maidan during the broad daylight because they were required to attend classes, and the administration put pressure on them, and they were threatened with expansion. So they would volunteer at night in the kitchen or like during the early hours, so that they could do their bit, but they would be sort of like invisible to the university administration or to some other people who they didn't want to encounter. So there were different kind of, and yes, there were different.
But can I just ask for statistics? I think I'm asking about statistics. This data that here International Institute of Sociology, they've been calculating. So you could see that on the very first stages, women were present like more than 40%, like 42. So later, when Maidan turned more to paramilitary space and where there were violent actions, so you see the percentage decreased, of course. And among those who've been constantly living in protest space, so you could see that women, they were, of course, less than when just present on different very mass 1 million events. So yes, with turning to more violent space, and because there were also so-called rules in which women are not supposed. Women and children were not allowed to be present.
Yeah, but I think what I'm trying to do in the book is to challenge this idea that, I'm greatly thankful to the kids, the democratic initiatives for this survey data, but I challenge the idea that scholars should use this survey data on-site survey to make conclusions about the overall participation of women in the Euromaidan, because they were participating. They were not just physically present there.
Right, that's what I was
I think Sophia had a question.
Quickly about motivation and sometimes feminist norm. How do you discern that people want to use feminists and do things which are not patriarchal, and without holding themselves to basically how do you navigate this? And then another question is how situation of extremity in this case of protests. And then now war also challenges what roles are more significant, less significant, because in peaceful time cooking and caring is something less significant. but through the war, it's actually a crucial thing to make things work. So kind of my question is which activities you do assign this feminine, masculine, and how that change and how the feminist optics can also be narrow.
Yeah, I mean, I use this kind of phrase, stereotypically feminine, but so I don't deliberately, I don't want to develop a typology and mention like put them into categories, all the activities, but stereotypically cooking and first aid are stereotypically feminine. But in the book itself, when I talk about cooking, I actually make a case that it was not a trivial task, because there were actually hundreds, at some point I think even thousands of people in the broad encampment in the adjacent buildings that all had to be fed 3 times a day, because they were not just making tea and sandwiches. I mean, they really provided meals, hot meals, 3 times a day. So the day for many people who volunteered in the kitchen started very early, around 6 a.m. and they really had a schedule, how by what time they had to serve breakfast, and then once they were done with it, then they were preparing already for lunch and then dinner. And some interviewees mentioned how women really, spent a lot of time indoors with each other, talking and socializing. But then when it was time to serve food, I mean, some of them left those spaces, kitchen halls, and went into the square, and as they were distributing food, they also had a chance to chat with other protesters, learn the news, and be a part of that kind of broad community. So I don't try to trivialize or diminish the significance of cooking or other types of tasks that were performed on Maidan. About feminism, well, I mean, yeah, I do understand that it might be something that just many women just don't want to mention for some reason, I don't know. But yeah, I was looking for something like where I would say, well, I went to Maidan because I wanted women's voices to be heard. Yeah, something on those lines, that I felt like women should be represented. And it was not like when women were asked, why did you come? It was not something that they explicitly mentioned. Maybe it was something at the back of their mind, but this is not the first thing that they said. They were talking about their children, they're talking about their professional life and their civic duty, the European future, a wide range of things. So yeah, well, they're talking about European future. So I mean, if we really try to stretch it, if they think about Europe, they think about gender equality, but maybe somewhere it's hidden, but explicitly they didn't like this as a primary motivation factor. So.
Unfortunately, I think we're probably going to have to stop because I think you have other things that are going to happen today, but I'm sure this discussion could go on for quite a while. But all really interesting papers. I'm sorry that I missed the beginning of the first one, but it's been a productive discussion so far. So glad I could be a part of it.
Thank you very much, everyone. So for those of us in the room, we now have coffee. For those of you online, you have to provide your own coffee, I'm afraid. I know not all of you who are online ready to join us for the entirety of the day, but I hope you'll be able to join in some of the panels. And we will endeavour to start the next thing on time at 11:30, but we might be a couple of minutes behind. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, and thanks everybody for your questions and comments.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your coffee.
умовка. Спочатку, коли як її рецензують, це інше питання. Що таке рецензор?
Yeah, so if you look at our slide, and I think we can recommend that you'll see that Well, this is not, I don't know, я не сказала прям, вони привітали, що перевіряли, що це роблять.
Я надіслала. І я вже не витримала.
Ага, а ти ж так пізно написала? Ну, ти знаєш, якби я тут написала, я в серпні написала, вони працювали десь буквально.
Ну, так, в листопаді. Чому? Тому що я читала з листопада. Ну, я ж не можу, там, 3 місяці, принаймні, подивитися, що пройшло. Я читала до листопада. В листопаді я вже вирішила запитати, чи там вони зайшли повністю. І я написала в листопаді. Мені здається, може, вона взагалі нічого не робила. Так було десь.
Я теж так, один є ВДП, який просто, ну, люди не роблять свою плату, вони швидко все не роблять. І, ну, не пишуть,
А потім я ще поживила. Там така. Вона знає, так, я не знаю, але просто теж вона
найбільше прийомних перед
так, і вона мені написала, зараз, буквально вчора, що вона тільки дасть, і його знайшла.
Це в мене прив'язка до університетського циклу.
Ну,
так, звичайно, сила, але в нас типу це, ну, коротше, я
не знаю, що вона розраховує, що хтось буде,
ну, може,
різдвяні канікули.
чи хтось, я не знаю. Але людей багато, я люблю, що мене просто теж там певні домінування. Ну, коротше, не це, на жаль, не.
Ну, але що там можна йти, сторінки, там, потім а зараз я вирішила, що вже 30 років минуло. Я вирішила на нього знати, але це дуже.
Я розумію, що моя книжка, я
Ну, тобто, в тому, що з редактором, тому що вона от нічого не робила, нічого. Потім мені треба було на кого кудись там написати, щоб на неї там. А потім, ну, їй теж, я розумію, теж ти каже, що це там. Але це що був, що я ж не можу змінити, вона редактор.
Звичайно, затримка майже. Я думаю, що
Я не знаю. Але це дуже суб'єктивне таке питання.
ну, це я розумію, так як
That's what it is. It's not easier.
Okay. Sorry, it's okay.
Oh, yeah.
So you're the best.
Thank you very much.
You're attractors. Which, this one? I mean, whenever the market says, I put you down to the chair for this one. It's okay. It's okay. I 15 minutes and then I will tell them. Yeah, so it's not a short account. It's just Emily who's on mine and I. So we just have basically like half an hour and 15 minutes max. And then we discussion. Yeah, let me know. I just welcome and yeah, that's not a big deal. I'm not going to the show on the road. No,
I just before your presentation, just down, and I still get last. I'm sorry, I should got a meeting at this time, but I do have a recorded presentation I sent to God.
Okay, so we'll get started with our next panel. So I'll hand it over to Olena if I can start. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Well, thank you for joining. And second panel has two paper givers. So each of them will have 15 minutes to present, and then maybe approximately 15 minutes also for discussion. So emigration and justice is first with your paper, the Europe of Euromaidan, from an economic union to an existential identity.
Hi everyone. Great to see you all in from my office here in Cambridge. Sorry not to be there in person. Thanks to Emma and Anastasia for doing so much to organize this event. And I am, feeling all of the missing out that's happening, but thanks to accommodating everything virtually. So let's see, should be able to share. Great. There we go. Super. So as Elena said, my paper is focused on this idea of the Europe that was present during the Euromaidan protests. So because so much of the paper relies on some of these relies on some of these kind of signs and information from the protest photos that I took from the protests, I wanted to give you some illustrations so that you could see how prevalent this rhetoric about Europe was, at least in the beginning of the protests. So for those of you who have not heard this story before, I was in Ukraine in 2013 on a Fulbright, and I was working on my dissertation research, which took place with higher education activists, student activists. And a couple of months into my field work, of course, these mass protests on Maidan began. And so I reoriented the original project to be really focused on the protests themselves. But I come at them very much from this entrance point with student activists that also ended up much more broadly being about leftist activists and included feminist activists. And so it was really interesting to see this engagement with this concept of Europe, because the activists that I worked with were not entirely sold on Europe being this great savior of Ukraine. And that was partly because they were hypercritical of major capitalist enterprises, of which they saw the European Union being one. And so this idea that European economic integration was somehow going to save Ukraine was simply not something that they bought into. However, they very strongly positioned themselves against Russia, against the customs union, against a stronger connection with the Russian Federation. And so they really advocated for this sort of third way that, was something that no one could ever quite exactly articulate, but was, I think, an important framing. But I have always found it quite interesting how Europe was this really central part of the protests, at least in the first couple of weeks, and then it starts to fall away, other than kind of giving the name to Euromaidan. But actually thinking about how people saw Europe and what it meant to them as something that I thought was interesting then, and I think is even more interesting now in the wake of this full-scale invasion, where Russia is making a much more overt claim that Ukraine is part of this universe of Russia. And Ukrainians are even more strongly connecting themselves with the European future. So I thought now would be a nice time to kind of go back, use the 10-year distance from the protests to go back and look at some of the rhetoric about Europe that was being used. So I basically am going in the paper, I look at the kind of the way that Europe was present in the protests in 2013 and 2014, how Ukrainians' ideas of Europe changed over the past decade to become now this kind of ideational and civilizational claim that positions Ukraine as distinct from Russia in the wake of the full-scale invasion. And that was actually, that's a rhetoric, that civilizational rhetoric is something that we actually do find here in the protests in 2013 and 2014. And so I think that part is particularly interesting. In terms of data, I'm looking, like I said, at some of these photos that I took. All the photos that are present in this presentation are ones that I took during the protests. I am using field notes and conversations that I had with the activists that I was working with. And then I'm also looking at the interviews from the Center for Urban History's Intimate Chronologies of the Euromaidan project, because they give us a little bit of a broader sample. Since my sample is so specific and so generally critical of Europe, it's really helpful to have these interviews with people who were, a lot of them came to protest because they supported the European future of Ukraine. And so I'm going to kind of put these all together. And I will also say just at the outset, this is the first draft of engaging with this. I haven't used any type of theoretical framework. It's all empirical. So any thoughts about framing from anyone in the audience is very, very helpful to me right now. So this, I focus a lot on these little poster sheets. I think they're incredibly interesting. So this is on one of the marble columns of the Independence Monument in Maidan Nezalezhnosti in Kiev. And you can see here, these were these different pieces of paper where people talked about why they came to the protests. And what was so interesting to me about them, I have other kind of contextualizing pictures to show all the other universe of things that were being talked about here. You might actually recognize that Banderivka poster, that one circulated everywhere. So a lot of them are pretty abstract. I am here because I'm not passive about Ukraine's future. I want to live in Ukraine. These are very like abstract ideas. The person on the top left specifically says that Ukraine should be in the European Union. One of my favorite things on the square was looking at all the cities that were represented. Like somebody from each city had written, you know, where their city was. So of course we see Rivne there. The longer one that you can see on the top right, I want my children and grandchildren live. I'm sorry, is that the wrong one? That's a different one. Excuse me. The one on the top right, I want to go to the European Union. We want Ukraine to be free, happy country, and that children can realize their wishes, and that we're no longer on our knees. So there's all these kind of abstract implications that Europe is going to somehow, European integration is going to kind of somehow bring these abstract ideas about freedom and happiness and the willingness or the ability to achieve one's wishes. And so it's very interesting to then go back to the interviews in the Intimate Chronologies project and look at how many people in those interviews also use these very abstract ideas about what Europe means. Although some of them also had a much more concrete idea about what European integration was. And so I wanted to highlight two of the distinctive ways of looking at European integration. So this first person, note also the timing, December versus February. The first person from Kharkiv says half the people here now may not fully understand European integration processes. They may not understand it at all. They paint such a beautiful picture, the flag of the European Union and some European salaries they have already built in their imagination, but it's not so. I emphasize this. A lot of work needs to be done before becoming a full member of the European Union and the European community. And so this person in particular, and a few other folks in those interviews, do understand that when we're talking about European integration as a demand of these protests, Ukraine signing the association agreement doesn't automatically mean better salaries, better jobs, a visa-free regime, right? Better infrastructure. Somebody specifically mentioned improved European infrastructure. The association agreement was very much about gradual economic integration and Ukraine meeting certain European standards that would ultimately, in the very long future, potentially lead to Ukraine's membership in the European Union. And again, we're talking about a process that is, many years, 10 to 15 years at the absolute minimum. So one of the criticisms that the activists that I worked with regularly had was this idea that, these changes would be immediate, that Ukraine would be part of the EU and that would mean something. But the other development in these interviews that I thought was especially interesting is this conversation around dignity, right? Because dignity, this notion of the revolution of dignity was not something that I really heard, at least in the beginning of the protest. It's something that kind of came out later on, that dignity was the foundational concept. But what you start to see in these interviews is the way that people connect Ukraine's European integration with a recognition of human dignity. That dignity is something that is universally meaningful, but it's actually protected and recognized in Europe through things like the rule of law. So this person on the bottom says that's why this revolution is called the revolution of dignity, because everything else, from homosexual marriages to the judicial system, can vary from person to person, but dignity is something dominant for everyone. And so I dig a little bit into some of these abstract concepts in this paper to look at, how people in their interviews were connecting dignity, human rights, as part of these universal values. And I think that trajectory is quite interesting. Just as a little side note, I actually got pretty interested in this rhetoric about Europeanization as it intersects with rhetoric around same-sex marriage, which has never been tremendously popular in Ukraine, but is now, as we know, currently a bill that will hopefully pass. And the kind of rhetoric that Ukraine's attitude towards same-sex marriage differentiates itself from Russia, and is more European. This kind of usage of this idea of same-sex marriage as the thing that puts Ukraine on the path toward Europe, is one of the original ideas that prompted me to dig into these questions a little bit more. So I think I just probably have a few more minutes. So I want to go into that sort of latter part of the paper, which is about the civilizational aspect, because Ukraine here at this time, and now again we see it again, because Ukraine is in this position of being of betweenness, being drawn between one geopolitical entity and another. And because Europe is seen as more modern than Russia, we see these civilizational frameworks, and we end up seeing what I find to be a very evolutionary way of looking at how countries develop, that Russia is in the past and Europe is in the future, and that Ukraine needs to do certain things to get on that civilizational path toward Europe. So this sign was one that really stuck out to me. This is actually the very first week of protest. This is a student protest. I don't know who this person is, but the sign says, "For the law, for civilization, for association with the EU." And I just think that framing of civility and being civilized is a really important part of how people conceptualize Europe. And we saw it also in these interviews for the Intimate Chronologies project, people saying we need to move forward. We should have moved forward a long time ago to Europe, not to Russia. We have to be a civilized nation. People actually calling this a civilizational choice, the experience of Europe versus Russia. And I really just, on the one hand, I think this is, it's interesting in a number of ways, because on the one hand, it allowed people a very clear way to frame behaviors that individuals themselves could change that would make people be more European. We know one of the big slogans of the Maidan was like, I'm a drop in the ocean, right? We can each do something to contribute to these changes. And so these discourses of civilization and civilizing are also about the self, changing one's own behaviors. But I also find this really problematic. And that's because of this kind of evolutionary framework. Because really what's underlying this claim is that Europe is more civilized than Russia. And immediately we get this jump to Russia's Asia, and Asia is uncivilized, and we don't want to be part of that. And I think that really does a lot of damage to how Ukraine is trying to position itself. And I've seen a big spectrum of engaging with that type of discourse since the full-scale invasion. But I found it I actually had not really made the connection that this would be present in 2013 and 2014 in very much the same ways that it's present now. And I think there's really something to understand from that. You know, I don't know what to do with it. So I guess also if anyone has any profound thoughts about where to take this type of analysis, I mean, I understand the move, right? Ukraine wants to be part of European standards, have rule of law, have democracy, legal, you know, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and all of those things. Russia doesn't have those things. So, I mean, it is, right? It is a civilizational question. But how can Ukraine frame it in a way that's, you know, productive and actually encourages change, both within citizens and within the state, without making what ultimately I think are really harmful claims about civilizational development? I will leave you with that question, and happy to discuss any aspect of this more. Like I said, this is a first draft of this paper, and I do plan to develop it in a lot more depth. So any feedback is really, really helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And
Hi, Emily. I don't think you can see me because I'm sitting right below the camera, but I hope you can hear me. This is a really interesting paper, and I'm really glad I had the opportunity to read it, especially as an ethnographer. I really appreciate your rich empirical and observational data. It gives us many points to ponder and to think about, especially because there's actually not really any citations included in the paper, yet two of which are both yours. So it really just is based on the empirics. That was quite interesting, but that also gives us some substantial ground to work on. It was really quite interesting what you mentioned in your presentation, seeing how this connects, or how we can see some of these themes continuing 10 years on, but also almost repeating themselves in some ways within the context of the war. So I have quite a few points, and I'll send you the text itself because throughout I had many points emphasized where I added context. So one, as I mentioned, citations across the paper would be very useful, aside from, of course, your own. But I think there's many different literatures that you could engage with here. So not only around, you know, political science literature or anything around the Euromaidan or any Ukrainian scholarship, but I think specifically around civilization in and of itself. I examined a thesis at Oxford last year that was just about civilization, and now I know that there is a huge literature that I think would be really relevant, and I'm happy to send you some of the citations on that. Just to conceptualize not only just around Europe and Russia or the East or the West, but more like what is a civilization and how do different people or different academic disciplines engage with that. Even linguistically, and I think that would be quite interesting for you to add in your paper. In addition, methods literature and kind of a more, I guess, expansion on your methodology would be quite useful. So you did explain this here and you do touch on it in the paper, but I was a little bit confused when reading it about your data sources as to what was yours and what was someone else's interviews, and sort of those kind of little nitty-gritty details would be quite useful for you to add, and that shouldn't really take too much work or time there. There's so much empirical material, but that I actually felt that you didn't really engage with it. You just sort of threw quotes in, and sometimes you didn't even, and I understand this is probably very rushed because we all came from AZ, but translating
quotes would be very useful, but also to engage with the quotes. So what specific words are used? Why are certain phrases coming up constantly? Of course, there's some that you mentioned, but there's others that you just threw in and you should actually really engage with it. So not only to connect to the literature, but to really see what was coming up. If there's quotes on signs that were also replicated in people's interviews, that isn't just Ukraine is Europe. There are just certain sentences people are saying. That would be really, really useful. And I mean, Emma's paper touches on this also, but just what is the symbolism of certain things? I think that wasn't really expanded on quite a lot, and that could be, really, really useful for seeing this. Also, in some cases, I don't think the quotes actually supported the argument that you were making, or you threw in quotes and then kind of tried to sum it up by making some sort of argument, but I don't think that actually was always there. And perhaps this is where the literature could be useful, but also just an analysis of these quotes themselves. With this, I was often left asking myself if the data is actually telling the story that you claim to be telling, or if there's a sort of a mismatch. And to be honest, when I got to the end of the paper, I actually think your most interesting bit of the whole paper is the end. The last conclusion, you suddenly had this whole different argument that came up on what you just sort of talked about now about like what is a civilization divide, and I think that wasn't really present throughout the most of the paper, the bulk of the paper, and perhaps this is just reusing old or other material, but it did seem to be a reiteration of what everyone has really talked about in Ukraine and Europe and the slogans themselves. But then suddenly in the conclusion, you have such a fascinating contribution, and then the paper just ended. And I think that expanding on that a lot more, especially around the decolonization bit. So what I think was the most interesting point probably in the whole paper was the fact that Ukraine wants to associate itself with Europe, but in Europe, and European countries had colonized so many countries. So there's sort of this, it wants to get away from its imperial power, but it's actually affiliating or associating itself with other countries who are imperial powers. And that was such a fascinating discussion. And then the paper ended. And I don't think anything else that you talked about previously was actually connected to that. But that your main popular contribution is at the end, that is the story that you should tell, because I think that would be the most fascinating. Again, when you connect it with civilization literature, or to expand the literature bit, I think there you have a really, really fascinating contribution. I don't have a lot of time. I know we want to be close to time, but the concepts are some things that I think would be really worthwhile to engage with aside from civilization. Is you mentioned, or you call at the beginning, an ideational civilization, and I think that might be a little bit problematic because ideation or ideational can be in within political science can have a negative connotation as it's sort of almost an ideological connotation, and so I'm not sure that's what you meant, but I think you just meant a bit more aspirational, and so there's just a little slight nuances there. But then also terms like dignity, which comes up a lot, and you mentioned this, but I don't think it was you ever really explored what dignity means to people. Like, is it agency? Is that independence? Is that sovereignty? Is that freedom? And I mean, I think this comes up a lot when we talk about revolution and dignity. We don't actually really explore what it means to people. We just talk about the fact that they talk about it a lot. And even you show that in your quotes, is they talk about it a lot, but no one, and you said like, oh, they define it, but they don't actually define it. They just use the term and then talk about something else. So I think that could be something worthwhile to go to. And finally, when we're talking about Europe relatedly, like dignity, are we talking about Europe? Are we talking about the EU? And are we conflating them, and why are we conflating them? And that also might be worthwhile to explore. Is there a reason why the protesters are talking about Europe and really meaning the European Union? And if so, then where is the civilization element in it? Is the European Union a civilization, or is Europe a civilization? And if so, we need to think about it geopolitically, geographically, culturally, politically, and not just sort of as the little union that is the EU. With that, I'll send you the comments, because I'm sure you'll have that reading through.
Okay. Thank you for your very thorough comments, Tamara.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And I think that it's appropriate the concepts that I use sometimes when I also try to show that actually LGBT issues are litmus test for democracy is this whole concept of Ruski Mir, Russian world, that is framed on the idea of the Europa of homophobia and this homo-hate dictatorship. And we actually could see how in Ukraine, even public opinion, because you, Emily, tells us that taking this case of actually it's not same-sex marriage, it's registered partnership, and it's realistic and it's strategic, and I think that this legislation will pass. But we also from Maidan, there are interesting citations. For example, famous gay activist Zaryan Kiss was called in poster Putin, если любишь, отпусти. Putin, if you love us, let us go. That means that actually, go to Europe. Yes, and that we are in unhappy marriage with Russia, and in this civilizational choice, we actually don't want Ruskin. And another interesting citation that was also used by one of the Ukrainian politicians, that it's better to have a gay pride once per year in Kiev than Russian tanks. And so actually, I think that this case and very interesting also to develop and to use this concept of Ruski Mir, and there is some studies how this concept is based on homophobia, and we see that in Russia this legislation is even more criminalization. And the situation is even getting worse. And in Ukraine, current activists go against Istanbul Convention and against gender equality. So they face the reality that they can't have multi-vector politics. And this choice between Europe or Ruski Mir, it should be quite clear, because a lot of this anti-gender, anti-discriminatory rhetoric is actually used by also Russian propaganda. So I think that it's possible to take this Ruski Mir concept and develop it.
Okay, so just a brief comment, kind of building a little bit on what Marnie said. So actually part of my master's thesis, I discussed European symbols with protesters. So I spent a lot of time asking people what the European flag meant to them. And a lot of people would say to me, to start with, it was about the EU association agreement, but later it was about European values, and kind of what Marnie said, it was this shift from like the EU focus to actually broader European values. And this kind of links a bit to what you were talking about in terms of civilizational identity, but I was just kind of throwing it out there for you to think about European values, but just wondering if this was something that kind of came up in the interviews that you work with. We have a couple. Okay, one more, and then we'll have an opportunity to.
How significant a shift in anti-Russian attitudes do you see between pre-Maidan and post-Maidan, and then pre-February 24, post-February 24, and when can we see your data?
You have a question you wanted to ask, please.
Okay, thank you. So, I didn't have the benefit of reading your paper. I'm here just as a visiting scholar, but there is a topic in literature that's been emerging, and it's about the power shift in Europe eastward. People are getting frustrated with Paris and Berlin. And the new centers of power, they're looking towards Stockholm and Warsaw. Now, this is why we wait for things to be resolved in the Ukraine and their admittance into NATO and the EU. A lot of people say that, well, this is just too speculative. A lot are saying, well, you can't deny the fact that the Baltic is the NATO lake. Concentration of F-35s in Poland and in Stockholm will be the greatest on the world outside of Alaska, and meanwhile there are blocks, defense blocks, looking to emerge within Europe. My question is, have you run into any of this research? I'm trying to find, some way to paint this and see if there's any hard edges to it. But it's despite the fact that data is hard to capture on this, the discussions are still pretty serious and can become severe. And it's not just the military element, we're talking about cultural changes too.
Okay, well, thank you. And we'll just take one more question from the virtual audience. Tanya, please.
Thanks. I'll try to be really brief, because Emily's probably has like 5 pages of notes on everybody's questions. Thanks very much, Emily, for a fascinating presentation. It does seem like there's a lot of data that you have, and I just wanted to make some suggestions, because also in my own work on looking through my own data from Euromaidan, it does seem like there were different mentions of the idea of Europe, but I think there might be some helpful pointers, that I kind of used in my writing that you might also find useful. So one of the papers that I found to be really useful was a paper from Jossa Musliu and Olga Burliuk, and I'll send you all the references in the chat. So where they talk about sort of the national imaginary as a helpful concept, and they did some research during and after Euromaidan, but then also following Euromaidan, like after the illegal annexation of Crimea and Donetsk and Luhansk, and they tried to grapple with this. How do Ukrainians kind of imagine themselves during Euromaidan, after Euromaidan, and where is Europe in that? And what they found was that actually it's quite hard to get away from imagining what Ukraine is without also imagining what Ukraine is not. And I think that their research, and their sort of various classifications of how Ukrainians imagine Ukraine might be helpful. So they talk about these clashing imaginaries. And Ukraine as Europe or not Europe, Ukraine as Russia or not Russia, all of that, Leonid Kuchma's book, Ukraine is not Russia. So I think that would be useful. And then, interestingly, Volodymyr Yermolenko, the philosopher and writer, he wrote a piece in Eurozine in February 2014 called Dreams of Europe. And he suggested that there was this duality to how Ukrainians imagined Europe, based on, his own sort of observations of Euromaidan. And he proposed this division between the Europe of rules and responsibilities versus the Europe of faith and emotion, or something like that, an almost kind of religious idea of Europe. So that might also be something you might want to engage with. And then finally, the final piece that I will recommend to you it's actually a great, well, you might be familiar, but it's a collection of essays called Ukrainian Histories and Stories, essays by Ukrainian intellectuals, also edited by Volodymyr. But what I found really useful, there's obviously lots of useful ideas, but in particular the preface to the collection by Peter Pomerantsev, where he says that Ukraine has been negotiating the paradoxes of being a non-linear nation for a very long time. And I also find that useful, where, he sort of argues that, well, because Ukraine has had such a complicated history, it's kind of a country or a nation in a state of becoming. And so as it tries to figure out what it is, it inevitably kind of compares itself, to everything around it and all the other nations or national conglomerations, and it tries to figure out, what it is and what it isn't. But yeah, I think you've already received a lot of really useful suggestions, so I'll just send you some stuff in the chat. Thanks very much.
Thank you, everyone. I think you've got a lot of comments, a lot of feedback. Maybe you would like to respond. 5 minutes?
Yeah.
5 minutes.
5-ish minutes, super. Yeah, thanks so much, everyone, and thanks especially to Marnie for engaging with this clearly like very, very first stages paper. It was really generous of you to think so much about it. So I do really appreciate that. I want to say first, let me see. Right, I remember. So I think somebody mentioned I'm an anthropologist. I've done ethnographic research. This project, my book about Euromaidan, is based on ethnography. And this full-scale invasion and ensuing war has really shifted the nature of research for anthropologists. When I did this research, I was in Ukraine for 10 months, and that was after being in Ukraine for 3 months before that, right? And so the way that we do research has to change a lot. And this paper is one of the first attempts at me engaging with a different kind of methodology, which is not based on ethnography, but is based on somebody else's data set complementing my own data set. So that's one of the, I have like just like as a personal part of this story is I have a weird relationship with these interviews that I did not do. And I'm not used to like using other people's material, but that's the point of this project as far as I can understand it. And so I think that is like showing through in the way that I have engaged with the data. And so Marnie, your reading on all of that is really useful to kind of think a little bit more, engage a little more in the ways that people are talking about things. I will also say that when I got the data that I'm using from the Intermittent Chronologies project is from the curated sections that the researchers pulled out thematically. So these are the ones that they marked as answers to the two questions: what does European integration mean to you, and what are European values to you? And I absolutely did not make a distinction between those two questions. And in my mind, I knew which ones they were answering, but it's not so clear in the paper. And so all of these questions are indicating to me that it's actually very important and the answers are going to be a little bit different, and that the timeline of those interviews changes how people are going to answer these questions. So these are all really, really helpful. And same with these suggestions about literature. Yeah, really helpful. I mean, let's be honest, I cheated. I didn't cite anything even myself. So like, this is all empirical. Yeah, Tamara, that was a really helpful comment and context for the question of homophobia. So thank you so much. And I guess I'll just, in terms of the shift in the anti-Russian narratives, I mean, I'm pretty sure that was the question. I didn't totally hear all of the details, but I think, I mean, I see a big shift after the first week of protests, right? November 30th, violence is used against the student protesters. That's when we start to see a shift from being exclusively about Europe to being about where is Ukraine? What is Ukraine? What Ukraine do we want to see? And the civilizational rhetoric about Russia at that point, to me, is still, it's not like a total condemnation. It's just, we want a different future. And it's really, I mean, I would be interested to see more data about this, but it seems to me that it's not until after the annexation of Crimea that there starts to actually be a really negative assessment of Russia as just, it's not that we think life will be better with Europe. We really don't want to be part of Russia because Russia is this empire that, is making these imperial claims. And yeah, I would say that's a really key shift. And the last thing I'll add in terms of the data is that my 3,000 some photos from the protests are actually soon about to be a searchable archive, thanks to Miami University, which is where I did my postdoc. Hopefully that's going to go live in February. So you will also be able to read thousands of protest signs and see what Europe meant to the participants through that mechanism too. So sorry not to address everything, but I want to give time to the other paper. Thanks so much to everyone for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a really fascinating project, but we need to move on. I will see if I can keep my presentation to 10 minutes to give us a little bit more time oh no, I've forgotten how to use the windows. Yeah, I'll see if I can keep it to 10 minutes to give us a bit more time for the next thing and for lunch. So I think I found Emily's paper fascinating, and I think there's a lot of kind of interesting dialogue between this paper and Emily's paper in terms of kind of things shifting in meaning and maybe having different meanings for different people and there being certain conceptions. So I'm going to be talking about nationalist symbolism and slogans during the Euromaidan. So I'm trying to engage with this bigger puzzle of the role that historic slogans and symbols play in contemporary protest movements, and the way that sometimes in contradictory ways we end up with historic slogans and symbols used by contemporary protesters who, might have very different values or actually be protesting about very different things. So when it comes to the symbolism of the Euromaidan, many of us know, we've already heard a lot of conversations about this today. We know the Euromaidan was quite a diverse grassroots and fairly leadership movement, and this is really reflected in the slogans and symbols of the protests. Top-down symbols were rejected, especially in the earlier days. People were actively saying not to bring like political flags to the square, although this kind of slipped into the later moments. So, and what we actually see is a really wide range of slogans, from like pro-EU slogans and symbols, such as the ones Emily was just engaging with, to slogans and symbols that were historically nationalist, and I'll talk about some of these in a moment. And we also see several kind of symbolic shifts over the course of the protests, where as the protests get more violent because of repression by the state and then the protesters' methods, we see the increasing use of these more kind of like nationalist slogans and symbols. And in some ways, this use of nationalist symbolism seems a bit at odds with the protest motives, which originally started out to do with the European Union, and also actually the values and aims of most protesters, right? Because after the Euromaidan and the following elections, radical right and kind of nationalist parties did really poorly, worse than they did before the Euromaidan, in fact. So I'm going to talk specifically, I'm sometimes going to use the word symbols just as a catch-all for all of this, but I'm going to talk about the red and black flag, which was historically used by the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists. This is a very complicated movement. I'm not going to go into all of this now, but was historically used by them, although predates their usage. Glory to Ukraine and the response, glory to the heroes, is a very popular slogan, was used by the same group. And there's often the perception that these two other slogans were also originally used by the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, but actually I found kind of limited evidence about the fact that Ukraine above all was actually used way before the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists. To what extent they popularized it is unclear. And glory to the nation, death to the enemies actually seems to have come along a little bit later, or used by Ukrainian nationalist organizations in the 90s, but probably inspired by glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. So these are going to be the symbols and slogans I'm talking about today. So if we think about the broader theory of relating to the use of symbolism by protest movements, Sidney Tarrow talks about the fact that social movements face a choice between using more familiar symbols or new symbols, right? And there's a little bit of kind of debate in the literature, and I really welcome more feedback on this. You know, some researchers in this area argue that historic symbols draw on existing cultural repertoires and kind of foster a sense of collective identity. So using historic symbols can be a really good way of bringing people together and kind of like building unity. But then other scholars kind of disagree and argue that historic symbols can be really divisive because people often disagree about the past. Ukraine is a great example of this, especially pre-2014. And new symbols may be actually better for fostering unity. But then it's also important to acknowledge the fact that the meaning of existing symbols can be reframed, right? I'm not going to go into like French post-structuralist thought right now, but the meaning of signs and slogans in general are not necessarily fixed in meaning. So it's important to acknowledge that perhaps the meaning of these historic slogans can shift. So this, what I'm going to be talking about is based on interviews that I actually did during my master's research. I conducted 38 interviews with people in Kyiv, Kharkiv, and Lviv in 2017. And this sample includes linguistic, regional, and age variation, but is limited, right? I'm not trying to generalize about the attitudes of the entire Ukrainian population based on this sample of interviews, but I do think there's, you know, some important ideas emerging in this. And in the interviews, I was actually not focusing specifically on these historically nationalist slogans and symbols. I was talking about a broader collection of slogans and symbols, and in this paper, I'm particularly drawing out the conversations around these nationalist slogans and symbols. So I asked participants to describe the slogans and symbols. I didn't tell them what it was. I had a picture with them and I was like, what is this? Like, what does this mean to you? How was this used during the protests? And I carried out content analysis of these interviews using NVivo. I kind of did an initial open-ended round of coding, and then I went back over it to kind of refine my coding system. And I can go into this in more detail. No, Marnie's a methodologist, so she's going to pull me up on on some things, I'm sure. So I'm going to talk about initial findings. There's a few kind of themes that emerge. So it's really important to acknowledge that these different slogans and symbols were not all used in the same way or viewed in the same way, at least during the Euromaidan. I want to be very clear, I'm talking about the Euromaidan, a lot has shifted to do with these since then. So Glory to Ukraine was often described as becoming universal and became very widely used over the course of the protest, whereas the other two slogans and the red and black flag were seen as more nationalist and were often reported as used by more nationalist or radical groups. More tolerance was expressed, however, to the red and black flag than to these slogans, glory to the nation, death to the enemies, and to the slogan, Ukraine above all. So everything in italics is translations from the interviews. So one interviewee said the red and black flag was used mostly by the right sector and more nationalistic. I mean, nationalist not in a bad sense, but in a sense of a more radical way of fighting that situation. And then so this quote relates to the fact that the slogan, glory to the nation, death to the enemies, people were a little bit more wary of that. So this interviewee said it was important to avoid that slogan because we didn't want any death, we didn't want any violence. The radicals who had this slogan, I don't think they really understand what death means at that point. So this finding relates to the fact we need to just not treat this set of like symbols and slogans as a homogenous block. They were actually used in very different ways and related to in very different ways. So I do get the sense in these interviews that these historic symbols were used because they symbolized a continuity of struggle. So this latest generation of Ukrainians, like their predecessors, were continuing to fight for Ukraine's independence. And as the protests and the repression used against the protesters became more confrontational and violent, these symbols were increasingly described as more relevant. There's the shift over time. The red and black flag in particular was spoken about as a symbol of armed or violent struggle. So these couple of quotes say this person says it's a symbol of struggle when you might take up a weapon. The first days it wasn't like that, later it became more relevant. And then again, explicit references to the history of this flag. So people who showed the desire to protect the Euromaidan and resist like those from long ago were the people who are using the flags, and a reference to Cossacks, the siege archers who used these colours, and Upavas, the Ukrainian. Ukrainian, I've blanked on the English, I'm sorry. Thank you. And similarly with Glory to Ukraine, this slogan was used because it was seen as honouring resistance and sacrifice in the contemporary day. So is the reference to new heroes kind of being added to this canon of heroes that are referred to in the slogan. And it's not just it's just then the heroes were people we knew from books, the person had before the protest, and now new heroes, new deaths have been added, new sacrifices that should be glorified. And this connects to this kind of history of fighting for independence without necessarily supporting Stepan Bandera and these Ukrainian resistance fighters who were potentially more controversial. So explicitly, and the question isn't about Bandera, the question is about the fact that we acknowledge we're not the first to fight for independence in Ukraine. And we do see this sense of attitudes potentially softening to some of these symbols and slogans over time, because those who saw the symbols as related to UPA didn't necessarily believe it represented all the aims and values, but rather these broader goals of fighting for Ukrainian independence. It was interesting to note that there was some limited knowledge about these symbols' history. So some people were like, I didn't really know anything about this before the protest, or some people had like a bit of a confused idea. They're like, it's something historic, something to do with nationalists. And there was maybe a regional sense in this. So in this quote, somebody from Kharkiv said, I actually think the majority of Kharkivites probably don't know the flag. So this flag was historically used by these groups, these Ukrainian nationalist groups in Western Ukraine. And there's this idea that maybe this lack of knowledge could lead to new and incorrect associations. So this red and black flag was used very much by the Pravi sector, this kind of loose coalition of more radical right-wing protesters. So some people kind of mistakenly referred to this red and black flag as the right sector flag, even though it didn't belong to the right sector first, right? They adopted it. But there was also a learning process during the protest. So a few people referred to the fact that I started to study these symbols, so then I kind of learned about them, and then I realized it wasn't so radical, like it wasn't the Pravi sector flag, or the people using this weren't Nazis, they were, representing a desire for Ukraine independence. But we do also see an evolution of the potential meaning of this historic symbolism for the protesters. So whilst they were used because they related to this longer history of struggle and sacrifice, the meaning evolved, particularly the red and black flag in Glory to Ukraine, and with them becoming understood in a more inclusive or civic sense. So for those of you who aren't aware, the original nationalist groups who used this were potentially advocating for a more ethnic Ukrainian state, right? So this is something quite new for these symbols to be associated with like a civic idea of Ukrainian identity. And a couple of quotes refer to this. So this interviewee, who was actually from Sevastopol, said during the Euromaidan it became a general civic symbol of identity, and then went on to refer to different nationalities who died on the Euromaidan, pointing out that the first person to die was an Armenian, and after that a Belarusian died. And people saying that, talking about when you're saying glory to Ukraine or glory to the nation, this means like the country as the people who inhabit it, rather than this like ethnic understanding of what the country is. And even these slightly more controversial slogans, such as glory to the nation, death to the enemies, and Ukraine above all, there was some new reframing of this, although, you know, this was not as common as the reframing of glory to Ukraine and the red and black flag. So this person saying Ukraine is a home for many nations, and when people say glory to one specific nations, they're talking about a very specific political term, like a political nation, Jew, Ukrainians, Russian Tatars. We're one political nation united under one flag. They meant the red and black flag and under common values. And this person, so one person said that Ukraine above all made their ears bleed. So just to be clear, not everybody shared this view. But then this person said people say Ukraine above all is really bad because it's like a Nazi slogan. But if you're a bureaucrat and you work in a government office, then for you, Ukraine above all should be like your attitude, as it were. That's how I understand it. So it's interesting, even these more radical slogans started to acquire slightly different meanings. And I think we can see this even more in the sense of the full-scale invasion. Like you definitely hear like glory to the nation, death to the enemies, and Ukraine above all, like in general discourse a little bit more, and not necessarily being used by people who would be considered radical nationalists. And a similar thing happened with the flag. I'm aware I said I'd try and stick to 10 minutes. I'm not going to succeed. Yeah. There was maybe less of an evolution in the meaning of the red and black flag, in the sense that it still really represented like an armed struggle and a violent struggle. But it shifted in the sense that interviewees often make clear that the usage of the flag didn't represent an endorsement of these historic nationalist groups. Saying, well, of course it changed in meaning, because now it's not a flag linked precisely with the O1 movement and so on. It was a flag of the radically inclined, but all the same patriots of Ukraine and a new stage of Ukrainian victory. And saying the important thing is how the symbol is used now. It was used by the activists who protected us. So often it was the more kind of radical protesters who were part of these self-defense groups on the square. And a number of interviewees did claim that the flag was de-demonized. So although most people at this time didn't necessarily say that they used the flag themselves, they did say, you know, it was made less controversial during the Euromaidan. It was accepted on this stage. But I do want to acknowledge the fact that, you know, while the meanings of these symbols kind of did shift and maybe become more inclusive, they are potentially still divisive, right? And of course, my interview sample, because I was speaking with protesters, automatically excludes anyone who might not have joined the protest because they were put off by these symbols. So a couple of people did say, I expected that here in Kharkiv, people would have more negative reactions to the flag. A few people were surprised that people didn't have more negative reactions to some of these nationalist symbols. But, you know, we definitely saw concerns from some protests, saying concerns that these historically nationalist slogans and symbols might have potentially pushed some people away because of the old associations they have with it. So in conclusion, the adoption attitudes towards an evolution of these slogans and symbols varies from item to item, but broadly we can see them being used because of these historical connotations with like struggle and valorizing sacrifice, but at the same time acquiring more inclusive meanings. And I think in the next draft of the paper I can do a little bit more to connect this to the contemporary usage of these slogans and symbols, because, you know, they have become even more widespread. Since the full-scale invasion, you drive through Ukraine now, you see red and black flags everywhere on every single checkpoint, right? They have become even more de-demonized since the Euromaidan. And a couple of examples here. So this soldier, Alexander Matsievsky, was, you know, this video went viral of him where he was shot by Russian soldiers after saying glory to Ukraine, and this became very symbolic. But we can also still see some misgivings and misunderstanding, controversy about these symbols. So this is Christia Freeland from Canada. This went viral because she's holding a flag that says glory to Ukraine, but is also in the red and black colors. And this kind of went viral, and a lot of people saying like, oh, she's holding this, you know, these colors, this historically like Nazi affiliated group symbol. So you know, there's the meaning of these symbols and slogans continues to evolve and be potentially controversial. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for doing it, for 2 papers, yeah, thank you very much. Thanks Emma for another very interesting paper. There's lots happening in this paper, and we can talk about it later, just in the more nuanced details. But yeah, it was a lot of fun to read. One thing, I think this is a challenge, and I think this comes up a lot in discussions about Ukraine, is the conflation of the potential risks to conflate radicalism and nationalism. And I think this is something that could be really nuanced throughout this paper in a very positive way. But I think at how it currently stands, there's a risk and a slippery slope of, especially when talking about something like a flag, and that the assumption is that a nationalist is a radical and vice versa. And I think this is also a narrative being used currently by the Russian state. And so I think that this is something you could explore, play around with a little bit more when talking about it, or even just to take out nationalism completely or radicalism, and instead to look at the significance or the meanings that were used or embedded in these symbols themselves. And this could be, and I've commented with because I think that these symbols would give a lot more description or explanation as to what these symbols meant in historical context. And then that would help, and it could help bring them into the contemporary day and explain why they're used, or why people, and if this came up in the interviews, why people decided to pull these symbols out. And unfortunately, I don't think people go back and interview people who first brought these to Maidan. I think that would be quite interesting to know, why did they feel that this was, they needed to be there at that certain time in a certain place. Related to this, and I think you touched on, but I think it might be useful in the paper to think about not the historical meanings of these symbols as separate from the use of these symbols in a new time and place. And I don't think those are the same. I think that the symbols they are historical symbols, but I think in how you just described it, that they actually are serving a new purpose in a time and a place rather than just a continuation of perhaps what they meant. And again, this going back to your data, but it might be interesting to explore that a little bit more, rather than just assuming that they're holding the same meaning, or rather than being imbued with new meanings in a new time and place. This, and I commented with you, I think we need to expand a lot more on it. We said do some sources on this symbolism. So I think that literature itself, I mean, just kind of try some of it is. I think that actually would really help to ground the significance of the symbolism. And that would allow you to kind of push that argument forward. Like, is this really just a continuation of the symbol, or perhaps they are giving new meanings in this kind of space, and by different people, because it is not just UPA who is using these symbols, it is actually people from across the country, and that does suddenly change the meaning of the flag. Related to that, I was wondering if you could actually just focus on one symbol for people. I thought about this, even just look at the flag in and of itself. I think that period would be a really fascinating paper, rather than looking at trying to put both into or maybe you make it 2 papers so that they each do their own, because I think that because if you give some more weight to what it means historically, and then you can look at it, I think that actually would be a kind of useful way, because sometimes I felt you're bouncing between them. I think just looking at one would be a really interesting way to look at it. Methodologically, I'm not going to go into it time here, but I was a little bit confused on many points. So you explained this, you interviewed them in 3 different sites. They were all in Kiev at the moment.
Yes, I should have made that clear. Yeah, I was focusing on the views of people who are on the Kiev Maidan.
They're on the Kiev, but they are from different places. Yeah. They now live in different places.
So it's kind of a combination. So I wanted to try and capture the diversity of people on the square, because it should, rather than just get the views of people from Kiev, because I understood that people from Western and Eastern Ukraine might have quite different views about these kind of symbols in particular.
Okay, so I think that those details need to be brought in, but then I also think that actually, so I went backwards. So 38 interviews is a lot, but it's not when you divide it by 3 sites. So 13 interviews are not representative. So then it actually, if you're looking at it as just the flag, it would be very interesting to just look at Kharkiv and review them. So now because the sample that is so small, that I was trying to think of what we could actually take from it, or you just, especially if you're looking at something like that is controversial, of course, people from Lviv are going to say something different from Kharkiv, and you need to acknowledge that and not just assume that the variation isn't there. with this, you made the comment, and I think we've gotten glossed over, is the people who didn't see any significance in it. That's really important. And who are they? And it wasn't really, you didn't really talk about who those people were. Are they young people? Are they old people? Are they women? Are they men? Are they simply the people in Copy? What about the people in the View? Did every single person know? All of those, I think that actually was a really, really important point, because if they were on Maidan and they didn't know that, how did they perceive it? And you talked a little bit, but I think that in itself could almost be its own paper, because they're there engaging with these symbols, but not knowing necessarily what these symbols mean. I don't want to go much more because I know we're out of time, but the one thing I thought was interesting, you didn't bring up other symbols, like the anthem, the blue and yellow flag was not at all mentioned in the paper, or the President was not at all brought up. And so I was curious why, or like how these answers came, and therefore like what were the questions you asked. So did you present these flags and say what do these mean, or did you ask people inductively what symbols did you see on the Maidan and what do these mean? Because either way, I mean, the data is equally interesting, but it's just sort of, I think that could be useful to how you frame the paper, rather than what symbols came out or what did people observe versus, you know, what did these mean to the people who were there. And then just finally, as a point, is to caveat a little bit about the romanticization of the or the romanticization or the temporal aspect when people when you took them in 2017, the Maidan had been finished, right? And so what have these symbols already taken on new meanings, especially if you're going to frame it about perhaps, you know, historical significance or new meanings in times and places. 3 years later, meanings might have changed, especially in Kharkiv, for example, when you had the war on Donbass starting and Crimea being annexed. So just some of those things to nuance, I think it's all here. It's just kind of putting it a little bit more explicit for the reader.
Okay, well, thank you for your very detailed response. You want to respond, or do you want to collect more questions? Let's see if there's any more. Okay, questions.
Let's come in and straight to the questions. Very simple one is symbols get commodified and merchandised. Have you followed how certain of them actually went into commodification, and it's a part of also getting them more, you know, their biography of fame, you know, so that black and red is less than blue and white, and tridents rather than idea of the nation. Put it this way, if you put it.
Yeah. So my question is, have you observed any like strict distinction between perceptions of these words, glory to Ukraine or all other that you found, and visual component, which is the black and red flag? So I cannot comment on Ukraine in this regard, probably because I'm Ukrainian, but what I saw in Poland is that many people are okay with saying glory to Ukraine, but the moment you see them, you show them the flag, they're like, oh, it's Bandera flag, and Bandera was killing Polish babies, you know, like, and it's like a very strong opinion, very universalist spread. So is there any distinction between like words and images?
Okay.
Was anybody bringing the red and black flag to Maidan during the Orange Revolution? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for answering that. I didn't look into that, but I think that's a very valid point. And I think it was maybe even more marginal groups than during the Euromaidan, potentially would be my kind of assumption. Yeah, thank you very much for the comments. Yeah, I think you have a really valid point about narrowing down the focus. I think that would make sense so this is kind of like drawing on stuff from my master's thesis, which originally looked at a much bigger bunch of symbols, and there was a much larger like explanation of the history and stuff, which I had to cut down to try and keep it within the confines of a standard paper. So yes, maybe it does work more to like cut it down, focus on one, and that, you know, have a bit more space to explore. Yeah, but not the commodification of the symbols. I didn't go into that, but that is really interesting. This was very much focusing on the protesters' kind of perceptions. But I think that is really interesting because then you see like more people like selling the red and black flag and becoming available more. And the distinction between the perceptions of like the visual and the oral slogans, there definitely did seem to be a difference between people's like attitudes to and the usage of glory to Ukraine versus the red and black flag. But I think that it seems to me, and I don't know exactly why, actually I kind of have some ideas, but like the kind of meaning of Glory to Ukraine shifted more significantly away from the kind of the original usage than the red and black flag. And maybe it's because of this, like the terms like Ukraine and heroes are a bit more neutral, like new heroes get used. Whereas like the red and black flag is so visual and almost like black and red are like visually violent colors, right? Like I wonder if there's almost an element of that, but it's potentially worth unpacking if I keep both in the paper.
But it's important because it is striking, but then also connects to the sort of idea of being radical, right?
Yeah.
And so then that's a risk when it's putting it to be national and radical, but then also I mean that's why we should have a huge like a description of what it was used for.
Yeah,
what
that's
is
true,
meaning
yeah.
of the flag, right? Because the flags are not neutral and they're colored certain ways for certain reasons.
Yeah.
And so putting that into the paper really good.
Yeah, I definitely, like I said, I took out a lot of the context, but I think I need to bring something back in.
Yeah, I think it's really fascinating how this panel, that you brought together, has the one paper that tries to illustrate how Ukrainians with the slogan "Ukraine is Europe," and then another one is "Glory to Ukraine." So I find it a very interesting illustration of the diversity of participants and how for them this European identity was very pivotal to their mobilization, but for others the revival of the Ukrainian identity was more central. So I don't know how both of you want to engage with this kind of two conflicting kind of trends that unfolding at the time.
Yeah, there's just a question from Elise, which I'll get to super quickly, and then because I'm keen, we're going to be a little bit late for lunch, but we'll get to Sophia's presentation interviews. And so Elise asked how the phenomenon I'm discussing is different or similar to the reinterpretation and growing acceptance of controversial historical figures such as Bandera. Yeah, I do think I ran out of time again. My paper's like a bit of a last minute rush. Poor Marnie got it yesterday, so thank you, Marnie, for literally last night. So thank you for still commenting on it. I do want to bring in more of that because I do think this connects to some of the research which shows like attitudes becoming more moderate towards these groups, to attitudes shifting more significantly in parts of Ukraine where they were historically like less popular, right? So I think it's really important to situate it in that literature, absolutely, Elise. And I kind of almost see this, what you see happening in the shifting of the attitudes towards these slogans and symbols during the Euromaidan is very much like a precursor or kind of reflective of what happens later in attitudes towards these groups, because I think in some senses the attitudes towards these groups have shifted because people see them more in this broader sense of fighting for Ukraine's independence rather than like being radical ethno-nationalists. So I think the two things are like very much kind of connected. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think we can
Yes. So before we head to lunch, we have a presentation with Sophia Jack from the Centre of Urban History, who is going to be presenting the Centre of Urban History's Euromaidan interview archive and Voices of Resistance and Hope. Yeah, I'll just get it up on the link. Yeah, I just want to be clear so that it's okay if we run a little bit over. Yeah, because archival food is a good thing, but foods I calories is so so I would just get to the other things I have to Okay, I'm slow. Yeah, sorry, I know. It's okay. Is it working now? Oh, yes. Okay, so for the presentation, thank you very much, Emma and Anastasia, for the possibility to bring something which is mostly research, but might be helpful and was helpful, and also get your maybe feedback and questions where the collection I will talk about can develop in the future. So in a way, something that started as sociology over 10 years became an archive and a history. So, and I'm a historian, so that's disclosure. That's a perspective from which I work, and another is that I'm here representing the center and the team, and not my own personal story. However, in autumn 2013, I was at a sabbatical, and I was actually at Columbia at the Institute for Human Rights,
And we had this then Skype conversations with colleagues, so what they're going to do with the protests and the question that is going to Mary Marshall Clark meeting at a seminar then at Columbia here is, you know, how do you do something where you have different roles? You know, where you are not only a researcher, but you're also activist and a citizen, and how you navigate it on. In that moment was very critical how you ventured into the story. And it remains probably even more so as we do documentation of work, but that's another thing. So in my presentation, I will just walk you through the story of the 10 years of this collection and then show it, and then we hope we go much later to launch. So there was a sense of urgency and commitment, which partly reflected our hats, not only as sociologists and historians, but as citizens. And engaged scholarship, what does that mean? But also something that enables somebody to think. At that time, we did have an archive in place, a digital archive. And what did we have? We had a research project called Region, Nation and Beyond, headed by Victoria Stereda and a network. And so that we have in place to scholars. It's also thinking that something is taken in action. It's not just an action, you have to look what enables it. And in this case, so the question of positionality and overlapping worlds was important when we were, and then, you know, temporality and time, because this is an ad hoc procedures, and that actually will have a role in the way how this archive is working and how access is or is not possible. And something that we learned a lot is that you need to adjust. And that's what we'll repeat because we later will do a project on pandemic, documenting and now the war. So collecting started basically, so what we have December 2013. It's very early, so it's like the first half going into both protesting and talking with people. And the second wave is the beginning, the first 10 days of February, so before shooting. So there were places where we designed as a place, this Lviv based at the Center for Urban History, but also Kyiv and Kharkiv. And we had quite a good working relations with colleagues in Kharkiv, but also people who were, especially in the second day, organizers with NGOs, so some interviews were taken in Warsaw and Lublin. So now there is over 100 interviews, and language is Ukrainian and Russian. So academic team was 2 sociologists, and as I mentioned, they were a part of already a project in place, which did not do this task, but we were able to do this one. So methodology. So at this moment in the late November and the first week of December, on this is that we want to talk with organizers, activists, and participants. A lot of that was driven from the very act of ourselves going to the protest, and then asking a questionnaire, developing a questionnaire, which basically had like these themes and a list of questions, but they're flexible. So motivation, forms of participation, evaluation of events, and emotional, how people do. So how symbols and spatial work out on what people thought about integration to EU and what they thought about future. And so fast forward, we were doing interviews, oral history with displaced people from March 2022 until summer. We also asked about visions of your future. So something later can, want to look at this data. So there were a couple of publications that Natalia did in a couple of languages. And then actually with the question, we do have this data, and you have to. So these were oral, so they were interviews done on spot, recorded, and the consent form was audio, so we don't have papers for this collection. And it's something that made a headache of how to make it later available, not for your own article or your own book, but actually how to make it institutional access for the material. So it actually took really some time. It was incredible. I'm so happy to hear Hannah, and we met at this, was doing research on her PhD and was a fellowship, a residency at the center, and suggested that she would like to work with this material, but not only to work with this material, but think together how to make it accessible. What is possibility to make it accessible? So what she suggested, what Hannah suggested, was to work with Natalia Otyshchenko, who curates our oral history researcher and curates our oral history collection, that let's get quotes, extracts, and do it for 17 categories, which Hannah developed. And altogether, we ended with 700 pages of very detailed quotes. So these are the 17 categories which emerge from these 5 blocks, 6 thematic blocks. So you do have visions of the enemy, forms of participation, hero and heroes of Ukraine, of Maidan, so for the spaces, sources of information, Lenin parties. So you could imagine each of the theme was selected close across 100 interviews with the information about male, female, age, location, date. And from that you could triangulate to that. And in 2019, based on that, this collection became part of other collections in Ukrainian. So this, all of that is in Ukrainian and Russian. You could register, and then you get access to PDF documents on the theme, and roughly on around each of 17 themes, so 40 to 50 pages of text, which has its limits, academic, research-wise, it's limited, but it also makes us navigate through the legal, and the more we move to the EU, the legal restrictions on the GDP, or on the protection of personal information is going tighter. So I think that something else happens, which is not the story of this collection, but largely the story of Euromaidan, that we have developing new institutions. And this institutional landscape produced Ukrainian Institute as a part of Ministry of Foreign Affairs and funding, which was available to the projects like that. In 2022, he applied for the Wysocki program funding to translate all of that in English. And it actually was really incredibly symbolically important that there is this capacity in Ukraine to do something which has a relevance inside and outside. So these 700 pages, slightly more, are basically all available now. So where it takes us. So that's also the question that we do not, expect but don't know. It could be important for researchers and seeing the other sources which are collected. The value of this collection probably is temporality, that it's really done in December 13 and February 14. There's something that with the English language translation that you can use it for teaching. So it's now a new educational platform where you select some sources and translate them so that you could integrate it into teaching and academic curriculum inside, outside Ukraine. But also when translated, and that's also my guess and our guess, and I would be very grateful for your response to that, that there's a huge potential in comparative studies, and perhaps, I don't know, maybe there is I don't know, but that's the question of the general part, when we make certain sources translated, how that could influence the possibility of bringing certain experiences to scholars who don't necessarily master for their languages, right? So when we can connect and figure it out. So this is really very new. It just was put online in summer this year. So we'll see how it will go. And having you here and being among you who are researching that's incredibly to have a conversation if that would make more sense. So the final questions are basically the longer and the history of this project and collection. It's about, how do you do where we took it at the center is about methods and ethics of rapid response. How do you do that? This we did in 2020 pandemics. Experiences, asking people to produce their own narratives and the documents about their experience of everydayness. So, and also wars, for example, when you put in comparatively fast, and maybe too fast, that's the question of talking with people who are passing through leave in March. You kind of had an experience doing that before, and not exactly that, but at least parameters. But also will make you think even more about that. So, I mean, these are 100 interviews. Now with war documentation, we're looking at thousands of interviews done by different institutions. Not only interviews, but lots of documentation happen. And actually it puts even more the question of archiving and digital infrastructure in the long term. And all of the, how long the maintenance, access, and the habit ways of carrying it on, and how that actually puts demands on where, who, and how archives and makes access to sources. And the final is also about how they correlate knowledge production and academic cooperation and resource production, so that there's more of the, against what Victoria Donovan wrote, and I think how long do you do resourcification? So the sources are created in the place and knowledge is created elsewhere. And I also thought that, that I'm so grateful for Hannah, who not only is writing the book, but also, took the time and effort to make this research, this archive available in some way and accessible. So it's one example, there are more examples, but I think that generally we do have a question of how to make more fair academic knowledge production environment. I think that this is it. It's neat. Yeah, I will be happy to find the links to access to those who don't, and probably I hope that some of you will know this collection.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I'm so happy to see this coming to fruition. I think I'm literally in that photograph in the corner.
Yeah, actually,
and that's not my. This is not my Sophia and Sheffield. It's not pure nepotism. There's very many reasons why. But yeah, I'm really excited about this. I think it's fantastic, and I think as Hannah was saying earlier, now there's so many things. It's not possible to go back and speak to these people and do this research. This is such a valuable resource, and I was particularly thinking about the way in which this might enhance like quantitative research that people are doing, right? Or people who are, complement like analysis of social media and things like that, the ability to be able to go more into these quotes from people in interviews to look at the mechanisms and the kind of underlying processes. Do we have any questions or comments for Sophia?
Yeah, thanks a lot. I just was wondering, do you have, or maybe some resources where there's also digital collection? Because there are a lot of posters from Maidan with slogans, and especially in other cities, not in Kyiv. Kyiv was much more photographed. And it would be really cool to have like this digital collection, also to see for sociological purposes, yes, to see like people who've been around and
we got some little documentation, but not much, and that actually later influenced our choices to ask people to document how their surrounding changes in the war, which is much more visually, incredibly more visually documented. But there are also this ephemeral media, like posters and leaflets. To be honest, I don't know, but this is such a good suggestion, like to ask around and what is possible to connect if there are some collections like Link, because it's one of the collections. You actually have to digital does it interlinkage, so you can have a look. So, for example, also if you hear of some, it just as a suggested another source, go to another institution, and try to look there. But even somebody maybe, you know, digitizing project with somebody having still in the left in the apartments, the remains of
Somebody's got boxes.
like you do. I mean, I do properly. I think that people do. So it's also somebody hasn't done that yet.
I think maybe Ukrainian Institute of National Remembrance.
Actually,
did they try to do something?
Maybe that they do have it. The Institute of National Memory Remembrance did interviews, but slightly later, and I think oral history.
But I mean, they also
collected
printed artifacts because I remember they had like
the museum
might actually be a museum
collection.
Yeah, they had those and other stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So although you know, it will even push a while, it'll you know catch up if they have something digitally available to match.
If I can just briefly ask a question, if no one else, but I'm conscious I'm keeping this for I wondered what some of your plans are to spread the word about this, because I think particularly with people who don't, this is a really rich resource, particularly people who don't speak Ukrainian. So like what some of your thoughts are, maybe if other people have suggestions how you can get the word out to, you know, to people who could really benefit from this resource beyond the circles who, you know, we might already know about it.
Thank you so much. You know, so this is there's something in the plans. I can't say that you have lots of resources in a way that, you know, communicating, it takes a bit of time. So, but we're thinking mostly like going through compiling a list of research institutions which have like a keynote, not only Ukraine or Eastern Europe focusing, but also protests, slightly also more still less history, but more political science partly, which is slightly new, a different field, which is not that. So but this is for the next year. We thought that, you know, doing like emailing saying here, this is resource, have a look. You know, if any of you have any suggestion that, you know, which institution or center would be of interested in that, I would be immensely grateful.
You should also contact libraries. Public librarians will be a good resource for distribution. And Harriman, we can just put it on our website.
On the website, that would be incredible, I guess. It's there.
I was also thinking, sorry, I didn't mean to keep up. There's also, I think it's Curie, you might know more about this answer here, has this like Ukrainica, is that what it is? Like this, like a big database of like original, a lot of it is more like historical or literature, but I wonder if it's worth just connecting with us, so at least have like the link to your stuff on their site, because I think that would be great, like they're really trying to be like almost like an encyclopedia of primary resources, so I think that could
I would also recommend you contacting Eastview. This is a database, but just adding a link to your website to their website will automatically put you on all this library lists. You know, like
super.
It's not direct, but they're like everyone is using Eastview for
this is very commercial. This is commercial. Like they sell everything for money.
Well,
yes, but they collect. They actually.
I don't know.
They.
But you know, but
I'm not sure.
it probably might not be our priority. But you know, but
Yeah,
anyhow,
so
it's one
kind of investigate whether you want to make connection with the ISTI or not, because they basically, I think that you can check out what they have collected, because they even they advertise that ASIS, they try to publish like they try to translate local Ukrainian language newspapers and publish like a compilation of some newspaper articles to sell to the Western audience who are not fluent in Ukrainian to keep track. But I don't know, like how they decide which article from Ukrainian Molada they want to translate. I don't know. It's just I find it really problematic, but they try to sell this as one of the products, and I think they have. Like I think they created a whole subsection of material on the Euromaidan to sell for others.
Well, they have a free section. I just want to
They
justify
have a free section.
Yeah, they have free data and the data that you actually have to have a subscription.
One can talk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah. I'm impressed. I mean, look at the first time I hear they have something for free.
No, I mean it's I know there are different rationality behind different initiatives, right? And that's but you know, thank you for actualizing that need, because on the to-do list jumped few up, and we will be distributing it, and hopefully for some it might be useful.
So I think it's I was also thinking in terms of like for students, especially like master students who are maybe wanting to do research on Ukraine or the broader region, and so many opportunities for like field work and data collection are actually restricted right now. But then, you know, something like this, so like for example, my master's, I went and did all these interviews in Ukraine. I couldn't do that now. Nobody's going to let, a lot of institutions won't let a master's student, but you know, you have this resource. So I hope that
this is also it's a generative question, you know, how and if we can recycle somebody else's collections, you know, and I mean, we have the sense to believe that collections of oral history should be in a good way recyclable. So you use it for your own research and then make it. So we have a couple of collections of people who did interviews for their own PhD or book, and after a certain time, made it available here, because you know there are a lot of questions you can ask, you know, and it's really also so yes, it's probably MA is a good for that, and senior research paper for somebody in the class, like, because it's enough of material. It's not enough for a book, but it's enough of material alone. So that's a good end. Thank you.
Well, I mean, and obviously here, I assume you're connected with this oral history program, yeah? So they will tell you where their professional connections are, because they have a lot of professional ties to other organizations.
Thank you. Well, thank you for being so generous. And with the suggestions, I think they are. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Really glad to have you here. So we do have a lunch break now, and we'll be resuming at 2 p.m. Unfortunately, the lunch is for presenters and discussants. It's not for the general audience. So you will, some of you might need to go and enjoy the delights of Amsterdam. What Amsterdam has to offer, or Broadway, but we'll resume back here at 2 p.m. for the final panel of the day. And thanks again, once again, to our online participants who are still with us. Did you see the question
Тому що я думала,
Yeah, I know about it, and I know that it's very closely related to Russian propaganda narrative. Thank you so much for coming. Have you had a chance to speak to Elena, I hope, at some point, and also Tamara about the
I don't have any.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry, no, it's okay. But yeah, where is the lunch? The lunch is next door. I don't think he's going to join us for dinner. Yeah, I'm going to try and Oh, really? I said he was going to come for lunch. Hi, that's right. I'm in New York City all the time. So it is the Euromaidan. Oh, wow. Yeah, I know. Okay. Okay, oh, sorry. Yeah. So why didn't we move on to
Anyway, we will be able to.
Okay, yeah, so right with an hour of lunch break, but at 2 o'clock we'll start again, and then the last panel is on here. So we've got 4 panels that are on more like kind of longer term impacts of Euromaidan, so one on civic and ethnic identity, Anastasia, and then I'm not, oh no, so quite a few people, Anastasia, Jaros, no, thanks, one is Mahato, thanks, oh nice.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that you're not actually travel to Ukraine at some point. I need to
don't always want to fit, you know.
Well, more of us with just some winter, you know.
Yeah.
So, and one country. How am I printing, right?
Yes, yeah, it's on the background.
That's true.
Here we go first. Yeah, we'll have a look in there.
Right.
Like, you know, they have like cartoon shows, they had a big like laugh, like inside, like the critics, the regulators.
The voice of
Like that are just like the, I don't know the word is called, they're just like the commentators who just not serious.
the microphone is back here.
We're like the two, we're like the non-serious, just like wow. No. You know what I mean? It's like between the back, like what's this?
Like that's and my first time I can be.
That's funny.
I thought. I'm sure you're not actually like more of the learn what this. Yeah, so you just click through on this. Well, the minutes. Yes. Maybe just control. I feel your help.
Yes.
Oh, no, that's not seems to be. Oh, that should work. Okay, so great. So we've got all of the different so we just need to remember to track them. No later. Maybe picture.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
The best five more.
How do you have those? Great. Cool.
Please have a bit, help yourself. Get started, on time.
Stanford, yes, all of them at Berlin.
Yes, although he's gonna be based here next semester. I wonder if he uses, I'm gonna go get Elise, she's meant to be to discuss them.
It's still going to be time, but I don't know. It's kind of so. your views.
And so, okay, please.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm sure we should go for the line.
No, she's down here, she's down to one president. She has a head of the message, so,
Near the.
it was here.
Yeah,
so the camera's up there.
Oh, no, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of confusing.
And what's this?
This is a microphone.
Oh, okay.
It's been recorded. Anything you say. If you whisper.
When they put it online, they will edit out the speech.
That's actually what they're doing here, is they're recording it. It's nothing
Record
to do with this.
everything.
So you, I like.
No, I mean, it's
That's why
just
I'm-
the,
Like the
the
Before
all-
you finish your conversation, it's like, it has to be recorded.
They kind of
Everyone
like
set
say-
it up how-
So I think it's.
I can tell.
Yeah. But it's great. Everybody knows.
Just remember.
Honest.
Okay,
Alright.
I'm wondering if, would you, hi, Olya. I'm just wondering if maybe we start with you presenting first, Anastasia, and then Volodymyr's comments, because the lead isn't here yet, she's the discussing. Is that okay? Yeah. Would that be okay with you, Volodymyr? If Anastasia presents first and then you present after, just we haven't managed to track down Elise Giuliano, who is not far away, but is not here.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, that's great. We'll
That's why before we connect. All of you, welcome. All of us.
That was always what started as
I was born with one, but you don't want to see how it comes back. So what I. I was.
So thank you everybody for coming back after lunch. I'll hand it over to Marnie, who's our chair for this panel.
Well, we're running late, so I'm just gonna hand it over to Tia for a presentation.
Thank you very much for being here today with us, and thank you very much, Emma, for your incredible work and to put us all together. So I will start presenting by just introducing my topic. It's part of my older research. My research since then has moved more into.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Anastasia. Could you please be closer to the mic? It's
Sorry,
difficult to hear.
we'll relocate the mic. It's gone on a
Yeah,
wall.
I'm so sorry. I will start over.
I'm so sorry, I thought you guys all started it.
Okay.
Just have we're hearing the sound twice. Can you hear me?
Yes,
So
yeah.
could maybe it's either
Yeah,
Harriman Institute to have the mic on or Emma, not both, because we're hearing the voice twice, and that's what's causing, I think, the hearing difficulty.
That's weird. It was working fine before. Okay, mine's not connected. Let me get Eileen. Sorry.
It was working just fine, like
Yeah.
an hour ago.
Maybe everybody was just blocked. No.
They're just polite earlier. Yeah, no, actually, because I was at home and I could barely hear the comments. So I contacted Eileen and she was like, and then I couldn't hear her.
Yeah.
This might be critical. We're just.
Is it working?
Is the sound still weird, Olya?
Let's give it a go and see if it works. But if you see
Okay.
Volodya squint, it's because we're having a hard time hearing you.
I'm so sorry.
Can you hear us? Is that all good now?
Yeah. Okay, I'll start, and yeah, please use maybe chat function to comment as I go, and maybe we will resolve technical issues as we go. So today I would like to talk about Leninapad, basically the process of elimination or demolishing the statues dedicated to Lenin after Euromaidan. And this research belongs to a large body of literature on the legacy of Euromaidan. So this way we are slowly but surely transitioning into long-term effects of Euromaidan. So overall, I would say that, okay, and the clicker is not working right now. Is that okay? That's okay. I will stand here and click through, and it's not working either.
Oh, maybe now it'll work.
Okay, yeah, the clicker might work now. So I will just talk very shortly about the relevance of this research, research questions, theoretical framework, and what generally the mobilisation in Ukraine meant, and what it meant more specifically for electoral outcomes. So generally speaking, demolition of politically significant statues is not that unusual. So here we can see British monarch being demolished from his pedestal after American Revolution, or we can think about Joseph Stalin being demolished in Hungary back in the 1950s during the period of destabilization of the Soviet bloc. This is Lenin in 1991 in Ethiopia. This is Saddam Hussein in Iraq, after events. This is Franco in Spain recently, he was still there for quite a while. So you can see that it's like a very international trend, getting rid of symbols that kind of lost their political significance. However, if you think about it in the context of Ukraine, it kind of comes to a little bit of a surprise that Ukrainians bothered with symbols given how much other stuff was going on. COVID, war, invasion, annexation, all of the things have much more direct and immediate effect on your, for example, economic outcomes than symbols that have been there since your childhood and generally speaking do not bother you in a more like physical way. So I'm trying to understand two things here. Does the removal of symbols of the authoritarian past, no matter how you define it, generate political benefits or costs to the parties that are ideologically associated with that past? And does the removal of symbols mobilize or demobilize the sympathizers and the opponents of the previous regime? So basically, what are the electoral consequences of getting rid of symbols of previous oppression? So before you all lost interest in all of this, let me give you the short answer. And the short answer is that on average, removal of symbols was associated with the increases in electoral support to political forces that try to identify themselves with the authoritarian past. So we have a backlash effect. And this removal of symbols mobilized the sympathizers of the previous regime. So basically, we see this general backlash to something that was supposed to be a little part of democratization in Ukraine. So we know a lot about what authoritarian past leaves after it's gone, and like what kind of challenges newly emerged democracies are facing. We can think about institutional or economic reforms. My other research about the decentralization reform in Ukraine kind of fits into that stream. We know that there is a ton of research on transitional justice, on different attitudinal legacies, like do you support Euromaidan and what happened there 10 years ago? Do you not support stuff like that? But not that much attention has been paid so far to political symbols, and we really need to start caring about them. So overall, generally speaking, we know that symbols are deeply embedded in political consciousness. It's like part of our political socialization, right? That's what we learned from our parents, peers at school, stuff like that. Symbols affect legitimacy, identity, and morality. That's like what we use, as Emma just talks about red and blue, red and black versus yellow and blue flags, like this dichotomy kind of symbols associated with cognitive and emotional attachment. You know, when you see a person with this little Ukrainian ribbon on the street, you kind of feel warmer towards them, even though you don't know them, right? And finally, when new elites come to power, old symbols might be taken out of this public sphere. You know, like they want to change symbols. They want something new. This is not working. So my theory is that symbolic change signals a shift in de facto distribution of power. So we're not talking about flags here. We're not talking about like street names here. We are talking about very actual power and distribution of this power. And this change basically divides the whole population into winners and losers of this symbolic change, of this power distribution change. That leads me to two key hypotheses. Increase the overall turnout as people are responding to this shift in power distribution, and monument removals more specifically increase the pro-Soviet turnout. And this way, we can argue that we are observing this backlash of power. So these are some symbols that you are probably very familiar with, and these are those symbols that Ukrainians did a really hard work of removing. You know, like Batьківщина Mater was the last one to get rid of its Soviet symbols, and it came at a high cost in the middle of full-scale invasion. So, you know, Ukrainians really care about it. And I'm trying to understand why and what kind of effects it might have. So this is Lenin as he stood my whole childhood on my way to school. And this is what happened to him during Euromaidan, right? This is golden forward in those. Yes. So, you know, kind of, you know, funny story, but at the same time, you know, it tells us a lot about how hard people work to remove him. And generally speaking, Lenin was part of the very big process of just de-Sovietization of Ukraine. If we think about it conceptually, we can say that basically beginning of Lenin kind of coincided with Euromaidan events, which makes sense. But it was followed by actual decommunization law, which was adopted on the 6th of April in 2015, so a year later. And generally speaking, this decommunization law was part of a number of reforms brought up by Poroshenko government to somehow, you know, mobilize Ukrainians to get more anti-Soviet, if you want to put it this way. Overall, removal of Lenin statues gave me a total N of 1,500 statues removed. Some of them are still standing in territories that were occupied in the Donbas region early on, or in Crimea, so not all of them were removed. So in order to understand which statues were removed, which are still standing, we're using LeninStatues.ru, which is like a crowdsourced Russian online database of all statues. This is a total number, including those that were removed and not removed. We cross-validated it with the list of previously protected monuments by the Ministry of Culture. Funny enough, Ministry of Culture of Ukraine had the list of all protected monuments, including Lenin monuments, and then they were like deleting this row of data, you know, as the Lenin statues were going away. So it was like very valuable PDFs for the purposes of our research. And then we cross-validated the data set by using media reports. It kind of slightly increased by the total number of 8 statues. And finally, we used geocoding basically to see in real time whether the statue was removed or not removed, in which location, stuff like that. We used satellite imagery for that. Back in the day, Yandex was still more accurate than Google in Ukraine. You know, it's not true anymore, but at the time of this research, it was. So that gives us this wonderful map. As you can see, in Western Ukraine, most statues were removed in 1991 or earlier, so they kind of solved this issue early on. However, the rest of Ukraine, and I'm talking about the whole territory of Ukraine, apart from early occupied territories, we can see that 59% of our statues were removed between 2013 and 2018. And keep in mind that 2013, we are talking about like November here, like late 2013. So generally speaking, in talking in absolute numbers, the number of statues was surely decreasing over time with a significant drop during the Euromaidan over here. Well, we decided to run difference in difference analysis, and basically what we were doing there, we were comparing the changes in vote percentage of the pro-Russian parties between 2 rounds of elections, and I will dive deeper into what elections I'm talking about in a second, in precincts that experienced demolition of land statues and in districts that did not experience demolition of land statues. So that's where difference in difference is coming from. And usually we need a parallel trend assumption for difference in difference to work. So what you can see that it was kind of perfect or kind of not perfect, you know. 2 trends, so like pro-Russian votes in districts with no demolition, that is a solid line, and with demolitions, that is a dotted line. We're kind of moving together up until 2014, where you can see that, you know, the distance between kind of decreased. And this is what we're using for our analysis. We only use precincts that have any monuments at baseline. So we were not comparing precincts with no monuments whatsoever, ever in the history of Ukraine, and a monument that had some statues, those were dropped right away. So we need at least some monuments at baseline, and then we need some removals, right, for our treatment group. And monument presence, and we identified polling stations that experienced these removals if there was a monument presence within 1,000 meters around the polling station. So you actually have to be physically exposed to this to the statue to experience its presence or absence. That's what we are arguing. So that brings me to our initial results, and that was that overall effect of land demolition on overall turnout was 3.6 percentage points, and then more specifically on pro-Soviet turnout, so those who turned out and voted for pro-Soviet parties to 2.4, slightly lower. However, those results are for the whole period of observations, which is between 2012 and 2019. If we go more granular, if we go like from elections to elections, you can see that this statistically significant results were only present in between the first round of elections. So between everything that happened between the election that preceded Euromaidan and the election that immediately followed Euromaidan. And after that, even if we compare 2014, May 2014 to October 2014, and all later on, there are no statistically significant results. So basically, that was a very short-term effect. It was statistically significant, but it did not last long. And that made us question why. What happened? Why, people in the spring of 2014 are more concerned with statues than people in the summer of 2014, same people we're talking here. And this is where we have to look deeper into looking at what was happening in terms of trends. So if we look at overall turnout, and here the solid line is those persons that were exposed to land statue demolitions, and everything that is dotted are those that were not. And we can see that there is a split immediately after, after Euromaidan, but this split kind of like comes together as the history progresses. And the same is more or less true for pro-Soviet turnout. And initially, like the main concern from our discussants back then was that, well, that's just the effect of Euromaidan. That's not the land statues that are driving your turnout. That's Euromaidan that is driving your turnout. So we collected data on protests, matched it with our data set on land statue demolitions, and showed that this is not true. So basically, if you look at the effect of protests on overall turnout in councils with monuments and without monuments, you can see that when we're talking about without monument, there is absolutely no statistically significant results or substantively significant results. So basically, protests were not driving any sort of turnout effect in councils without monuments. So if monuments are not present, we don't see any results. If monuments are present, we see results, suggesting to us that those were monuments that were driving this turnout effects and not protests. And so next we decided to look into another hypothesis, potential mechanism that might have been driving our results, and that was who was demolishing what. So we have activists who are like going to Euromaidan, you know, like knocking on the statues and being very active and proactive. And then we have authorities who were just like fulfilling their bureaucratic duties after the law on decentralization was adopted. And basically you can see here that we have the most well-defined, so to say, results right after Euromaidan events for Leninopad that was conducted by protesters. So once this process became overseen by government authorities, its effect on electoral results just went away. It had to be activists who were observing these monuments, removing these monuments, and then actually driving those pro-Soviet voters crazy and making them to show up to polling stations and vote. While those were government officials, nobody cared anymore about all of the things, at least as far as it goes for electoral results. And finally, we were thinking, well, okay, so we know that the results disappeared over time, but maybe it was like the topics that were salient for Ukrainian population. And well, yes, annexation of Crimea and then whatever, all events that happened in Donbass after that actually made the question of sovereignty so much more important than the question of Leninopad culture, Lenin statues, and things like that. And currently, it's like, okay, the victory of Zelensky kind of clearly showed that this East versus West political cleavage is not that salient anymore in Ukrainian politics, right? So this is what happened, you know. Are you anti-Lenin? Are you pro-Lenin? Became so much less important than are you pro-Ukrainian? Do you support the idea of Ukrainian sovereignty, or do you support a Russian invasion of Ukraine? Like this dichotomy became so much more important than what you think about Soviet past. So as a result, I can conclude that Leninopad produced short-term electoral backlash from those who support pro-Soviet legacy of Ukrainian politics. And the most likely explanation is that basically observing the removal or absence of the monument mobilized pro-Russian voters who feared losing their symbolic power that they used to have in the past. And obviously this fear kind of disappeared once Russia invaded eastern territories of Ukraine. So thank you very much for your interest. These are implications, but I think within this workshop it's kind of obvious what those are. And yeah, I'm looking forward to your questions and suggestions.
Thank you. Ready to bulletins on this.
I think, yeah.
Great. Can you just press stop share?
Yeah.
Volodya, do you want to go ahead with your comments when you're ready?
Yeah. Thank you so much for inviting me to read this paper. Otherwise, it might have been added to a huge pile of those waiting to be read. Yeah. So it's a terrific paper. I encourage all of you to read it, especially that it's forthcoming in the Journal of Politics. It's a good example of how difficult it is to convincingly prove a certain effect. How you need to work hard to rule out all other explanations, and how Anastasia and her co-author proceed to do that. So several times in the process of reading, I said a certain thought. I said, "What about this?" And then in the next page, or in a couple of pages, I saw that they actually discuss this potential effect, and shows that this is not the cause of the effect. That actually this is the linopod that is causing it. So I actually have very little to say in terms of suggestions. So I will mention just 3 issues, rather minor in the big analysis they presented. So first is, to me, it seems like you undersell the background against which this effect of the linopod is this mobilization of the Soviet sympathizers is happening in places where the linopod took place. Kind of there is conventional wisdom, as far as I understand it, that the Euromaidan caused demobilization of Soviet sympathizers across Ukraine, so that they decided they don't see their candidates on the ballot, so they just stayed home. So you show that against this drop in pro-Soviet turnout, there is this difference in difference that in those places where the linopod took place, this decrease was smaller. And it was statistically significant. So I would suggest that you should discuss more this background against that which happened. Otherwise, it's almost lost in the lot of things you discuss in the paper. Second, I have some issues with your list. I was persistent enough to proceed to the appendix, and I had certain issues with your list of pro-Soviet candidates. You say that you include anybody who was on the Yanukovych government, so this criteria should give you Poroshenko on the list of pro-Soviet candidates. Obviously, it is not the case. In that particular context, he was not a pro-Soviet candidate. Yeah, even though he was not ardent at that time in 2014, he was not ardently anti-Soviet. He progressed from kind of centrist to nationalist during his presidency. But that means that your criteria, anybody on the Poroshenko government, is problematic. On the Yanukovych government is problematic. And more importantly, I have an issue, and I suggest, I assume Oля would have too, with Zelensky on the list of pro-Soviet candidates in 2019. As Ola and Henry show that Zelensky was rather seen as first independence generation in politics, and he was perceived as a return to pro-Russian course, so kind of not pro-Western course by some Poroshenko sympathizers. Yeah, so he was opposed by Poroshenko sympathizers, not only because of his lack of experience, but some of problematic jokes he made during Kvartal, but also by his perceived willingness to cooperate with Russia, to make peace with Russia at the cost of some elements of Ukraine's sovereignty and so on. But call him pro-Soviet is too far in my view. So I wonder if the exclusion of Zelensky from the list of pro-Soviet candidates in 2019 would make a difference for your results. Probably not, but maybe you should check. And finally, it is not quite convincing to me. I mean, your results show that, but in terms of theory, it is not quite convincing to me why any resentment of pro-Soviet sympathizers as losers of this symbolic battle should disappear after 2014, given that they immediately experienced decommunization. Decommunization was such a powerful blow to their kind of their share of power in the Ukrainian politics, that I would expect that to produce at least some mobilization. Of course, maybe the problem is that there was a 4-year gap between the beginning, the most active phase of decommunization and the election. So maybe they just forgot all about their indignation by that time, or but just say that concern about sovereignty, main concern about Lenin irrelevant, is not quite convincing to me. Because preoccupation with sovereignty is not a given. It is closely related to what kind of Ukraine we are protecting, to what kind of sovereignty. Either this is pro-Western Ukraine, kind of nationalist Ukraine, yeah, or is it Russia-friendly Ukraine? So for Soviet sympathizers, the 2014 was not necessarily a Russian aggression against Ukrainian sovereignty. It was maybe for some of them Russian protection of Ukraine's Russian speakers. For some, it was a complicated kind of power game between the two states and so on. So in itself, this is not enough to rule out any mobilization. So probably you should think of some other explanations why. Maybe this time gap, or maybe something else. I don't know, but this is something I think you should think more about. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great, we're running short on time, so let's try to have 5 to 7 minutes of Q&A. Any questions from the audience, whether online or please?
I want anyone online.
Yeah, if anyone online has questions or comments, please raise your hand and we'll feed it through. No, so far nothing online.
Okay, so congratulations, and it's as a political scientist, I think it's awesome that you are bringing quantitative methods into the study of Ukraine and getting published in mainstream journals like Journal of Politics. So congratulations, and it's serious work. I'm going to read it. It's great. I just want to. This is outside of. It's not a critique as much as a comment that. I think the labels that we use, we have to sort of avoid in the study of Ukraine to not think in dichotomies. So to use the label pro-Soviet, I think it's problematic. So I hate to critique a published paper because I understand what you're doing there, but it kind of mischaracterizes and flattens what was happening, which was Maidan and anti-Maidan, right? So people who resisted or opposed the pulling down of Lenin, it wasn't because they were necessarily in favor of the Soviet Union. Certainly some of them, especially the older people, but for other people, it was anti-Maidan. And what does that mean? It means lots of things. So this kind of goes back to the earlier paper about the meaning of symbols and how they can be multi-layered. So I just want to mention that idea, that it was about the anti-Maidan and that feeling of what Lenin represented at that time. And then that feeling, had like Volodya just said, had like a really intense effect during those first elections, because people were feeling like Lenin presented something that they were not sure was coming with the new government. So pro-Soviet, I think it's not a term I would continue to use as the opposition to anti-Lenin. And then second, this is a common question: why were so many Lenin statues left out in Ukraine? So well, I found it really surprising. You think it's about money, like they just didn't have money to pull it down, but because once they pulled them down, so what's going on there? What, how to study the subject? What do you think that was about?
Do you have sorry. Yeah, I don't know if this is because it's published paper, so I just maybe area for future research. I don't know if you want to write like a short note or to explore, because you touched up, I think, upon each differences, and that's what I was thinking about, because I thought that the demolition of a statue might have divergent effects, electoral effects on those the elderly who kind of grew up. And it might have some emotional value for them, and the young people who might not have cared as much about Lenin. Yeah, so I don't know if you can, do some maybe small scale study later, and maybe compare and contrast like some communities from which you might get some voting data. To see what was the age structure of voters in those communities, and how it interacted with their voting rights.
Any other questions? Any questions online?
You mentioned that the Ministry of Culture got a list of the protected statues, and I was wondering if we know who are removing the statue. Are there more locally people who live in a place where the statue are, which remove them, or if people if there is a movement of people trying to travel to go get the list and go to remove, because on your map you got the place where it's been removed, but I wonder if it shows local feelings or more regular. I don't think if it's easy to get the location, we can just move and go to remove.
Thank you so much. I'll try to be as concise as possible.
Sorry, there's also a question.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Actually, this relates to this previous question, because in one of my interviews, which I was holding at a local community, there was the report of a group of protesters who was traveling around. So when you say that the statues were demolished either by protesters or by the government, there's also this option that these people were not local. And someone to blame for. So did you account for this in anyhow?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay. Then I'll proceed. Okay. So first of all, I will respond to Volodymyr Kulik's comments. Yes, Euromaidan definitely demobilized Soviet sympathizers, and I agree that it would be great to discuss it probably more in the paper. Second is that Zelensky as a pro-Russian candidate didn't age well. I can totally see that. However, we actually, since he was like the biggest name, so to say, on the winning ballot, we actually ran analysis with him and without him at all, and yeah, it doesn't. The results are just not statistically significant, when they are not statistically significant, it just doesn't really matter that much. However, yeah, I agree that the criteria is problematic. We actually tried a couple, not a couple, but a good dozen of ways to identify Ukrainian parties as pro-Soviet or pro-Russian versus pro-European. We tried content analysis of their political programs. We tried analyzing like web TV channels in which the candidates were present. We tried all sorts of things, but in the end of the day, it was like, it was more like if you see a pro-Russian party, it's a pro-Russian party, that kind of logic. I know it's not a very good criteria. That is why the criteria that is in the appendix ended up being the more systematic, so to say. Finally, I would say that this idea that sovereignty might be playing a more important role than Lenin statues is not coming from just our arguing. It actually is coming from analysis of Twitter posts and mass media coverage. So basically, as we showed over time, the idea that Ukraine is a sovereign state is kind of growing and growing, and the idea that we need to get rid of Lenin statues is kind of decreasing and decreasing. It kind of makes sense as the number of parties is also decreasing, so our N is kind of smaller and smaller from modal to modal, and you might argue, well, your results are not statistically significant just because your N is so much smaller. That is very, very possible, of course, but we just hope that N remains large enough to make statistically significant conclusions. And we also hope that what was happening in social media and mass media is actually reflecting public sentiment. But like, obviously this is as good as any assumption is, like you can take it or leave it. So using pro-Soviet as label, we actually got like in the text, we actually calling them pro-Russian rather than pro-Soviet. The reason why I kept it in the presentation is because, Lenin is a Soviet symbol, like no matter how you, transform it. And therefore, yes, like our understanding of what was happening in Ukraine kind of expanded over the last 10 years significantly. But back in 2019, people still talked about Soviet legacy, right? Versus, kind of new European legacy. And yes, I agree that this pro-Soviet label is a little bit harder to pull out, and this is why it's just pro-Russian in the paper. Why there were so many statues? That's a very good question. They were there, yes, because nobody cared enough to demolish them, but also because they were actually serving very functional purpose, and that is 9th of May parades. So basically all this people who were sympathizers of the Soviet legacy, every May they would come to this statues. They would lay flowers as the same as statues of like Soviet soldier, So these were actual active memorials that were used to, to keep memory of Soviet history. So they were
World War II especially.
World War II especially, but also very often communists, the party, a Ukrainian Communist Party, they were held in their rallies around this statues, right? So this statues were used as active political symbols. So removing them would basically create a void for all these people who were activists, politicians, just like users of the statues. And that definitely created void. That golden toilet I showed you earlier, it's a problem, and there is anecdotal evidence of statues being substituted by Vareniki, by Taras Shevchenko, by you name it. But like it's for many people, like the statue of Varenik is very problematic. Like I don't want Varenik, I want my land back. That's just
Right, we had a master's student do his thesis on this, and he went to Ukraine and saw what different cities were putting up in place of Lenin.
Yeah, exactly. So
And in Kharkiv, they didn't replace it.
Yeah, they didn't replace it. Sometimes it's like Virgin Mary as a Ukrainian woman who lost her son, in the war effort, stuff like that. There is a lot of interpretation. With age differences, honestly, we don't have data. So it's just not there because we don't know. And finally, who removed the statues? So yes, many statues. I would say more than 100 out of our sample were removed by this traveling crew, or there were several of them. We don't know. We're just like traveling from city to city and removing statues because they were activists. We are treating them in the same way in our data as local activists, because for us, it's not that important like what was the opinion of people removing the statues. It was much more important what was the opinion of the local residents who wake up in the morning and they're like, hey, where is the statue? Where is it gone? Like we didn't anticipate it coming, which was very different than when authorities came in and everybody was warned and everybody knew that like this people with a truck will come and remove the statue, something like that.
Great, we are staying on time, so unfortunately to lose my presentation. Why don't we go back to number 1 then? Yes, yeah, so yeah, Volodymyr, let's move to your presentation. We're a little bit tight on time, so perhaps you could pass on your comment to Anastasia on another occasion, unless it's a very brief one.
I just wanted to say that that is not true that you use the term pro-Russian rather than pro-Soviet in the paper. At least in the paper you sent me, you consistently use the term pro-Soviet. So I understand that every label is problematic, but that's just what you use. Yeah. So just to correct your factual mistake. I don't know whether it's a different draft of the paper or what. But that's of course not important because, like I say, every label has its pluses and minuses, and pro-Russian is no less problematic than pro-Soviet. And maybe in this regard, when we are talking about a key element of Soviet legacy, so pro-Soviet would be even more appropriate. Okay, so shall I proceed to my paper?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I must say that my paper is not nearly as advanced and well thought of as Anastasia Zinaturas. Yeah. So it's a new text, a very short one. I realized I still have difficulty to kind of put my thoughts on the matter in order, but I will give you what I have now, and then I will need to think, taking into account your feedback, what I should do next. So I am analyzing the changes, the evolution of civic and ethnic identity in Ukraine after 2014. So obviously, one of the many consequences of Euromaidan is the change in the salience and content of Ukrainian ethno-national identity. Already during the revolution, many people presented accounts, especially on social media, of their own and other people's increasing awareness of being Ukrainian and loyalty to the Ukrainian nation and state. However, most survey-based research has measured the impact of both Euromaidan and immediately following Russian intervention in Crimea and the Donbass, with the impact of aggression widely believed to overshadow that of the revolution. So in this paper, I will also discuss the change in Ukrainian identity brought about by these two cataclysms, not attempting to tell one from the other. Most scholars exploring the impact of Euromaidan and Russian aggression of 2014 on Ukrainian identity focused on civic identity, demonstrating an impressive increase in the attachment to the Ukrainian state and its inclusive nation. Some studies, such as Zasa and Lackner, show that the growth in civic identity seems to come at the expense of ethnic identity, while others, such as Popelikesh and Robertson, demonstrate that civic identification increased after 2014, while ethnic one did not. These findings seem to be additionally validated by later studies showing an even stronger increase in civic attachment in response to Russia's full-blown invasion of 2022, most prominently Ola and Henry's book on the Zelensky effect. Accordingly, there is a growing perception that the Ukrainian identity has, since 2014, been predominantly civic, and a stronger civic identity means a weaker ethnic one. I argue that this is not the case. That is, the increased attachment to Ukrainian state went hand in hand with the increased attachment to the Ukrainian ethno-cultural nation, making Ukrainian identity an amalgam of civic and ethnic elements. So there is an ample survey evidence that the tumultuous events of 2014 led to a considerable growth of Ukrainian civic attachment. Perhaps the best known question demonstrating this growth is one about the most salient identifications with various territorial units from local to global. And we know that after 2014, the share of those prioritizing their identity as citizens of Ukraine increased considerably. A similar increase in the identification with Ukraine was revealed in a panel study by Popelikesh and Robertson, asking the respondents about their homeland and giving them a choice between Ukraine, the USSR, Russia, and their region of residence. Another indicator of increased civic attachment comes from the responses to the questions on the changes in the attitude toward Ukraine's independence and its national attributes, such as anthem and flag. With over 1/3 of respondents reporting in September 2014 a greater or less improvement in attitudes for the last year. That is the period encompassing Euromaidan and the early stage of Russian aggression. And only a few percentage saying that their attitudes have become worse. Last but not least, a comparison of survey data from before and after 2014 demonstrates a considerable increase in the share of respondents supporting an inclusive understanding of the Ukrainian nation as encompassing all citizens regardless of their ethnic origin, language, and cultural tradition. However, there is also enough evidence that ethnic Ukrainian identity also strengthened at that time. It would seem that the clearest indicator was considerable increase after 2014 in the share of people declaring themselves Ukrainian by nationality and reporting Ukrainian as their native language. But since these categories arguably came to mean ethno-national rather than purely ethnic identity, a shift that became more pronounced in the wake of Euromaidan and Russian aggression, it is not possible to tell whether the increase in the identification indicates a stronger ethnic or civic attachment or both. More indicative are the changes in ethnocultural attitudes that can be considered part of the content of Ukrainian ethnic identity, that is the meaning people attach to their perceived belonging to the Ukrainian ethno-nation. For example, the above mentioned study of September 2014 found that the share of respondents stating that their attitude towards the Ukrainian language has improved for the last year was similar to those reporting improved attitudes towards the Ukrainian anthem and flag, meaning that the embrace of the key ethnocultural element of Ukrainian identity was as strong as that of civic elements. Related to this, a greater share of respondents came to support the predominance of the titular language in all communicative domains, which would necessarily mean the curtailment of the use of Russian. In a similar fashion, the attitudes toward one of the key elements of the nationalist narrative of the past, the armed struggle of the Ukrainian insurgent army, and the nationalist leader Stepan Bandera, who is closely related in popular imagination to that struggle, also improved considerably after 2014. No less importantly, the Russian intervention in Crimea and the Donbass greatly worsened Ukrainians' previously friendly attitudes toward Russia, even though at that stage the change involved the attitudes towards the state, but hardly the people. While not all of these changes were preserved in the following years, they demonstrate a considerable impact of the tumultuous events of 2014. I should say that the stronger embrace of the Ukrainian ethnocultural values in the wake of Euromaidan and Russian intervention in Crimea and the Donbass did not make them acceptable for the entire Ukrainian population or even a majority of residents in all parts of Ukraine. For some attitudes, such as the perception of controversial episodes of the past, the change in the East and South was much slower than in the West and Center, making the two former regions even more dissimilar from the latter two. Similarly, while attitude toward Russia became considerably worse in the West and Center, they did not change much in the East and South. The cataclysm of 2014 thus proved to be no less divisive than uniting, all the more so because of contrasted interpretations by elites in different parts of Ukraine. We know how important was elite discourse in the East and South in framing this separatist sentiment and eventually action. Their impact was very different from that of Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022, which was unanimously perceived as unprovoked foreign aggression, thus leading the attitudes across Ukraine in the same direction and making different parts more alike. So while it is clear that both civic and ethnic Ukrainian identity grew stronger after 2014, little is known about the relationship between the two. The study by Sasa and Lackner that I already mentioned in inquiring about respondents' most important identity found that both ethnic Ukrainian and Ukrainian citizen were on the top of the list, far above any other identifications. but their relative salience changed between 2017 and 2018 in favor of the latter, so in favor of the civic identification. However, not only did this change reflect the latter dynamics, not directly related to the impact of the 2014 cataclysm, but also the decrease in the relative salience of ethnic identification compared to civic one, did not necessarily mean a decline in ethnic identification strengths and prevalence. So it was just became less salient than the other one, but not necessarily weaker. There is thus no reason to believe that an increase in Ukrainian civic identity is incompatible with an increase in Ukrainian ethnic identity. In fact, I would argue that the two changes are interrelated. I must say that I do not consider the strengthening of both civic and ethnic identity after 2014 surprising. In my view, it confirms the argument made most strongly with regard to Ukraine by Taras Kuzyo in his 2002 paper, that national identity always combines civic and ethnocultural elements, and every state promotes both civic values and ethnic values of its titular core, except for states with several ethnic constituent parts, such as Switzerland or Belgium. For members of ethnic minorities, their attachments to their particular group and the entire civic nation are two identities of different kinds, which can be competing in some cases and complementary in others, and there is a lot of literature on that. But the self-designation as a member of the titular group can actually mean either citizenship or ethnicity or undifferentiation mix of both, as Brubaker and co-authors argue, because their attachments to the civic nation and ethnic core are closely interrelated. It is thus to be expected that the stronger attachment to the nation will go hand in hand with the stronger embrace of traditions and values of its ethnic core. And this is exactly what happened in Ukraine since 2014. Already on the Maidan, and this is something we know that was the impact of the Maidan because it preceded the Russian aggression, the reported growth of Ukrainian identity was not purely civic. In many accounts, the stronger awareness of being Ukrainian was manifested both in the sense of solidarity with fellow Ukrainians fighting for democracy and European future, and in the embrace of the Ukrainian language and the historical narrative positing the century-long continuity of the national liberation struggle against the Russian oppressions. In the following months, the perceived Russian aggression led millions of Ukrainians to develop a strong dislike or even hatred of Russia, and sympathy or even admiration for those fighting in the past and fighting it in the past and present, including the Ukrainian nationalists long demonized by the Soviet regime and some post-Soviet elites. In accordance with these changes in popular sentiment, the elites brought to power by the victory of Euromaidan started more resolutely promoting the nationalist narrative of the past and the use of national language in various social domains, policies that are most vividly exemplified by the recommunization laws of 2015 and the language law of 2019. However, not all Ukrainian citizens accepted this change in state policies and public discourse, all the more so because of their condemnation by some political elites, particularly in the East and South. While supporters of Euromaidan viewed post-Euromaidan policies as uniting the nations in the fight against Russian aggression and for the European future, many of its opponents considered these policies as discriminatory and divisive. Their opposition vividly manifested itself in the rejection of Petro Poroshenko's electoral slogan, "Army, Language, Faith," which epitomized the direction the country took after 2014 and which they wanted to change. This rejection of Poroshenko and his Euromaidan discourse in turn antagonized many Euromaidan supporters, thus deepening the political divide in Ukrainian society. It is only after Russia's full-blown invasion of 2022 that the divide had been overcome as supporters of the opposing camps found a common goal in fighting the external enemy. To summarize, the new unified Ukrainian identity is open to all Ukrainian citizens, regardless of ethnic origin, primary language, or religious beliefs. but it increasingly acquires an ethnocultural Ukrainian meaning, as reflected in the predominance embraced by the population of the national language and the nationalist narrative of history. This identity is a civic in its criteria of membership in the national collectivity and ethnic in the attitudes its members are supposed to hold, which effectively means the exclusion of people unwilling to embrace these attitudes, a still sizable minority of Ukraine's population. As a set of attitudes constituting the context of this identity features the positive evaluation of Euromaidan and the subsequent fight against Russian aggression, it could be thought of as Euromaidan eventful nationalism, as Zhuravlyov and Ishchenko defined it, except it is no longer a minority face that Ukrainian nationalists was in the first decades of independence, as Andrew Wilson famously coined it. Thank you for your attention.
Hey, Melodia. Hi.
Yeah, you can see.
Okay, I just think it helps to maybe sort of see because it's so far away. I know, but when I was home earlier, you can only see like half the table and you can't see anyone in the back of the room because someone fooled with the camera, according to Eileen.
Oh.
Anyway, so thank you for inviting me. I was learning a lot this morning, and it's nice to meet you. And hello to everyone also virtual, who are virtual. I just have a few comments. Well, I have a general comment for everyone. Has there, my husband made this point this morning because he was at home, and he said, has there ever been a kind of a country where Ukrainians, citizens who are at war are studying themselves at war? And I don't think so. I don't know, but it's really a hard thing to do. And it's just amazing, you know, really, that there are Ukrainian scholars studying what's happening, you know, while the country's at war. So that's just a very hard place to be. It's a hard position. It's hard to, it's just a challenge. So, you know, for all of you who are in that position, I just have a lot of respect for that. And I think everyone should. Okay. And that may sort of inform some of my comments for Melodia. You know, I like this. I like this a lot. Like, obviously, it's a great thing to break down these ideal types, civic and ethnic, since they are ideal types, but they're very useful as ideal types. And yet it's not always clear to me what an ethnic, I know this is a short paper, Melodia, and I know you have a longer paper on the topic, which I need to read more closely, much more closely. But it almost, in this short paper, at least sort of assumes that we all agree on what the ethnic elements of Ukrainian identity are. So let's just start with the clearest one, which is language, Ukrainian language. I kind of agree, you know, that this war, with your argument here, that the war, at least from what we know so far, it seems like since 2014 and then even more since 2022, that the war and Putin claiming Russia for Russia and the Russian state, instead of people thinking about Russian language as a language that many people speak, but what he's done with this Ruski Mir and tying it to language and so on has you know, turned a lot of Ukrainians against the Russian language, and that's quite interesting. And I think that's a trend that we see even more sharply since 2022. The best example I've had of this is someone I interviewed when I was doing research in Kharkiv in 2017, really interesting interview. Maybe some of you know this person. He's a ethnic Jewish person who was a translator of Russian literature, and said to me, I regret my career that I never learned Ukrainian and that I still need to make a living using my Russian language because I now associate Russian language with Russia. And he also had a reinterpretation of Bandera, which I thought was really interesting, considering he was Jewish. But he's not necessarily typical. He's an activist, and he was, you know, massively pro-Maidan and so on. So that's part of the broader thing I want to mention, that we tend as scholars to have as interlocutors other elites, other highly educated people, not necessarily ordinary people. And I know we think we get around that by looking at polls, it's not always necessarily the case, although Volodya's work does focus groups as well, which I do as well. And I think that's a way to kind of hear from more ordinary people, though even in that case, they aren't necessarily uneducated, right? It's kind of hard to get into this kind of mass sort of mass element of society. So the first point, like you seem to have a certain understanding of ethnic. It's really clear what that means when we're talking about language. It's less clear when you're talking about some of the, I guess the national, what was formerly known as nationalist narratives, nationalist history, and kind of this. I think you should state more clearly that it seems that you're defining ethnic as a sense that Russia has, and Russian Empire has colonized and dominated Ukraine over the centuries. That seems to be a core idea that you say that people are kind of joining to, sort of shifting to or believing in. Okay, so one question or comment I have is, you mentioned this briefly in the paper and you kind of skim over it. The polling data does show that there's still a lot of sympathy toward Russians on the part of Ukrainians. We're talking about Keys polling, of course, whereas they distinguish they distinguish Russians from Russian state and Russian government. And that's been pretty consistent over time. So what do you make of that? Because, you hear from a lot of intellectuals that there's just like a wholesale rejection of everything Russian, not just Russian state, but Russian people. This isn't Putin's war, this is Russian people's war. They're kind of like exaggerated idea that, or the kind of belief in the idea of the Russian Levada polls, which nobody really trusts, that the entire Russian population is supporting the war. So, what do you how would you would you theorize that there's anything to that continued regard among Ukrainians for Russians as opposed to for the Russian state? And then I guess my larger, so then now sort of a specific, a kind of specific comment that toward the end of this short paper, when you talk about Poroshenko, and you seem to almost be reducing ethnic, a Ukrainian identity or meaning to Poroshenko's slogan, Army, Language, Faith. Maybe that's just the way you wrote it, but you said it again in your comments when you said the rejection of Poroshenko and his post-Euromaidan discourse antagonized many Euromaidan supporters, thus deepening the political divide. But now that we have the invasion, the divide's been overcome, as supporters of the opposing camps found a common goal in fighting the external enemy. Absolutely accurate that there's a common goal in fighting the external enemy, but that makes it sound like everyone now accepts Poroshenko's Army, Language, Faith. So two things about this. You made it sound like there was this huge, deep divide, but actually almost the whole population voted against Poroshenko. So what do you do with that? What does that tell you about Ukrainian identity? That there was a massive rejection of Poroshenko and Army, Language, Faith. Do you think the rejection was not because was not really because of the slogan or his increasing ethnically based sense of Ukrainian identity, maybe because they perceived him as corrupt? Like, just what do you make of that whole thing? And then my larger kind of critique is that toward the end of your paper, it sounds like you are embracing this idea that ethnic means a belief in certain attitudes. And so my question is, what attitudes? Okay, language, fine, we already talked about that. That's not really an attitude, it's practice and so on. But what attitudes? Are these attitudes going to be just, acceptance of Euromaidan? It sounds like that's one of the big ones that you're talking about. But does that then mean acceptance of Europe? Is that going to be a political attitude that Ukrainian identity becomes conditioned on? Because there's going to be a hard time creating a Ukrainian identity, because there's still a lot of people who don't necessarily believe Ukraine should, what does Europe mean? So now we go back to the other paper, right? Like, does it mean join NATO? There's still a lot of Ukrainians who are opposed to that. Maybe now you're right, there are more Ukrainians who are in favor of joining the EU, but still the polls show that there's a lot of Ukrainians who maybe, if that project is posited as it has been for the last few years as something that means we reject Russia, then that makes more sense. but Europe itself is changing. What if Europe suddenly, bails on Ukraine and rejects Ukraine? What if the EU stalls? Then what? This is a kind of transient, possibly potentially transient political attitude. So what does that mean if that changes? Then we just is this what Ukrainian national identity is? It's just like a series of coming up with the next set of political attitudes that the elites believe in, and then therefore say you're not really Ukrainian if you don't share those political attitudes. It's somewhat problematic and I think dangerous to say that you're a civic Ukrainian if you hold a set of beliefs, a certain set of beliefs, and especially given that you're going to be coming into a position after the war where you have a lot of Ukrainians coming back to the country, hopefully, who left the country, and then there's the question of why did they leave? What does it mean that 1.6 or 3, it's not clear, went to Russia? What does that say about their political loyalty? Are they then not Ukrainians? These are really tough issues. So if you say that civic identity is rooted in a set of shared political attitudes, and then someone is outside of that, then what does that kind of say about the inclusiveness as opposed to the exclusiveness of Ukrainian national identity? And in a signal that this might be happening, I'm just going to read a quick quote from a report, a Keys report, and I love Keys, love it, love it, love it. The best polling agency, but this statement by I'm not sure if it was a Keys analyst, but okay, so it's a sociologist. The quote was exactly this point about Europe. Like, you have to believe in Europe, and that's what it means to be Ukrainian. Here's the quote. Many agree that the aggression of Russia was a result of Ukrainian national identity having been reborn to reflect its closeness to the EU and democratic states, moving away from the former Soviet legacy and pro-Russian politics. And on the one hand, you read it, and you're like, yeah, of course, that's what it means. Ukrainian identity now is anti-Russian, and that makes sense. But does that necessarily mean that it's got to be pro-Europe, or or you're not a member of the Ukrainian civic nation? So I guess I would just throw that kind of challenging and unanswerable, possibly, question out to you. And then the final point. Are you too much in this civic ethnic debate? Jessica Pisano talks about Zelensky talking about Ukrainian identity in a different way, about an emotion, about a tough, resilient people. Why can't that, especially post-war, be the way that Ukrainians are defined? Resiliency, toughness, tenacity, all of the amazing qualities and attributes that Ukrainians have demonstrated in the war might be something that becomes sort of defining elements of Ukrainian nation and moves us away from this civic versus ethnic categories.
Great, thank you very much. Elise, we're really, really tight on time. So are there any questions we can collect either online or from the room? You have about 2 minutes just for the questions, all of the just so we can move on to the next paper. Yeah, right here.
Really quickly, Michael was here. We had a nice talk at AC's the first night of the reception. You mentioned that there was a big jump in civic and ethnic identity among Ukrainians immediately after Maidan and Crimea. You mentioned that it didn't decrease in the next several years. Where was it roughly in February 2022 or January 2022 relative to, say, January 2015?
Great. Any other questions in the room, first of all? Online, are there any questions?
Do we have any questions online? Sorry, we're not quite sure how good the mic
Nope,
is.
nothing online. Final opportunity. Volodya, over to you.
Thank you. Before I start responding, could you please come closer to the mic and repeat the last question?
Yeah, Ukrainian civic and ethnic identity. Where was it in January 2022 relative to, say, January 2015?
Okay, thank you. So starting with Elise, thanks a lot. I use ethnic and civic because these are established categories. We need to problematize them, but we cannot just abandon them completely because they mean things that have been dealt with in a lot of literature. So we know a lot about them. to relate our new research to the older research, we need some continuity in categories that makes sense. At the same time, there is a value in understanding, because if everything is identity, so why some people argue with others, why some people fight with others? Yeah, so we need to think about identity in terms who accepts whom and who rejects whom. Yeah, so people can be discussing some things without rejecting each other, so accepting the legitimacy of each other's belonging to the same nation. Or they could be rejecting others as much as excluding them from the nation. Yeah. So and these are different situations, and we need to be able to distinguish between them. So in terms of jumping right away to your last suggestion, why not talk about resilience and resistance and whatnot instead of civic ethnic? Partly because resilience came to be used rather metaphorically than analytically, and partly because even in their resilience, Ukrainians can be different in what they want and how they view other Ukrainians. So we should not necessarily perceive resistance as kind of panacea and the reason to abandon tough questions about how Ukrainians perceive each other, how Ukrainians embrace each other. So in terms of sympathy toward Russians, yesterday in my class at Stanford, I talked with students about the difference between reactions to 2014 and 2022, and I suggested that they persistent positive attitude toward Russian citizens, Russian people as distant from the state after 2014 was just the inability to abandon all this positive, friendly attitude in one shot. So there was a shock, but shock was not too strong in 2014. It only was strong enough in 2022 when this friendship evaporated. Yeah, but in 2014, most people decided it was the state to blame. Of course, in 2022, the state was also to blame, but that was to blame the state was not enough for how much outrage and indignation and hatred people had. So they also extended this negative attitudes toward ordinary citizens, but that was not the case in 2014, especially since the interpretation of what actually happened were different. Yeah, for some people it was not necessarily unprovoked aggression. It might be rightful intervention on behalf of the discriminated part of the Ukraine's population, namely Eastern and Southern. Next, reducing ethnic Ukrainian identity to Poroshenko's slogans. No, I'm not reducing it. I'm just saying that in that particular electoral context, Poroshenko came to be seen as proponent of this exclusive Ukrainian identity, which was not necessarily the case for his supporters. In fact, they wanted this identity, which is prevalent now. They wanted the identity which would be open to everybody, but on certain terms, on the condition of acceptance of certain values. Exactly this army language face. But in that context, when Zelensky proposed explicitly inclusive approach with vague values, but with clearly inclusive criteria of membership, Poroshenko's insistence on certain values as precondition of belonging was seen as exclusive. What attitudes are part of Ukrainian ethnic identity? So I'm saying that attitudes which I relate to Ukrainian ethnic identity are those that were traditionally part of Ukrainian ethnic nationalism, including the strictly negative attitude toward Russia, the interpretation of history, of Ukraine's history as oppression by Russia and fight against Russia, the central role of Ukrainian language as cultural value, as a spiritual value. So this is yes, Emma, I see. This is something which was related to ethnic Ukrainian identity, but which is now becoming the core of Ukrainian civic identity, meaning it would be open to everybody, but with these core values. Why not? What about acceptance of Europe? Yes, Europe is becoming one of these values. This vague spiritual Europe, which doesn't necessarily mean the EU, strictly speaking, but it is part of these values which are at the core of Ukrainian civic identity, which supplements this ethnic attitudes such as the history and language. And final question about January 22 versus 2015. I would say that the Ukrainian identity developed during these 7 years under the impact of post-Euromaidan policies and under the impact of the war. So definitely the embrace of Ukrainian language and Ukrainian nationalist narrative of history, for example, became stronger during this year. So attitudes towards Russia slowly decreased, but not that much. But something which became strikingly obvious in after February 22 was already available in January 22, but we didn't see that much. Thank you.
Right, we're running out of time, so we're going to move right away to Ola's paper, because I understand she has to leave. So over to you, Ola. Hopefully you can hear it.
I just noticed that my microphone was on this entire time. So as I was crunching the statistics, checking some of the stuff that Volodya's saying with all our data, I wonder if you were hearing my intense little noises that I tend to make when I'm on my computer.
No noises to say.
All right. I was also previously eating because I just came back from lecturing and it's 8:22 here. And it was an intense day. We were watching 20 days in Mariupol and the whole class was in tears. So if I randomly start crying, that's why. Volodya, we don't have a chance to have a conversation about this, but I just looked at the numbers from our panel in 2014-15. And there's almost no movement on people declaring greater propensity to declare Ukrainian as their native language or private language or work or their choice of language in survey throughout the entirety of 2014-2015. So it would be interesting for us to take a look at that data and to keep the conversation going. And then I checked this also in our mobilized data. And we see a really huge jump from 2019 to 2022 to relate to the question that was asked in the audience. We not only see this huge jump of civic identity, but we see a massive jump when it comes to native language spoken. So in 2019, it's at 60%. By 2021, it's at 70%, and it stays at 70% on the eve of all-out invasion, February 16th, 2022. So I think your story is even... I'll give you the mobilized data and you can use it for the paper if you want. But that I found that was interesting for the paper, for the question that our colleague asked there. And I think this is all related a little bit to some of the focus of our paper with Henry. It's a paper we wrote a few years back. And then we kind of just stopped with it because so many other things happened. And we are actually returning to it, asking some of the questions again. and wondering if it's worth to revisit and re-ask the questions in the current context. And I'll explain to you a little bit later why I think that could be an interesting thing to do. Let me just pull up. I'm going to share my desktop. If you're seeing something you shouldn't, look away. All right. And then I'll just open up the document this way. Okay. And you can see it, I'm sure now, full view. So really, Henry and I are interested in building a theory here, and we're using the case of the Euromaidan and political attitudes towards protest and support for major protest narratives or master narratives of protest to understand whether or not protests are in fact these major critical moments that shift alignment in preferences or attitudes as they are perceived to. We think they aren't. And coming from a protest scholar, that might come as a surprise to you in the room. But I don't actually think that the majority of protest events are these critical junctures that really realign societies. I think the realignment actually happens prior to the major moment of mass mobilization, but we don't have any adequate studies that are really following these things over time and then collecting great protest data in order to be able to show that the alignment happened before the moment, actually explaining the moment, and then what we see in the aftermath is something else. But so yeah, the motivation is about post-Euromaidan Ukraine and understanding some of the attitudes there. And I just want to remind you, if anyone wants to use this data or collaborate with me on this data, we have some amazing data of protest participants from 2013-14, where we were the first to go in the field and survey protesters on site from November 26th, so prior to any violent acts on the Maidan, well into January 2014, and with a sample of 1,263 over time. We also added in an online survey. Tamara is in the room, so she remembers this all very well, maybe even traumatically, with a fabulous team that was doing also photos of protester slogans. That's something that Tamara was specifically focused on-site rapid interviews with protesters. And then I conducted upwards of 50 interviews with activists and a variety of other actors, and 6 different focus groups with activists and then ordinary citizens as well. And just to remind ourselves, you know, what the makeup of the Euromaidaners was, it was actually this weird cross-cleavage coalition. A lot was said about its regional composition. Of course, the median participant actually did come from the center of Ukraine, but there was a significant portion of people who traveled from east and southern oblasts. That was unexpected, of course, when we were initially collecting the data. The other thing to remind ourselves that it was a cross-cleavage coalition specifically in the age categories of those individuals that were participating, because about 12% were retired and grandparents, more or less, right? And that's a very large portion of the protest population, but that's not actually strange for mass mobilizations. In fact, most mass mobilizations have a median protester that is about 36. We also know that there was a diversity of aims, claims, and grievances that motivated different types of protesters to engage in the action, but we do know that 2 dominated for the broad majority. Will some people have written that Euromaidan was the immediate trigger and then it turned into and probably overcame in some people's minds, or was overcome by the claim about human rights. What we find in our data very clearly is that the Euromaidan claim doesn't go away. It just is combined with the anti-violence, human rights abuses, violations, claims, and grievances that come thereafter. So it's not like you have this foreign policy claim that disappears as a major motivating factor for mobilizing individuals, but rather it is compounded for some with the human rights violations And others are also simply just motivated to mobilize because of the human rights violations. So you have this dueling competition of master frames, and it's not, and they can be complementing, or they mobilize new groups to come into the fold. And of course, then we know that Ukrainians evaluated the Euromaidan in a variety of ways. This is from some of our panel survey data that we collected with Henry, Tim Colton, and Nadia Kravets in the immediate aftermath. We know a few interesting things here. We know that not everyone thinks very great things in the immediate aftermath of the Euromaidan about the Euromaidan, right? We know that about 13% of the Ukrainian population believes that Ukrainian oligarchs orchestrated the Euromaidan, and about 9% believed that European or American governments orchestrated it, yeah? Only 41% thought that the main organizer was ordinary citizens themselves. Obviously, that correlates very highly to both participating in the protests and knowing someone that did participate in the protest. But that does show you that the majority of Ukrainian citizens in the immediate aftermath of the Euromaidan did not think this was an event that was actually led by ordinary citizens. Similarly, when you look at which of the following statements best describes what happens in those final stages of the Euromaidan, and here, whilst you have a majority that believe it's people rising up and successfully deposing Yanukovych, you have really substantial proportions of society that think this is a coup, a Russian plot, a CIA plot, or orchestrated by politicians. So really, the views of the Euromaidaners are messy in the aftermath, and nowhere near as positive as some make the Euromaidan out to be. Similarly, when we look at just the question, overall, do you think the Euromaidan did more harm or more good for Ukraine? And we've also been asking this question now for many years, and we see this split continues. There's a significant portion of society, in fact, the plurality of respondents in 2014 thought the Euromaidan did more harm than good. And of course, this is because people are linking it to the war that then begins thereafter. But nonetheless, the way we often interpret the Euromaidan as this critical juncture that created all these positive things in society, and specifically certain values, certain pro-democratic attitudes, and so on, it's a little bit messier than that. So looking at this descriptive data, Henry and I always thought, we're not quite sure if the event itself is responsible for some of the things that are produced thereafter. So we were really interested in what drove post-protest buy-in in the aftermath of a revolution. There's a variety of reasons why people would buy in and support a protest event in its aftermath, right? Once the rebel wins. And you can do that to align yourself with what you perceive to be the majority, or there's a variety of other possibilities there too. And I think colloquially also many folks here, and I am talking about social scientists, make a lot of unsubstantiated claims that mass protest shifts public opinion or creates a realignment, often calling mass mobilization a critical juncture. So we ask here in this paper, what influences the extent to which a mass protest master narrative dominates public opinion after the rebel wins? And this is important because, of course, activist leaders, political leaders, and participants of mass mobilizations frame their actions publicly through a master narrative, right? But the problem on the other side, no matter how much leaders and participants try to frame their action with a certain master narrative, ordinary citizens' motivations for engaging in contentious politics are obviously highly complex, and they can be actually in really serious tension with the master narrative. So to understand the consequences of mass protest mobilization on public dispositions, we really need to investigate what factors shape post-victory buy-in to the master narrative specifically. And there's a variety of research that explains framing and mobilization, and I'm not going to go into that right now. But we think the next frontier of research when it comes to mass mobilization is specifically, do protest movements become key popular reference points, organizing support or opposition to the master frame narratives in the aftermath of a mass mobilization? Are they really the thing that is then dividing the stakes in the society. And we built a theory around the crucial distinctions between the aims of said protest, the means, the acts constituents of the protest, and the ends of the mass protest, the outcome. And this connects to two big theoretical groups of scholarly works that, on the one hand, those folks that think mass mobilization is transformative of public opinion, and here are a few citations to those individuals. And that therefore, because mass mobilization is transformative, support for and opposition to the master narrative connected with the protest will be fitting this cleavage, those who are the protesters and non-protesters, as it were. Perhaps competing perspective is the work on negative coalitions, and there's a few folks here, and Mark's work was particularly important here for us. And it's this idea that protests are these coalitions of diverse social segments held together by their opposition to the regime, not so much a positive claim of what they want to see, but rather the grievance is what holds them together. But our thinking builds on these two hypotheses, and we really start off with a theoretical proposition of what it means for people to support a mass protest movement. First off, support can be positive attitudes to the stated aims, right? And therefore, the master narrative. The means, the physical acts constitutive of a protest event, and the ends, the perceived outcome. So support is not one simple unit, but rather these three different elements that we should really break down and understand more concretely. And not only is it possible that some individuals will simultaneously support the master narrative, the aims of the protest, but not support the protest activity itself, the acts that were conducted, or its outcome, right? And thus, we really do believe that the most significant victorious mass mobilizations are actually unlikely to result in the protest itself becoming the key popular reference point structuring support for protest master narratives, but also we hope to develop this to other positions and preferences in society. So we actually think that the attitudes to the master narrative, negative or positive, will be shaped by the same old factors found to drive public opinion in the polity, not the protests themselves. And of course, therefore, this will vary case to case. There will be some variables that are important in Ukraine that will not be as important in Egypt or in Argentina or elsewhere. And so, of course, then we can turn to political behavior research, and there's a variety of different variables that we might consider would drive attitudes of support to the master narrative if the protest event itself is not the key factor in creating this alignment. And why the case of Ukraine, I won't go into all of this that's on the slide. The case of Ukraine is particularly important to us precisely because it has these dual claims simultaneously. And precisely because one claim does not disappear on November 30th, but rather continues over time. And I can go into more detail how we know that to be true. So just the survey items we use here, this is the main dependent variable, which was explicitly designed to measure attitudes towards the Euromaidan's master narratives. And it reads as follows: many associate different types of demands with the Euromaidan protest that began last fall. Please tell me, are you in favor or against the following Euromaidan demands? The demand for signing of the EU association agreement and the demand for the resignation of Yanukovych. Now you have an option fully against, somewhat against, neutral, somewhat in favor, or fully in favor. And we code this as a binary dependent variable, where one for all those respondents that they said they fully or tended to support the demand in question. Now, when you break it down, you actually have an interesting result. You have about, just about, well, 46% of the population here that's telling us that they are supportive of the master narrative of signing the EU association agreement. We have about 70% of the population that say they are supportive of Yanukovych's resignation as the main master narrative of the Euromaidan. And of course, we know that a much smaller proportion of individuals actually participated in the protest themselves, right? So here, support for the master narrative is actually very interesting in relation to how people viewed the protests, both the acts, the means, the outcomes, and their own engagement in those protests. So in terms of the independent variables here, to capture the act itself, it's self-reported participation, and we control for participation in protests more generally here. For personal feelings towards the protest, aka the means, we have a survey item that asked individuals to rate how positively they felt about the Euromaidan on a scale of 0 to 100. And then in terms of evaluation of the outcome or the ends, a dependent variable, we have a 3-point scale of the Euromaidan causing more harm than good. But here again, we control for attitudes towards protests more generally, where we include a binary variable about the views of whether or not protest is an effective form of action, whether it makes a difference. Okay. So I'm not going to go into the variety of controls that we include, but we include the various economic controls, the identity controls, the policy preference and attitudes, and then, of course, the demographic controls. All of these three areas are of controls. These are exactly the sorts of things we would expect drive attitudes in Ukraine, as opposed to the protest variables. In terms of the modeling strategy, we do a full effects model. I can go into details about what that means. We follow a causal sequencing, so an ordered to account for the causal stages. So we order the inclusion of our different variables, and as it's laid out here, which is pretty standard. So in here, the theory is pretty much confirmed. We do find that attitudes to protest, so attitudes to the means of protest, the act constituent of protest, and the views of the Maidan, none of these things actually drive support for the master narrative, but it is exactly the sorts of things we would expect to be driving support. So things like where you resided, the language you speak, holding other key policy preferences that are seen to connect to the master narrative are very much in alignment here. Most importantly, these variables here, you see that protest itself, being a participant in the protests or being a lifetime participant in protests previously, does not correlate in any way to support for the master narrative, which initially we thought was a pretty surprising finding. As we go further, we do find, in fact, that region is a major predictor of whether or not you support either of the master narratives. Feeling more Ukrainian certainly is important, and being a transition winner is also a major factor in driving whether or not you support these two master narratives. Similarly, if you have a preference when you're looking at preference alignment, preference for Russian being the second state language is strongly correlated to support for these master narratives, as is a preference for joining NATO. Lastly, wanting market reform or democracy being a good fit are again strong predictors of whether or not somebody supports the master narrative. So these findings are important because they are corrected to the notion that moments of mass mobilization revolutionize public opinion by structure mediating it in such a manner in which attitudes are formed and shaped and aligned differently in its aftermath. We actually find that long-standing demographic, economic, and policy and value position cleavages are much stronger predictors of support for the master narrative following a mass protest than any of the protest-related variables. And Here we think, why does this matter? Well, because we hear this constantly happening in society, where people see a large protest like the one you have here in the United States, and then people suggest that it's going to have this major impact on general attitudes, in this case, to gender or females in politics. This is shown, again, not to be the case in the United States, but repeatedly we have this. So here is another a famous protest. In this case, it was a Tea Party protest. And again, people were assuming that it was the rise of Tea Party protests that created a change in a particular key voting constituency in the United States. Whereas again, if you look at data throughout the United States, because they have slightly better data on these things than we do in Ukraine, you'll find that this new cleavage started popping up even before we see the mass mobilization occurring. So it's hard to really get at some of this stuff without going a little bit further and having that pre-protest data. But what we are doing now, and this is where I started, we're actually going to see if we have a few other protests that we've covered, including in Belarus, in Poland and elsewhere. And we have pre-protest and post-protest data and protest event data, and we're going to see if this is mapping on into these other cases. And we do think it is mapping on already with some basic analyses. So it might shape up to be a little bit broader and much more comparative paper. Thank you.
Great, we'll move straight to the discussion.
Great, I will try to keep my feedback to 3 minutes, so that we do not run over time. So first of all, I must say that this is an incredible paper. I really liked your theoretical framework, as well as the way you worded your research question. I also think that you have pretty strong theory here, and I think that this theory would be even stronger if you mentioned in the text of the paper that you actually have two competing hypotheses. You mentioned them in your presentation. In my notes, these are cleavage hypothesis versus negative coalition. A hypothesis, I'm pretty sure you have better labels, but people love competing hypotheses and seeing which hypothesis wins. So you can just say, here are my competing hypotheses. This is what I have to show to find support for one of them and to refute the other one. So that would be just like easier to publish. And my next thing is that you are basically asking, and that's literally the first question in your abstract, what drives support for the demands of the master narrative. And as I was reading this, I was thinking to myself, well, participation protest drives support for the master narrative of the protest, right? But then, you know, when it came to the analysis, a lot of things that were asked, they were either self-reported or those were attitudes. So basically, we have attitudes on the right hand and on the left hand. And, you know, I will not dive into whether it's problematic or not to regress attitudes on attitudes. But I thought to myself that your research kind of reminds me of something. And this something is basically an article by Angrist in 1990, published in 1990, which is called Lifetime Earnings and the Vietnam Era Draft Lottery, where they were introduced the concept of instrumental variable into social sciences. And I was like, this is it. This is the exact case to actually have an instrument variable, you know. And I thought, what might be an instrument variable here? And that since you actually know where your respondents resided, you can actually construct a variable which would kind of, based on their location at the time of protest, calculate the probability of actual protest participation. So it's not whether they actually participated or not, or but rather how likely they were participate or not. The camera is there, I remember that. How likely they were to participate or not. The same as this Vietnam era draft lottery was how likely those people were to be drafted or not. And by looking at this, you might actually get statistically significant results, you know, for your outcome variable, which would be attitudes to the mass narrative. So yeah, consider using an instrument. I think that's like, you can actually make some methodological contribution in addition to your definitely substantive contribution here. And last but not least, I think that you are making an incredible contribution to the cleavage literature. So since Lipset and Trocan, we think that social political cleavages are something stable. Your research challenges this idea, actually. You know, like it said that, well, it might be changed, but here is protest, and it's not changing this cleavages. You're making great contribution here, so like make this emphasis, and this way you will actually improve the external validity of your argument and taking it beyond the study of Ukraine or protest or Euromaidan or any of those things. So this is incredible research. Thank you very much for sharing it with us.
Great. Now, any questions in the room? If so, please keep it very short.
I feel almost guilty asking a question.
Yeah, just emphasize that we have to be out of the room by 4:10.
Oh, God.
So I'm really conscious of the fact that we keep it brief so Tamara has time to present.
Really short. This is really, really interesting. It's exciting. It's part of all that. But I want to just ask a question. What about violence? Isn't violence at a protest transformative? Wasn't it transformative of Maidan in terms of how people evaluated Yanukovych? So what do you make of that? And maybe even the idea of corruption, since before maybe people were like, yeah, our leaders are corrupt, but then once they use violence, it was sort of like, oh, they're corrupt and they're violent and they disregard life and they have no dignity. You know, they don't treat us as citizens. So how does that fit into your model or argument?
Any other questions? Online, are there any questions?
Any questions online? If not, we'll hand it over to you, Oля. Sorry to be rushing.
Well, no, I probably went over quite a bit. So, and thank you very much, Anastasia. I will consider. I'm not really sure I caught what instrumental variable, but maybe we can talk about that a little bit more over email. I think the question about violence, Elise, that's exactly why we think it's a particularly useful case from a political science perspective, because if there was a protest event that should be transformative, it would be one like the Euromaidan, where the history of contentious politics in the country is so particularly nonviolent, and of course does change so significantly. And of course, that's why I use that image of the wall of fire that everyone constantly referred to. If there ever was a case that should transform, it would be this one. So we argue about that a little bit. We detail that more in the paper, and that's exactly what I skipped over there. So it adds to our theorizing. Whereas, for instance, the case of mass protests that we've recently seen in Poland, whether or not they should be transformative, I think is questionable because of the nature of those protests and the topics, whether or not that is significant enough. Probably Belarus would be another possibly significant case where that should be transformative, and if it isn't, then again we have something to hold on to there. But yeah, that's exactly part of the why we think the Ukrainian case is so interesting. Thank you, and so Tamara, I'm really looking forward to listening to you.
Great. With that, let's move to our last.
Yep, I'll just set your presentation.
I feel like I'm in the armed forces where I should be really fast. I'll try to do my best.
Just they might start tidying up a little bit, but don't panic. Just so you're aware.
Okay, so I'll present my research on gender equality and the role of women's activism in Ukraine during these 10 years, and the problems that majority of scholars who are feminists and gender scholars, of course, they're usually quite skeptical, and they do think that there are a lot of problems, and this notion of victimhood is very present, and I do think that we should talk more on agency. And in my studies of Maidan, it doesn't work.
Oh, you might need to click on the keyboard, sorry. The tech behaved fairly well. Oh, you know what it is, sorry. We need to just, and then that should work now. I don't want to click on the keyboard.
Oh, great. So we've already been talking that Euromaidan was heterogeneous space with a lot of grassroots activities, and it's possible to study them through women's participation, and actually Elena's book contributes a lot to this. And despite the fact that there were a lot of gender-based stereotypical activities, I do see and claim that women as a group, they managed to be to challenge sexism and to fight for their rights, even to be present in a violent protest space. And Euromaidan protests inspired women as a group to fight for their rights, and they emerged as very visible actors compared especially to previous revolutions. Yes, Orange Revolution and Revolution on Grenade were actually women, they were much less visible despite the fact that they've been participating. And actually, we do work here with the value of human dignity, and it's becoming the benchmark for women fighting for their rights. And as I said, not only victimhood, but of course agency. I do think that a notion of agency is very important, despite the fact that in the situation of war that started from 2014, it's a bit challenging to talk on this. And we do see that these values of dignity and equality, they are connected deeply with more European vector in this civilizational choice between Ruski Mir and this concept. And it's quite clear that even from public opinion surveys, that Ukrainians, they are choosing this equality, non-discrimination, more LGBT openness, and all other issues. And I do think that we should talk a lot on, I would say, successes that happened for the 10 years, and they are both driven by grassroots activism, but also from this top-bottom approach. It was political will to implement very important legislation. And the most victory is ratification of Istanbul Convention after full-scale invasion that Ukrainian civil society was fighting for 10 years. Also, of course, it's another international, different international obligations. At the same time, also, finally, Ukraine had gender quotas, and they helped for women to break glass ceiling. Also, another important legislation is connected with Ukraine's participation in the war, and this United Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security that helped women to fight gender discrimination, especially in military sphere as labor market. And I do see that the largest changes happened in the security and defense sector, in military. Women got full access to military occupation, even combat ones. It became it was recognition of female veterans. Legislation for gender equality in military also improved. It became possible to raise the issue of gender-based violence and sexual harassment in the military. Women got full access to different levels of military education. Also, in general, the issue of, I would say, equality in military became more visible. And here as a scholar, I was also involved with other grassroots military women initiatives and also political women. We made series of sociological studies that became wider advocacy campaign called Invisible Battalion, and actually due to this also grassroots initiatives, it became possible to make these large changes for less than 10 years. Also today is the
Volunteers Day. If you want to be helpful for gender sensitive needs of Ukrainian military, our Ukrainian female veterans movement, they always have, they collect money for this, and you may donate. And I do see that this Ukrainian female veterans movement is quite visible actor in general in veterans movement. Also, as for other successes, currently there is this international campaign 16 days against gender-based violence. So I have some examples that is connected with breaking silence on gender-based violence issue and campaign. I'm not afraid to say it, that was even before Me Too. And the social media networks were very important, and we have here Nastya Melnichenko, an activist who actually started this online campaign that became viral and very important, not only in Ukraine but also in other countries. Then we have famous people like Oksana Zabushka, who started to talk on violence that is connected with war before full-scale invasion. Also, online campaign went offline, and there were another campaigns, I'm Not Afraid to Act, where actually women were talking on the issue of gender-based violence. Another taboo topic that is connected with gender-based violence, sexual harassment in the university. So we have in 2019, it was a huge scandal in Taras Shevchenko National University. That was also supported, and that made some changes. And even my alma mater, Euromaidan Academy, we became the first university to implement internal policies on working with sexual harassment and gender-based violence prevention issues. And in general, we could see that, especially after Euromaidan, this protests on International Women's Rights Day, 8th of March, and on other occasions, they became really very, I would say, very mass gathered, like 5,000-10,000 or even more women, and they were raising absolutely different issues connected with women's rights. But at the same time, there are some problems, some challenges, and of course, it's a gap between legislation and practice. And this, gender equality implementation in various spheres of society, it's still stereotypically perceived more as a social protection system only issue. Also, there are some activists and scholars who claim that political sphere should be more accessible for women. In Ukraine, currently, women constitute 20% of deputies, and we have this post-Maidan generation of politicians that include, like, for example, Inna Sovsun, who is working with these issues on registered partnerships for LGBT and heterosexual people. At the same time, it's still political sphere, according to public opinion surveys, perceived as the most the sphere with most discrimination, and political military leadership of women is not very visible. Yes, still for women in military, it's very difficult to break glass ceiling. And as military sphere as a part of labor market is currently very important in Ukraine, so still much more should be done to work with sexual harassment issues in the military. There are still some court cases that are pending, and in the situation of ongoing war, it's very challenging to talk on this very not convenient topic. And in the politics of gender equality in the armed forces, more attention should be given to gender-sensitive needs of women. Yes, don't have time to explain. And also another issue that was raised with, especially with pandemic, that in labor market, it's still there is this very lower paid, low prestige sector of care jobs and traditionally, so it's mainly women are in this sector, and of course it should be, I would say,
much attention should be taken to it, and there should be changes. And here I will stop and will be glad to answer your questions.
Okay, very briefly, I just very interesting research and presentation, and just a few points to start a discussion. First of all, I've noticed that of course, this whole workshop is organized to remember and discuss the consequences of the Euromaidan, but I feel like in the paper itself, on several occasions, I mean, actually, just starting already on the second paragraph. I mean, you talk about the war, yeah. So I'm not sure whether, as you go through preparing this paper for submission somewhere, whether it makes sense for you to keep it like a decade after the Euromaidan, or because you can easily say like a decade is this, a decade since this almost a decade since the start of the war, yeah. Because I'm not sure whether, like, analytically for you, the starting point is the Euromaidan or the war. Because if you start with the Euromaidan, then you would face the challenge of trying to make a case to what extent it was the period of mass mobilization that had an impact on women's status in society, or whether it was the ensuing war and women's participation in the war. Because I feel it's you might get this type of questions from the reviewers, and just a few specific questions related, for example, to legislative changes. I understand that it's a rough draft, so in your presentation you present a longer list of different laws. But I noticed that a lot of them that you list in the paper were passed in 2020, 2022, more recently, and I don't know to what extent the change in the political leadership, I don't know, has an impact, or whether it just takes a lot of lobbying and activism on the part of women to finally get through. Because maybe this is something that you can then address when you talk about the challenges. It's a structural challenge arising from the ruling party, but one party is more receptive than another, whatever the government to do this legislative challenges, or whether it's just a matter of the tenacity of the women's movement in pressing for legislative changes, and it takes several years after the start of the military action before anything can happen. I'm sure in the paper you'll talk more about the visible battalion, the 5 projects, because you mentioned them here, but do not discuss in great detail. I don't know, you might add some dates, because I don't know when the Public Council on Equal Opportunities Focus, I don't remember when it was created. I had to but it might make a difference if someone tries to kind of chronicle the pace of reforms. So you might just add some detail there. I think that to some extent you focus a lot on policy recommendations, almost like I feel like when you discuss the challenges, it's more like sometimes I feel like you're addressing policy makers, what needs to be done. I'm not sure if you want to kind of create two separate sections. One section, how your research sticks to academic literature, and what I think scholars have found are the challenges to gender equality either in Poland or other countries, and Central Western Europe, and then separated another section about policy implications. It's really done.
I'm so sorry, Olena. We have a class waiting outside.
Okay, we need to evacuate.
So what I would suggest is that we relocate this to somewhere with drinks, which is just one street away, and we can ask Tamara some questions there and have some feedback. Thank you so much to everybody who's joined us today and contributed. My apologies to Tamara, who's been a little bit shortchanged, but hopefully we'll get to continue the discussion. And thank you so much to the folks who've joined us online today to present papers and discuss. And I will be in touch. Anastasia and I will be in touch as we move things forward. Thank you very much.
Guys, I'm going to stay.
Yeah, I was